Oh my God, I'm so tired of coughing. Dude, I have no words right now. All I have to say is that whoever was patient zero in Vegas, y'all need to reconsider going somewhere when you're sick and infecting everybody because it sucks. Oh man. Okay, hold on, you guys. Hold on. I'm trying to save you from that shit show. Hi, Susie. Oh man. Okay, here we go. Whew. My lungs are like on the verge of collapsing. Oh my God. It's insane. I'm like bundled up right now in like freaking one, two, three blankets. I've got some tea, but I did like a boba tea because I was just feeling boba tea. I think I still have a slight fever. Like it's not as bad as it was, but I still have like a slight fever. And my throat, oh my God, it feels like raw gravel. Honestly, it feels like raw gravel right now. Um, so let me send this over to Street. Hold on. Street. Yeah, you guys, Huli informed me that Valentine's Day is literally 4 days away. And even though I was trying to cheer myself up because I've been like really sad, um, I like bought myself this really cute red outfit, but then I also got myself an all pink pajama lounge set because I had a feeling I was gonna be anti anything. And now that I'm sick, I'm definitely not going to celebrate V-Day. I was gonna try and take myself out and get, fun little cocktails from that spot that I tried for my birthday because I have these like really cool cocktails. But I can't talk, let alone go out and drink alcohol. It'll probably burn like the Dickens if I tried to drink alcohol right now. Hey, Justin.
Good evening, young lady. I'd ask you how you're feeling, but it sounds like you're feeling ill.
Yeah, I sound like a freaking frog.
Have you had any green tea and fresh garlic and fresh lemon?
No, but that's all I had when I had COVID. I'm hoping I don't have COVID again. That would like I literally have a hair appointment next week to take my hair back to exactly how it looked before it fell out because of COVID. And I swear, if I have the same thing that almost killed me last time, that means in 4 months' time, my hair is gonna fall out again, and I will absolutely just shut down. Like,
Well,
you're the laugh. It's the laugh of insanity.
hopefully you won't have to go through all that. But that green tea, garlic, and lemon juice is a miracle kind of cure. It works for all that kind of stuff,
Well,
flus
I
and
had I had cucumber mint tea yesterday. And then today I had strawberry milk tea and then boba milk tea. I'm drinking right now. But I was like, I kind of want a chicken sandwich, right? And I don't know if you remember the controversy behind Popeye's chicken sandwiches when they first came out. But like Popeyes is like a KFC, right? And they were the first to come out with this really good idea for a chicken sandwich as, one of their products. And when it launched, people went so crazy that you had to stand in line for hours. I'm talking hours at a fast food restaurant to try and get these damn things. And so I think that was like 2 years ago during the time of COVID. And so I totally like ignored it. And I was like, oh, I'm one of those people that never tried it. And today I just finally broke and I was like, there's no craziness anymore. You could get it anywhere. Let's try this one. It can't be that great. Oh my God, it was so worth it. It was so good. It was so good. But it was so spicy. Like the first bite I took of the chicken sandwich, I started coughing dying, even though I'm already cough dying. And I realized I'm so white that I can't handle spicy mayo because my lips started burning and I drank my whole strawberry milk tea and like half the sandwich. But it was
yeah,
a really good sandwich.
my first experience with Popeye's chicken was terrible. I stopped at one of those ones that are on the rest areas alongside the highway where they usually have restrooms and they have fast food there. But I
Yeah.
think it was just that place there, where they heated it up a second time or something and made it extra oily, because people brag about Popeye's chicken that it's really good.
Well, normally, like I've gone to Popeyes before, like way back in the day, and I was like, whatever about it. But this time when I ordered the sandwich, it's so worth it. Like, I don't know if you just ordered the chicken, but you got to try the sandwich. And I got the spicy chicken sandwich with extra spicy mayo because I think I'm not white when I am. And, so I still have half of the sandwich that I'm gonna eat later if I can handle it. But it was so spicy. I was like turning into a fire breathing dragon. Hey, Street.
What's happening, everyone?
A
I
Street,
sound like a frog.
What's happening? Trusted?
Did Jessica go on mute?
Lady Otak, did you get the email I sent you today?
Let me check. I was working all day, so let me check real fast.
Oh yeah, you work for a living.
Wait, where'd you send it? Oh, looking to the stars?
Yes.
What's that? Vera. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
Is that something you'd be interested in?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'll shoot her an email and ask her about it and see what might be a good time and contact you back. I was thinking about just having you and her there because you were talking about how the stars were really important. That's one of the things Forrest was telling us to do was look at the stars, look at the stars.
Yeah.
And she is just so knowledgeable with astrology. She was a Jehovah's Witness for 35 years. So she knows the Bible from the front to the back. She wrote her own book called The Age of I Know, Unmasking the Magicians, All Religions Exposed, which was after she got out of the Jehovah's Witness. But she knows so much of this stuff and how it all connects together that it'd be really good to hear her and you discuss what it is that you have in mind.
Is Street gonna be on too?
Could
What's
be.
that?
I was asking if you're gonna be on too, Street.
Is that what you prefer to have another person?
Well, it'd be cool to have like everybody, like you, myself, Street, and then her.
Yeah. I just didn't want to bring in too many people. I mean, even me, you, Street, and Troy.
I'll only talk when spoken to, I promise.
Oh, God. He's probably afraid you're gonna say Christianity is a lie.
Well, you haven't read her book because she says all those religions are a lie.
Well, I mean, so this is the thing, and I actually was getting in a conversation with Treasure Poem last night in Bill's live because he seemed kind of sad, so I popped in chat just to like say hi to him and stuff. And Treasure Poem came in and was talking about the Bible again, and I was just saying, like, myself included, I'm not knocking religion at all. Like, I see how much it means to certain people. Like Shiloh and his family, for instance, they're very religious and they are very strict to the Bible and everything. And just because I say, I don't believe in what the church tells us doesn't mean I'm not knocking a religion or that God that they worship. It's me just saying, why isn't it okay for us to ask questions? Why isn't it okay for us to think, how would we be able to believe in this book, right, when there's been so much truth censored for thousands of years? That's what all wars and politics are based off of, are censored truth and religion. So just because you question it doesn't mean you're trying to banish it to hell or anything like that. is just saying like, hey, I think that somewhere along the lines we lost the true interpretation, and it was transformed in a way to use as a fear-mongering tool to keep society in check. And that's not, dissing anyone's religion. It's more so saying that the church has some explaining to do, not their religion itself, not their God that they believe in and worship, more so the church. And I mean, every time you look at it, when it comes down to the church and the people who run the church, they're the ones doing some shady shit. So it's like, why isn't it okay for us to ask those questions when all the time you see like the really dark, messed up stuff in the church? I'm not saying your religion is bad. I'm saying we should be questioning what they're putting out as a false narrative. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's why her book is called Unmasking the Magicians. The religious leaders, the magicians she's talking about. And she may even say something like the sociopathic killer of the Bible named God.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
listened to her. I've listened to her. That's why I said I won't open my mouth and speak unless I'm asked a question. I've listened to her. She's very enlightening.
I've known her for over 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh God, you guys, Barb's back again.
Can I make a quick, since we're talking religion, can I make a real quick statement about what's transpired today?
Go for it.
Okay, at 7980, let's look at the big picture. At 7980, Forrest announced the treasure was found. Within 48 hours, Barb sued for said treasure. She wanted to steal it. Forrest died 4 months later, ladies and gentlemen. He was almost 90, for goodness sakes. At this same time, the mother, his wife Peggy, mother, grandmother, great-grandfather or great-grandmother, was sick. Now, in Barbara, when Forrest died, her love for Forrest was so deep that she followed on with the lawsuit with the estate. Now, fast forward to today. When I heard her say Shiloh and the family have to beg for her forgiveness and they owe her an apology, what reality? I couldn't help myself with Party City. What reality do you live in?
I'm not gonna lie, Street. Okay, so now that I just saw her, she was live again. I don't think she's okay right now. I think she's actually cracking right now live. I'm not kidding.
Well,
Like, I think she's cracking, and I'm not saying that as like anything to spite her. I'm saying I'm actually really concerned about her behavior right now. And I think someone should call and like check on her because this is not normal.
Wait, whose behavior? What I missed?
well,
Barbara.
I'll tell you what's not normal is suing an 90-year-old man. When he passed away, you follow that lawsuit onto the family and then expect 2.5, 3 years later for that family to apologize to you for calling you self-aggrandizing or any other thing. That
Yeah, but this is the thing though. Like, I watched the same thing you watched, and I told Shiloh. Shiloh even said, pay no attention to her. And because I was like, I'm pissed off right now. She's totally trashing you. And he was just like, pay no mind to her. And I'm like, I'm trying to, and I understand. And it's like the same concept of when she would trash Fenn. I would tell Fenn, I would email him. And Forrest would say, it's okay, just pay no mind to her. And now Shiloh's saying the same thing. But, one of my flaws is I always want to become defensive and, defend people. But it's just like, it was so heartbreaking and honestly disgusting to watch her trash Shiloh like that. And then I was gonna like really go live and just like rip her a new one because that's like my first emotional response. But after seeing her go live right now again, I honest to God do not think she's okay right now. Like, she just said she spent $200 on stuffed animals and shit for an imaginary cookout that she thinks she's gonna happen through Douglas Preston, and she's gonna be awarded the chest or something. Like, I think she's actually cracking right before our eyes right now, and it's actually really bad.
Should I call her?
Well,
Because I have her personal
Yeah,
number.
you should call her, Tyler.
Or I'll call her later when I get off. I'm just on here to
That's
chill with y'all till my sister gets home.
Hey, Tyler.
Hey, babe. Not much.
Well, that's certainly your opinion. I see it a different way. If you're coming after me with lies, lie after lie after lie after lie, especially saying now that not only the family, grandkids, they all have to beg for her forgiveness, and everyone owes her an apology. An apology for what? You want me to apologize for holding the mirror up of my opinion of she does a video, I do an opinion on it. Breaking no laws, doing nothing. I'm sitting in the comfort of my home. She's sitting in the comfort of hers. She willingly hits that button and watches it. It's merely a mirror. And when reality hits someone, when you hold the mirror up long enough to someone, when reality hits, it's what's called a breakthrough, not a breakdown, a breakthrough. So if anything, I see a breakthrough happening right now. Breakthrough, not breakdown.
Well, like, don't get me wrong, Street. I have every reason to, not give a shit about her, especially the fact that she's gone. How many times did she say it today? Like 4 times. She has actually blamed me for Heather Dawn killing herself. But that's what she said, that today? She killed herself, even though we know she didn't.
Yeah. Was this today?
Yeah, she did it like 4 fucking times. And I'm like really sick of it. And I'm trying to be, understanding and try and see that she's really not okay. But to continuously say that I am responsible for someone in the search community ending their life, like, that is beyond not okay. But I also don't want her to do something stupid, because I feel like that is where she's going right now. That is where she's headed. What is she going to do? Because she thinks in a couple of weeks she's going to have this grandeur party with Preston and all this stuff, and it's obviously not happening. She keeps saying, "Oh, I'm going to have a party," and then she ends up pushing it back or waiting and rescheduling, because she's like, "Oh no, it's a prank ending. It's a prank ending. Oh, we got to wait for this now. We got to wait for this." And it's honestly heartbreaking to watch, to like, seriously, to be honest, it's really sad to see. And I wish that she could just find a way to not take all of her frustration and anger out on, the family and us. Like, I don't fucking get it. If Christy and I could be at war for 2.5 years and then be totally chill at WSOF and it's whatever now, why can't she do that the same thing? Like, why can't she just accept that whatever happened, and the next thing she can do is like work on the hope chest or something? Like, why does it have to be this?
I got an answer for you, because you're a better person than she is. And I didn't say that live either.
I'm not a better person than her, though. I'm as much of an asshole as the rest of us, honest to God.
Nope. You have a good heart, a better heart than she does.
But we're all human. That's what I'm trying to say. We're all human. We all act like dickheads. We're all super emotional. I turn into a raving bitch when I'm defensive. Like, when people bring up sore topics, I lash out first, and then eventually when I calm down, I apologize or say maybe I shouldn't have been such a bitch like that. I did it to Millipede a couple of days ago in, Discord. And it's just like with Barbara, it gets so hard to be cordial with her when she will go live and constantly, like, post private screenshots of myself and others, how she'll continuously trash, Street and Troy, and she went after Davio. She goes after everybody, and I don't understand why she does that. Is it to, like, keep her distracted? Like, I don't understand it. Stop doing it.
I use the analogy of a buzzard on roadkill. The chest is the roadkill, and she's a buzzard protecting it. There's a lot of entities and entities were a lot of players and characters that you can see the buzzard effect. They're buzzards.
I don't get it. Like, dude, I've been going through some hell, and I still don't fucking act like that. I lost a 16-year relationship all because of some bullshit that went down in the stupid Chase community. I still have it together. I still don't fucking drag people down. And she didn't get a chest, and this is what she's doing. Like, she called my place of work trying to get me fired so I didn't have a place to live. She's done so much fucked up shit I can't even begin to tell you. And then the worst thing is she continuously lies and tries to play the victim, saying that, oh, people were attacking her family. No one attacked her family. And then she had the audacity today to say that, oh, you should have defended me when they were going through my divorce papers. I did. Everyone knows I did. Yet she refuses to acknowledge that. She refuses to acknowledge the fact that I made sure I called back in when you, Greg, everybody was going through it. I was like, dude, you guys gotta stop. Like, what the fuck? You remember that street?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And she knows damn well that I did it, yet she still says I'm a fucking horrible person that now is calling her ugly. I've never called her ugly. The worst thing I said was go piss on a rope and suck on the wet end. And then the other one I said was I called her a fucking twat waffle, which, by the way, is on my favorite coffee mug. It says, don't be a twat waffle. Like, I'm sorry. Comparing it to Lollipop Porn Queen and saying that I look like fucking Caitlyn Jenner, saying I'm a transvestite and shit, that's fucked up. But I still ignore it. Yeah, she's going to continuously try and drag me down and say I am the reason someone lost their life in the Chiefs community. She's trying to say that I threatened her when I reached out via email and wanted to make sure she was okay. Like, every time you give her an act of kindness, she turns it around and tries to make you the villain and her the victim. And it's just, yeah, I called her Droopy, Lucky, the fucking cartoon dog, because she said I look like Caitlyn Jenner. So yeah, I called her 3 things: Droopy, Twat Waffle, and fucking piss on a rope and suck on the wet end, which is an insult my grandmother used to say. So really, what the fuck?
I'd like just take an opportunity for the record. I like big butts. She keeps saying I've never said anything about her big butt. I like big butts. Man.
Well, she continuously groups us into all the trolls. Like, you know, the no-name trolls that like will never tell you who they actually are, that are like literally sick in the head. She keeps thinking that we're one of them. And so anytime one of those trolls says something, she's like, oh, it's Street. Oh, it's Troy. Oh, it's Candy. And it's like, no, it's none of us. It sure as hell ain't me.
Well, she's got I think it all started with Paul and Bill with the rainbow thong bikini and butt plug. Now she's got me gay.
I mean,
okay.
That was pretty funny though, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'll write. That was funny as hell when they both said. I was shocked. I'm like, holy fuck, they're taking this to a whole new fucking level. But she picked up on it, and look now. Greg wears tutus and I'm a drag queen. Okay. All right.
So are you saying guys that wear rainbow thongs and use butt plugs are gay?
I guess that's what they're saying. Man. Surprise.
Oh my god. I'm dying over here, you guys. I don't understand it. Like, Shiloh is so sweet and genuine, and he doesn't even have to respond to any of us, especially me. And yet he still does. He puts up with my ass messaging him like 20 times a day sometimes. Like, I told him the other day, there's not enough coffee on this planet for you to deal with my crazy ass. And it's true.
Keep a watch out for Barb's channel in the upcoming days. Just in case
God,
you try some shit.
What?
Just in case you try some shit.
She's always trying some shit. Like, I'm sorry, but okay, so Kiwi had me so stressed out yesterday. I thought he actually ruined the Shiloh map, and he was crying on camera, like actual real tears crying. And that's why I was like, fuck, dude. So I reached out to Shiloh and showed him. And I wasn't looking super close because 1, I wasn't wearing my glasses. 2, I'm sick as fuck. And 3, I don't think someone's going to do something like that, right? So I tell him, I'm like, shit, Kiwi fucking, burnt the map. How do we fix this? And he's like, if you send me another map, I'll re-sign it again. And I'm like, well, do you have any other maps? And he's like, no, I don't know where to get them. So I reached out to Christy, reached out to Cynthia, reached out to Copper Dan. Finally, Sam messages me and he's like, reach out to Benchmarks. Benchmark maps, they'll have them. And I'm like, oh shit, okay. So I reach out to Bridger from Benchmark Maps. He replied back to me this morning and is like, yeah, we actually have a secret link. Here you go. You could purchase it here. I'm like ready to purchase the damn thing. send it to Shiloh, and the Kiwi's like, just kidding. He's like, I made a copy of it, and it's just a joke. And I'm like, it's not a joke. I spent an hour like tracking that damn shit down. And I was like blowing up Shiloh too. I was like, how do we fix this? And he's like replying back to me. And then today he had like another auction going on. And it was like this little like pop up for the auction. It says like something treasure hunt. So I took a screenshot. I sent it to him. I'm like, haha, are you behind this or whatever? And he was saying like, oh, it's actually going on right now. And some of my stuff is being sold. And he told me like which lots were his. And he's like, oh, lot 291 is really cool. And I like go and I look it up, and it's a collection of arrowheads, right? And I'm like, oh, are these the Russell arrowheads that your grandfather ended up purchasing after he like read the book? And he's like, no, those are the arrowheads that my grandfather, or he says granddad. He's like, those are the arrowheads my granddad, collected. And so I put it in Discord, even though like Huli already had it, and I wasn't paying attention to the conversation. So we're like posting it all over. And then this one guy in Discord, his name's Matt, he was like, can you post the link again? I'm like, okay, sure. So I sent it to him. He won lot 291. And I was like, dude, that is so cool. He's all excited. So I was like, hey, can you send me a picture of you and your name? And I'm sending it to Shiloh because I think he'd, be really excited to see who won lot 291. So I did. And Shiloh was super excited. He was like, this is so cool. Tell him thank you. And then he even, talked to him and said like, tell Shiloh I say thank your grandfather for his service. Like, it was really cool. But my point is, Shiloh, he chooses to answer when I send him messages, and he doesn't have to do that. He chose to talk to so many people at WSOF, and he didn't have to do that. And he does it with grace and dignity. And it's pissed me off this morning to see Barbara go on a 3-hour tangent trashing him. Like, what good is it gonna do?
I don't know. I'm still wondering what she's going to do if something comes out that's verifiable, that 100% says that that there was a solver, it wasn't Jack, this is the location, and the public is welcome to come visit it. What is she going to do when that day comes?
She was told by Forrest himself back in the day, shortly after the lawsuit, that no, she's not, her answer is incorrect. Her solve is incorrect, and she ignored that. That was almost 3 years ago she was told that. Personally. Not by a searcher.
Oh my gosh, Lily says she's trashing everyone live again.
Who, Barbara?
I mean, when something comes out that gets started going around the internet, this is the place, this is where you can go, these are the hours people are allowed to come visit. Something that nobody else is going to do other than somebody that really had the right information.
Well, okay. How presumptuous is it when she gets down on Shiloh for categorizing her as self-aggrandizing? Well, let's look. Just today, once again, she's saying Shiloh and the family owe her a fucking apology for putting her through all this. The family didn't put you through anything. You put yourself through. The family Forrest down. Forrest told you right a week or two after the find announcement. No, Barb, sorry, it wasn't you. Some shy guy.
And that's what makes it so sad too, though, Street. Like, I want to be pissed off. Trust me, I do. But the way I see it is the same way I see Rick Nowak in the Chase community and others that clearly are not well. And they are so convinced that they are the chosen one, that they have it all figured out, and that there's some sick force at hand that's preventing them from having what's deserved to them. And it's like you and I and others, we can differentiate, fantasy from reality. And we can admit, okay, we didn't solve it. We didn't figure it out. Like, you and I are on a different thing. We're like, hey, it's spiritual. It's a lesson. It's about duality, things like that. And others are just like, no, I had it figured out. I'm owed a chest and a bunch of gold. And so it's not the end yet. Even 3 years later, it's not the end yet. And it's gotten to the point where they're just so convinced that they have it right that they're starting to lose it, dude. Like, and I'm not saying this in a mean way whatsoever. I'm saying they're actually starting to lose their grip on reality, and it's really concerning. Like when Bill will like go off on me sometimes and just be a total dickhead to me, but I will get over it because I know Bill is in his own reality too. And I actually, you know, feel sorry for him sometimes. And that's why, you know, last night I went in his chat and I reached out and was like, hey, Bill, what's up? I see your art and stuff. And I don't fault him for what he says. And I wish he would understand, you know, people don't care about other people's solves. People don't care about my Grail. People don't care about your Star Street. People don't give a fuck about his Moses. And it's nothing against them. It's just how our brains are wired. And so it's really sad to see like you and Bill button heads all the time, but I get it. He talks about Moses a lot and you're just like, I don't want to fucking hear it. And when Barbara just goes on these tangents and today you saw it, she went on a trashing spree to, oh, I'm actually going to change my mind and let them be around me if they humiliate themselves, but I'm not going to take selfies with them. It's like,
not, hold on, Candy. It's not that I don't want to hear these solves. I'm not going to waste my time on somewhere where if they make oh, well, it has to be triggered because of a bullet. And I say, nah, man, I disagree. And what, you fucking ignorant? I don't want to hang around people like that. If you want to like, if you tell me your ideas and I say, oh, well, yeah, but I disagree with this. And then you freak the fuck out and call me stupid. I'm not going to waste my time. It has nothing to do with his solve. It has to do with you can't even fucking debate him. Now,
yeah, I know.
I'll go on record. I have never, ever fucking did these like, oh, fuck you. I don't block people because I don't like their solve. No. I've never once shoved. I'll keep continuing my solve, just like all trusted. There's a group of us that continue our belief in it. We're not yelling and screaming and telling people how fucking stupid they are because they don't believe us. No, I'll just continue the fight. And that's what I'm here for. I'm a buzzard.
Well, so I
but I'm
totally
not
agree
going to
with
peck
that.
the
But
eyes
I
out of the
also,
buzzard next to me.
well, I agree with that. But I also want to point out that, you know, with Bill's like a delicate subject, I feel like, and I'm not saying this to trash him or anything. It's nothing against him. I'm just saying, you know, he told us he has like blood cancer. So I don't think he doesn't really have much to hold on to. And, you know, he lives in the middle of nowhere. He's very intelligent, just like you are, Street. And it gets frustrating when he yells at you and says stuff. And it's just like, dude, what the fuck did I do? And I know after so many times of dealing with that, you just don't want to do it anymore. But I just myself, I try to keep in mind that, you know, this is what Bill has to hang on to. And I try to be nice to him and I try to support, you know, his art and his ideas and stuff. It's just sad that like there's so much fucking war going on all the time. And I don't want it to happen anymore. Like we get along with Greg, saw him and Tisha in Vegas, was awesome. Got along with Christy and Cynthia. I'm getting hell for that. They're like, well, you're fake. You're hanging out with them again. Dude, it's my choice. Fuck off. So whatever. And I've got some friends that are pretty pissed at me for doing it. I'm like, you know, it's my choice. And I like the fact that everyone's getting along. So what happens now that everyone's getting along? Now Barbara's stirring up some shit. Like, why is it that no matter what, no matter how much we try, someone's always fucking stirring shit up? And I will admit it. I have been a prime topic of that, right? Because I made it personal and I took it to, you know, the YouTube community and the Chase community when I shouldn't have done that. I should have just kept my mouth shut. I should not have included everybody in my bullshit, but I'm a very emotional and sometimes irrational person when it comes to, you know, sore topics like that. And it would have been a lot better if we all just fucking got along 2.5 years ago. I 100% take full responsibility for that. But to continuously watch it happen and then Shiloh to say, I can't wait for the fun and the drama to stop. Like Shiloh said that. Remember, he said, I can't wait for the drama to stop and the fun to go back.
Yeah, well, here's what I got to say about Bill. I was nice to him for 3 freaking years. And when he started saying, ask Street, he agrees with my solve. that's when I said, shit, my silence, he construed my silence and not like button heads with him on his opinions. I'd sit there and listen. He construed that as I agree with him. And I did it live on my show. I said, no, I don't agree with you. And you could see it in his face, like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the hell? I never said, yep, I agree 100%, Bill. Yep. I always said I liked his art. I never once said I agreed with it. When he started doing that, I confronted him. And then he pulled off this fucking like bully big brother, man. It reminded me of one of my big brothers. Yeah, you might be older and bigger than me. I don't give a fuck. I still think, don't fuck it. You're stupid, man. And I'll tell you now, I'm 3 years of me being nice to you. I'm going to tell you what I truly think.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
Last night in Bill's video, he admitted what's going on in his mind, and he thinks that he has manifested him being the solver of the treasure chest. You know, this is something that certain people believe in, that they can make things happen by pretending or projecting that it already has happened.
Yeah, isn't it called the
same
demiurge or something like that? The demiurge?
I don't know.
You know, it's this theory that what was it? It was this like that we are the creation, right? So everything that's happening, we are actually creating ourselves. And I believe it's called the demigurge. If Lucky's still in chat, she probably knows how to say it. But it's where you literally fabricate every single person that you come in contact with. Like everything you see, every single life event, it's all because you were creating it in your own mind. And I mean, maybe somewhere in some type of reality, it's true. Maybe he did manifest. He's the solver. Like I won't knock Bill. I know Bill is very intelligent. I believe in the spot that he found is associated with some type of archaeological discovery that people should like pay attention to. Same thing with Davio. People give Davio so much shit, and he's so intelligent and kind. And I know a lot of people are like, well, he goes on numbers, but that's how he expresses himself. He's really good at numbers. I suck at numbers. I'm really good at etymology, but I suck at numbers. And so even though I want to help support Davio because he's my friend, I don't know what the hell he's talking about because I don't know about numbers. And so it's just like each person in the community, they're their own unique individual person that brings character and life to our Chase community. And I just wish so badly that Barbara would just stop being such a dickhead and just hang out with us and be chill and just give up her fantasy about her being the chosen one. Like nobody cares. Like this is what I keep trying to say. Even if she really was the true chosen one, she had possession of the chest. She was the smart individual that, you know, bested Forrest Fenn, everything like that. Preston wrote a book about her and was going to present with her an entire award, whatever. It still doesn't give her a fucking excuse to act like a dickhead. Like, stop being a dickhead. Like, do people not understand? Even Jack Stoof, we're not a fan of Jack Stoof sometimes because we're like, dude, we don't know anything about you, and the shit we do know, it doesn't look good. So if he's the real solver, it's not stopping us. Like, why can't we all just get the fuck over it and stop trashing each other, stop being dickheads, and just go talk about the stars and shit? Yeah, the demiurge. Demerge? Demerge? I don't know how to say it anymore. I thought it was like demiurge or demigurge. Ugh, it's gonna haunt me. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that name before, but I'm not familiar with it. All I know is that there are certain people that believe that they can make things happen by acting as though that it's true.
I think it was Adam had a love affair with Lilith before he met Eve, and then they had a child which was like shunned upon, and so because it was rejected, it literally in solitude created its own reality. And that is what we are. Like me talking right now, I'm the demiurge, right? I got neglected, some celestial being or whatever, and I am fabricating everything that's ever transpired in the entire life and all the other things that I find. Like it's an interesting rabbit hole to go down, but it will definitely melt your mind. I'm not gonna lie. So the only reason I brought it up is because that's kind of falls into the category of what you're trying to say, Trusted, about, Bill manifesting all this. And for all we know, maybe
He
he
literally
is.
said that. He literally used those words that he manifested it.
I mean, I manifested $100 a couple of weeks ago, but then I had to get a new battery. So it works and then it doesn't. It's pretty funny.
I was driving up the highway coming back from the Rockies, and my ex-wife was in the passenger seat, and I had said something, and she hadn't been paying attention. I'm like, "You didn't see that? You were looking right out the window in that direction." She's like, "No." I said, "You know something?" I says, "I could see money if I'm driving 70 miles an hour down the highway, right? Within an hour, I kid you not, something comes up from underneath the RV in front of us, and literally it like froze in front of the windshield, $1 bill." And I said to her, "You see that?" And I pulled over. She's like, "What?" I was like, "That was money. It looked like leaves, but it was money." So I got out of the car and I walked the highway, and I ended up crossing the highway to the middle, the median strip, because I seen a $20 bill over there and I grabbed it. And as I was walking back to the car, I picked up $365 on the highway, an hour after I said that I could spot money driving down the highway. Now I marked that up to coincidence, but it was so cool that it happened.
I don't believe in coincidences.
Well,
You know,
I don't believe him in it either, especially if you're in a whodunit.
No,
Street, did you watch the World Series of Fenn recap from Cal Lasers?
no.
Oh God.
Oh, dude, my favorite one, because I actually watched it happen live when it happened. My favorite moment from the recap series was with Ben, when he said, "All over Shiloh." Dude, I lost it.
Dude, I was on FaceTime with Shiloh when that was happening, and I was like, "I'm so sorry, Shiloh," and he was like laughing his ass off.
That was like the best highlight in the recap. In a
You
World
don't
Series.
understand, Tyler. You don't understand how loud Ben really is in person. When I tell you, I was homicidal for a few hours being in a suite with everybody, including Ben. I'm not kidding. Like, I was literally homicidal for a second because he was so loud. I was just like, Ben, and we kept saying it because he was so loud for no reason.
Me, I'm loud too. You can ask Elizabeth, who's sitting right here in front of me. I'm loud as hell.
Not in comparison to him. Like, I pegged him in the eyeball with a
no
Funyun.
idea.
He was that loud, okay? Have you ever been pegged in the eyeball with a Funyun?
No.
Yes.
Exactly.
Elizabeth said yes, she has.
I'm just saying. Oh, look, Shy Guy's in chat. Hey, Shy Guy. Yeah, I'm dying. Don't mind me.
Don't die.
Oh, I got more hires today. I got 3 back to back to back.
Nice.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
I've literally gotten all yeses since I started for this class, and it's hilarious because I'm like, I don't know. I guess I found out a method to the madness, and I'm like sick as shit, and I still got all my hires in today.
What are you sick with?
I don't know.
Go to the
Whatever it
doctor,
is, it was somebody went to Vegas with it and got us all fucking sick.
Hopefully it's not COVID. No COVID.
I hope not too, because I'm getting my hair done next week. But Cynthia's sick, Copper Dan's sick, I'm sick. Ashley was sick. I heard Jana's sick. Like, everybody is sick.
Must have been the water y'all drank over there.
Yeah,
I wasn't drinking water. Water don't exist when you go to Vegas. You know what exists? Bottomless mimosas.
Hell yeah. Damn. Damn.
I gotta take
Yeah.
Elizabeth with me next year for World Series of Fenn. She'd enjoy it.
Yes, please.
We're actually trying. We're gonna maybe possibly get I was saying let's do a pool party in Vegas in May or April of this year, because I was talking to Shiloh last night and I was mentioning how like it'd be really cool because he said he'd, attend the next one. And I'm like, we're talking about doing something again relatively soon. And I'm talking about a pool party. And he's like, a pool party would be cool. And so I told Discord, and all of a sudden Ben's like, I'm renting a cabana. He's like, I'm going to throw the coolest pool party for Shiloh that ever existed. He's like, I'm going to call in all my contacts that owe me favors. I'm going to get a cabana. And then K-Pro's like, I'll throw in the white flag and call peace with Justin Posey so he could rent out the MGM Grand Suite for Shiloh. And I'm over here like, y'all are crazy. I just want to have a regular ass pool party with the swim up bars so we could all just be normal for a fucking day.
See, that's where you and I thought different. When you said pool, I'm thinking billiards.
I don't know what oh yeah, pool as in shooting pool.
Yeah. I was like,
I got where you were going with that. And being normal sounds great right now.
This says to me in April or May.
We're still working on it.
Let me know because I'll see what I can do. I'll see if my mom will let me go. Because if so, I'll definitely do it.
I'm going.
No shit. If I'm going, you're going.
Yeah, we're still working out details and stuff.
Hell no, we're
but I was
flying
just
there if we go.
laughing. Street, did you fall asleep over there? Is it now time
Nope.
for you already?
Nope, I'm here.
So you got any more commentary to bring up that I know you're itching to talk about?
Not at this time, no. I'll yield to the fine congressman from Maine, Trusted Living. I'll yield my time.
Oh, by the way, let me know if Barbara brings up Heather's name one more time. Me and her are gonna have a long, nice talk.
Dude, she said it fucking 10 times today.
Oh, and Justin, that's why I said to watch what she says, because she does. It might have my name connected with it in some way. Because I've already sent her a nice, very nice message. Because I am not happy with this shit.
Well, according to her, Heather Dawn's family thinks I'm terrible and I'm the reason why they lost their mother. So have fun with that one.
I can tell you that is not the case. And I know the whole reason for the death, and it has nothing to do with any of the searchers.
Yeah, I know. A lot of us know about it, and it's absolutely heartbreaking, but it makes absolutely no sense. And it's disgusting to say that I was the cause of it when I never even said like 2 words to Heather Dawn. She ended up passing away before I was even really a YouTuber in the community. Like, I started my channel in March when COVID happened, right? So I started in March, and it was like barely 3 months, and then the chest was found in June. So it was barely even time for me to have like I think 500 followers at that time. Freaking it's just so annoying to continuously like see people defame my name and say such defamatory shit. Like, if you want to say I'm a bitch, go for it. You want to say I'm crazy, deluded, looking for the grail, go for it. But if you ever accuse me of bullying someone to the point of suicide, you are so lucky I'm too lazy to file fucking court papers.
No need, you already dealt with that for you. Trust me, I've already dealt with all the mess. So,
Well, I mean,
my name
according
will
to
probably
Street,
be
she
brought up.
avoids them anyways.
No, she'll see it. And if she doesn't see it, she will have some nice messages she will not like, and it will not be friendly or cordial at all.
Well, it just makes me sad because she was talking about today. She was like, "Oh, I've done really good things for like helping, stray animals and helping people and like feeding stray animals, and that's what I do too." And I give her major kudos for that. That's the type of Barbara I want to see come out in the community. Like, she talks about really cool shit, just like Street, Trusted, you, Tyler, like a bunch of us talk about. And yet she's still trying to differentiate us, saying like she's better than us, but then she's saying that we're the ones calling her stupid. I don't know about you guys, but every time she's gone live, we're the stupid ones, according to her.
No.
Like, am I wrong, Street?
Not at all.
No. Not at all. It's always, if you would only listen to me, I have verified pleadings, for God's sake. Once again, I can't say this enough. A verified pleading is nothing more than the person making it, pleading it, believes in their heart that it's real. That does not make it fact. It doesn't. I've told everybody I know what she's up to. I've had many of our debates with actual freaking lawyers, a judge. I have a judge friend and said, no, what she is trying to do is, once it's entered into any court in this land as testimony, that's why she interjected on all those cases. If one of those judges said, okay, yeah, let's hear what you got to say, even though she's irrelevant, that's why none of them listen, it doesn't matter. She was trying. She was putting so many lures in the water, trying to catch one of these judges, say, yeah, let's hear what you have to say. And once it's entered into testimony in a court of law, guess what? She can open up a new case, and instead of a stalker hacker, now she has, oh, I'm going to argue the fact that I entered this into this court on this date, blah, blah, blah. And the court has to accept it. That's what she was up to.
Well, did you hear what she said the blaze was today?
Yes, I did.
She was saying that Forrest Fenn's granddaughter, Shiloh's sister, is the blaze, symbolically, of course. She's saying, like, mica, you know, that rock mineral that's found everywhere that looks like mirrors. It's what the Egyptians used to turn into powder to make eyeliner and eyeshadow. She was saying mica, that type of mineral, is the symbolic blaze for his actual granddaughter.
No, hold on. She went on to allude to the fact that it's all of the kids, his kids and grandkids, is all blazes. Not only Micah, all of them.
See, that's just
they
wrong.
all
I
owe
hate
her an
shit.
apology. They all have to beg for her forgiveness for what they have put her through. The family, once again, you don't need to be. I'm just a simple-minded layman. I don't even have a high school diploma. You don't have to be a rocket fucking scientist to realize, shit, they owe you an apology. How is that possible?
Well, like, wasn't that one dude, like, locked up because he told Forrest that he thought she was the treasure? Do you remember that? Like, was
Yeah,
it Micah too?
Yeah.
Well, when Barbara mentioned the name of that national law firm that she had worked for, and she was an up-and-coming star, and she had already mentioned that she was a attorney involved with real estate. I typed in the name of that law firm in the word foreclosure, and in the Google search results came up a website that had a list of foreclosure mills, real estate attorney outfits that were known to be foreclosure mills. That's why those type of people do all kinds of outside activities, like do things to save the animals, save the whales, save the air, sky, and sea, because what they're really in the process of doing is hundreds, if not thousands, of foreclosures that actually were illegal. But the website was made by an attorney that included their name in the website. Wasn't just some anonymous, unknown website, untraceable kind of shit. So if that lawyer was wrong, that they easily could have got that stopped. They certainly have the manpower to do it.
Interesting. Dude, I'm so tired of coughing.
Of what? No coughing?
Yeah, I'm tired of coughing. Oh my God, it's crazy.
It sucks.
It does.
Yeah, I've been coughing for months.
I
For
don't have
months?
months.
You got COVID. You're going to stay the hell away from me.
Can you take me home, please?
I will.
When?
In a few minutes. I think it's funny how everybody thinks they're owed something, or at least people that think they're entitled to something. But if anybody is owed anything, I think it's Forrest Fenn's family for all the shit they were put through.
It's better off getting something from somebody that they don't owe you anything. That's how foundations donate money to people without having to pay a gift tax.
For sure. I'll make one final statement and I'm gonna head out to take Elizabeth home.
$1 and not have to pay whatever it is, like $350,000 in taxes.
Ew, taxes. What are you gonna say, Tyler?
I was gonna say before I head out that whenever anybody thinks about you, Candy, I think you're one of the best women I know. But anyways, you keep being you and keep doing you. Love y'all. Peace out.
Oh, thanks, Tyler.
No problem. Peace out.
Later, Tyler.
Tyler.
Later.
Anyhow,
Ah.
how about them Christians? That's all I got. I'm a one-trick pony.
I think it was enough for Street. What the heck, Street? Jesus does my shrubbery?
J.K. Pioneer said the only way you're going to speak to Frank, Shy Guy Frankie Jr. said he speaks to Jesus all the time, basically. And J.K. Pioneer said the only time you're going to speak to Jesus if he does your yard work. And I said, yeah, Jesus does my shrubbery.
Oh, you mean Jesus?
Yeah, Jesus.
You guys are ridiculous. Oh my God. I gave Doug a wrench and he's like, I have a wrench. Please respect my authority.
And for some reason, he does it all the way from Maine to New Mexico, and he looks different every time.
I feel like taking Ben's wrench away because you said, Doug, everyone has a wrench. It's Candy circa 2020. No, I'm just kidding. I won't do what Ben did to me. I won't take his wrench away for no reason. Let's see. What's going on? Oh no. My throat is so like thrash right now. But that is a pretty funny comment, Street.
Well, you remember that. Have you ever watched Monty Python's The Holy Grail yet?
No.
You
And
need
Ben
to.
like crucifies me for it.
Yes, you need to, because there's anytime you say shrubbery, a certain group of people is like, oh, I get it. Yeah. To make passage through the dark woods, you have to give these people shrubbery. They demand shrubbery. You got to go find them shrubbery. Nice shrubbery, not big, not well manicured, self-maintenance.
Oh my gosh. Shrubbery. Hey, did you see Rudy's shirt at WSOF?
No.
That was so funny. So the first night, Friday night, we're in Mike and Christy's suite. We're like hanging out. I'm like freezing and cranky. And Rudy comes up to me and he's like, would you like to see the stick? And I was like, oh yeah. And I was like, instantly, this is me just being myself. And I'm like, I don't even ask him. And I touch the stick because he tells me it's the actual stick, right? So I touch it. And I'm like, I touch history, just like what I did with, Fenn with his first arrowhead. And he's like, what size shirt do you wear? And I'm like, that's a fucking weird question. But I'm like, either a medium or large. Why? And he's like, I'm going to bring you a shirt tomorrow. And then he takes another one out and it says, I touched Rudy's stick. And he gave it to me in black. And then when I was FaceTiming, so Shiloh called Cynthia to FaceTime her. And then Cynthia was like, Shiloh's calling. And she gave me the phone, her phone. And it was so funny because I'm talking to him and Ashley just told me like when Shiloh calls back, like come and get her. And so I'm like running across the way to give Ashley the phone to talk to Shiloh. And Shiloh's like, did you steal Cynthia's phone? And I'm like, no, Cynthia gave it to me. I'm not that crazy. But it was so funny because then he was talking to Rudy and he's like, what's your shirt say? And Rudy's like, oh, I touched Rudy's stick. And he's like, oh, I want one of those. And me being the person I am, I'm like, I volunteer as tribute. You can have the one off my back. And then Rudy's like, I have an extra one. And so he got one for Shiloh, also in black. And I'm like, I'm a twin with Shiloh. And then Ashley, she was wearing her really cool black like plastic pants. And she didn't want to wear what she's wearing. So she's like, what can I wear? And I'm like, oh, here. And I took the shirt because I had another shirt underneath and I took that one off and I was like, here, you can wear it. And then by the time I had to go back to the airport, I was so exhausted. I forgot to like ask for my shirt back. So I keep messaging like her and Ben saying like, please give me my shirt back. It's the twin to Shiloh's. But honestly, Rudy won that shirt contest this year. It was pretty funny.
Nice.
I get a funny cell phone story. Company that I work for up in Massachusetts, I had asked for a company cell phone because I didn't like the idea of my cell number being passed out amongst all the workers. So anyhow, on a job site, one of my supervisors shows up. He says, "Here, I was told to give you this cell phone." He says, "Nobody knows how to change the password in it for the voicemail." I was like, okay. So I started getting these strange messages of people asking for MSDSs. And so I called the phone number from my phone and got the voicemail. And it had a guy just saying, "This is such a person from this company. Please leave a message." So I checked out the company online, and it was a chemical company, and the guy was a salesman. So I called up the cell phone service, whatever it was. I think it was AT&T, and told them the story that I had got it from my company, and the person doesn't work there anymore, and I needed the password change, and they changed the password, and I put my own voicemail message with my own name in the company I was working for. So like a couple weeks later, supervisor showed up with a brand new cell phone in a box. He's like, "Here you go. They put in all the contacts for everybody in it. I need that other one back."
Nice. That's funny. Sorry, I'd laugh, but every time I laugh, I start dying. Oh God, my throat is so raw right now. I hope it's not COVID. I'll be so sad. So who won the scavenger hunt? I think his name was Dave. He's not a security guard. He's a, oh my God, what are those things called? He's a bounty hunter. He's the one that won the scavenger hunt, I think. And then it was me, Molly, and I think Dave who won the karaoke. It was funny, like for the rest of the night, we were just drunk, running around, not even really paying attention to karaoke. We're just like, because there were so many people there, and we only had 3 front of the line passes, even though we had like VIP bottle service at the booth, because that's like the only way we're gonna be able to get in. And so there were so many people there, and they kept like singing, and after we used the passes, it took like an hour to even be able to sing again. So we all just ran around just like drunk, not giving a shit. And then Chrissy's like, "So who won karaoke?" And I was like, fuck. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Ow. This is getting ridiculous.
Lemon honey
Ow.
tea.
Huh?
Lemon honey tea.
I know, you and Trusty keep telling me that. I'm too lazy right now, and I don't think I have lemon. I have all the other teas under the sun, and I have honey, but I don't have lemon right now. I need to do grocery shopping, but since they decided to send me a whole family's order from Polly's Pies, I don't have any room in my fridge at the moment.
Did you eat that pot pie yet?
No.
Damn.
I know, I should have sent it to you.
I was going to say, overnight that baby, man. A little block of dry ice, overnight it. I'll eat it.
That's funny. I know, I got the sirloin in there, the chicken pot pie, my pasta, my banana pudding from yesterday. So when I get really emotional and sad, I just eat my feelings and then I shop. So that's what I've been doing since I got back from Vegas, because I'm super sad and I cry like at random fucking hours of the day. So I bought myself a jacket that I already own, but that jacket is white and that's my favorite jacket. But when I was aerial, I accidentally turned it like red with some tanner on the collar. So I'm like, shit, I need to get a different color because I'm not really good with white. I always fuck it up. And then I got myself a fur jacket, or not a real fur jacket, like, you know, fuzzy fake fur jacket with earmuffs, matching earmuffs, and then heart earrings so I don't freeze to death. And then I got myself a sweater. And then I was like, oh, Valentine's Day is around the corner. And I thought, you know, I'm not going to be sick dying. So I got myself a really cute all red outfit with like red clips and stuff. But now I'm not going to be able to fucking wear it because I'm dying. So I also got myself an all pink sleep sweat set. So I could just, you know, be a hermit in my room like I always am in pink. And then I got myself a new tea mug that says a well-read woman is dangerous or something, a dangerous creature. So I went on a major shopping spree and got myself all that stuff. And then I got food too. I've got problems. Someone help me.
I seen an article after the last show that was corroborating what you were talking about, women getting abducted and turned into sex workers, slaves, and running prostitutes all over the place. I seen an article and read it, and I was like, oh my goodness. I didn't realize that they were decriminalizing prostitution in California.
Yep, that's what happens. And that's why I'm the hermit. No one believes me.
They saw a taxable income is what they saw. That's the only reason they did it, because that goes against all these Christian beliefs. And every politician, I believe in God we trust. I believe in God help us all. God loves us. Yeah, let's make some money off these prostitutes.
Yeah, but I don't think they have it where it's a legitimate business yet. It's just that they're not arresting all the streetwalkers, because they're primarily streetwalkers. They're not a business brothel setup type thing.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear about Ben and the hooker? No?
Yes, I did watch that show.
I can't believe I missed it. I was like miserable and I went to the hotel to go to sleep early because I had to be at the airport at like 5 a.m. And of course, right when I leave, all the crazy cool shit goes down. Like he wins $4,000. He almost gets arrested for giving money to a hooker. I'm just like, why? Why does it only happen when I'm gone? She was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's not bad for a $5 bet, is it?
Well, did he do a $5 bet?
Yeah, that's what he would have had to do to get that.
Well, I know he was playing it like the entire time we were doing bottomless mimosas. And it got to the point I didn't know how shit-faced I was until when I got back from Vegas and I was looking through my phone and I was like, I don't fucking remember taking these photos and videos. Like, what? And it's like, at one point, I guess we went back to Rudy's hotel because it was at the Ellis Island where we were at when we were doing the bottomless mimosas. And I was like recording and I'm like so fucked up. I'm like going back in Ashley's lap. I'm like, hi, Ashley. And she's looking at me like, bitch, you better fucking chill out. And I'm like, like she's giving me that look like you were so fucking annoying right now.
I got to make a quick note. I was paying attention to chat. Shy Guy Frankie Jr. is actually saying that all these Catholic priests that have been abusing young boys is humanity's fault. Not only the church's, it's humanity's fault. I just have to comment on that. Are you fucking insane?
Oh no.
Oh,
I think you are. To make a statement like that, Shy Guy Frankie Jr., you have to be insane.
In Massachusetts, Colonel Bernard Law was caught and his correspondences discovered of him knowingly transferring priests from church to church because of accusations that were coming out that they were doing things like that. It got so bad, and the lawsuits got so bad that they gave him a position in the Vatican and took him out of the United States. That's how big he was involved in it.
Yeah, yeah. They actually, Hollywood made a movie about it, man. And that's just isolate. They have case after case of it. But it just, I find this type of Christian repulsive. In other words, you get cornered in the corner and want to justify. Someone says, "Hey, you believe in this? You're part of it." Oh, usually it's, "Oh, that was our predecessor. We're not like that." Yeah, it's the same book. But to say that humanity is responsible for that, what the fuck, man? What the fuck?
That's the same kind of person that would possibly have had that happen to them as a child, but turn around and send their children to the same place, even if the same people are there.
Well, that's a type of person that will sit outside your house and do videos. That's the type of person that says that shit.
I'm reading the chat. Someone's saying Ben put counterfeit $100 bills in the poker machine. I don't think that's accurate.
I don't think it's possible.
Ow. Ben, you got some explaining to do. What are you, DB Cooper over here? Let's see. I'm trying to catch up with chat. It's hard to multitask and breathe at the same time. Like, I feel like I have pneumonia. Like, the first night in Vegas, you guys, it was so cold that we didn't even do Fremont Street. It was that cold. And we ended up going up to, Mike and Christy's room. And for some reason, they were blasting the AC up there, like blasting it. And where I was sitting was literally directly in the line of sight of the stupid ass, like, AC. So I was like, to the point I was freezing. And then I went over to Ashley at the end of it. And I was like trying to cuddle her. It was like, body warmth. We need body warmth. Like, it was so fucking cold. And so when we got back to the hotel, I cranked the heater up to like 80 degrees. I'm not even kidding. And then I put on my blue beanie and my blue jacket sweater and double layers of tights and triple layers of socks and went to bed. I was like, I'm so fucking cold. That's what's shitty about hotels. Any hotel you go to, like, in existence, they have like paper thin sheet blankets, which make no fucking sense. So yeah, I think that's where I got sick too. Like, obviously someone got us all sick, but I think I got like worse because I just froze up to death the entire time. Okay. I love how Street just marinates in my commentary. Thanks for that. I'm gonna start marinating in your commentary.
It encourages to keep talking, like, "Oh fuck, I better make my point better." I don't know. Do they understand what the fuck is that?
I know, exactly. I'm like, my throat hurts. Just fucking chime in already. Jesus, the way I get you to talk, I just see Barbara.
He does that to me too sometimes when I get on a rant.
Going on a tangent.
A few seconds and he's not responding, like, "Oh, I got more."
There's your sign. Well, I can't say it enough. I have no respect, none, and I don't care about their health issues. That empathy, I'm probably one of the most empathetic person you'll ever meet. I'm empathetic.
Wait, whose health issues?
Hold on. To claim health issues to shield you and explain and give you an out for your behavior does not fly in my book. That's not how I was raised. That's not how I think. But when people come to me and say, "Oh, you ought to stop because of this," their health, yeah, that's and that'd be like, I'll take it to the extreme analogy. If someone commits a bank robbery and they get caught outside a block away and they say, "Oh no, you got to forgive me. I only got 3 months to live." The cops ain't going, "Oh, well, hell, why didn't you say so? Go right ahead. I got empathy." No, they're going to say, "We don't give a fuck. What the hell was you doing?" I have issues, man. I have issues with someone, particularly Barbara, man. You sued. She seems to forget that. And then he was almost 90. He only lived 4 months later. Yeah, I'm sure at 90, he knew it's limited. And here he's worried, and now he's worried about his family leaving it. And what, sure enough, he passes away. Peggy's not doing good. And what does Barbara see fit? She adores him so much and the family, she sues the estate. Holy shit. And now she wants an apology and she wants them to beg for her forgiveness. No, the only person begging for forgiveness and then asking to be forgiven and apologize is you, Barb, to everyone, especially the family.
Yeah, I think I think she continued on because in their grief they might crack and just pay her some money. I think that's the kind of person she is.
Well, what kind of person that does what I just said and then turns around and says, I don't appreciate you talking to this person and this person and this person, Shiloh? What the fuck? Is that not self-aggrandizing?
That's gaslighting.
That's ridiculous. And then, oh, Street better not say nothing. What? How can I not say something? And then you throw on all these lies, not only about me, but a lot of people. She has told so many lies. For example, she mentioned the lawsuit today. She tried to invite me in. I declined. The judge can't make me. It had nothing to do with service. See how this is a 24 plus year lawyer. She's telling you all that, oh, it's he chickened out. He cried and cried. No, you can't serve me. That's my point. But she doesn't want to tell you guys that. I knew from the get-go, she can't fucking bring me in this lawsuit. I didn't copyright infringe her. You're going to have to open a new lawsuit. I don't care, waiver or not. And then to turn around and say that the case here, oh, I'm so below her, she's not. You yelled for over a year and a half. As soon as you find out who I am, you're going to sue me. I invited you to Marion. And you said, oh, no, I'm not going to waste my time. Besides, the judge threw it out. No, he did not. I voluntarily dismissed it. So it's just lie after lie. And by the way, I'm not in my mom's basement. My mom passed away several years ago. Nope, ain't in my mom's basement. Another lie.
Hey, she got that from me. Remember, I was making some funny commentary.
Yep. But I do agree, mayonnaise is finger food. Thanks, Candy, for that enlightenment in life.
Nobody's allowed to insult you about basements and mayonnaise finger food except for me. Damn it. It's not even an insult. It's an inside joke.
I think she kind of slipped today when she said that she was a deposition lawyer. That tells me her primary function where she worked at was to take depositions and write interrogatories, which means she's not a 24-year well-seasoned trial attorney. She's a lackey for a trial attorney.
I haven't educated myself on depositions, so can you educate me a little bit better so I don't have to Google it?
That's when somebody's brought in by a subpoena or a summons to take statements from them.
Under oath.
Oh my God, that's why we're being haunted by subpoenas?
Yeah. Well, a subpoena and a deposition is two different things. You could get a subpoena for a deposition, or you could get a subpoena to appear in court.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
And you know what? It really pissed me off today that she was saying, oh, Candy's young, so she'll one day learn about her mistakes. It's just like, why do you even fucking talk about me and take screenshots of my photos? And she stalks me on Facebook, clearly, because I posted on my Facebook only that ever since, I got COVID, I lost like 60% of my hair. And so I was talking about how I've been growing it out and trying to like bring it back to how it was. And my hairstylist was telling me, like, you should wear wigs until you could go back into my salon so I could try and fix your hair again. So I posted on there that I've been wearing wigs because everyone's like, oh, your hair has been changing so much. Like, how do you do it? And I was like, oh, I wear wigs so I could give my hair a break and let it grow out because I lost it. And she's got to fucking talk about that shit. She like saw my post and now all she talks about is my fake lashes, my wigs. I'm like the fakest person ever. Like, okay, yeah, I do. I've got my balloon lips that I play with a fucking lip plumper. I've got my fake lashes and I've got my fucking wigs. But that's all on me. Even though I'm considered one of the fakest people in the chase, I'm one of the fucking realest people also in the chase. I don't hide shit from people. I tell them straight up what's going on. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Every time I get a message from Shiloh, I share it with you guys. Like, why does she have to fucking knock me for wearing a wig? Is she gonna knock a cancer patient for wearing a wig? It's almost the same fucking concept. They lose their hair, so they wear wigs until they can grow their hair back. So if you think about it, Barb, you're an asshole. Freaking marinate on that one. How did she finally get proposed to? Oh God, of course.
Now hold on. I'm sitting in and I just got done watching this rant on the family and everyone else and a bunch of lies in my opinion. And it just hit me. I swear to this. I don't have Facebook. I said it came to Party City entered my mind. I'm like, shit, Quiet Riot. Great album. Condition Critical, Quiet Riot. I can segue into 3 Days Grace. Let's start a riot. I'm like,
I love that
perfect,
song.
perfect. And it happened like just like that. Snap my fingers. I'm like, fuck. I get my little phone out, put it up, blah, blah, blah. Pick a picture of Party City. But when she did that video, I'm like, oh shit, maybe there is a God. He touched me. He touched me. How did I know? I swear, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take a lie detector test. I do not go on Facebook. When if she started explaining it, I was like, this is destiny, man. This is I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Wow, thank you, God.
Hey, Tisha is in chat. I told her to hit the link. Is it Tisha or Tisha? Is it Tisha? Why can I never remember?
Tish with a
It's
T-I.
Tish? Okay.
Like
sorry, Tish.
Tish.
I'm sick right now, so I've got like fucking COVID brain. I saw Tisha in the bathroom at Bally's right before the poker tournament happened because I was like, I think I was kind of drunk at the time. I can't remember what I was fucking doing. And it was so funny because I saw her in there and I was like, what, there you are. And then Ashley was in there too. And then we came out of the bathroom and I saw Greg and we're like surrounded by everybody talking. And then all of a sudden, like, I look over and Tisha is like literally holding on to Capro's backpack to the point she's almost choking her to dear life because she can't fucking stand up. And so I was trying to help support her, right? So I'm holding her up and I'm looking at Greg like, dude, come get your girlfriend. She's gonna like fall over. And he's like, you got it. And I was like, what the fuck? She's so fucked up right now. It was so funny. I wish I took a picture of like Capro's face as she's like feeling the pull of Tisha's backpack. She was so funny. Oh, it was Tisha. I knew it. It was Tisha. I said it right.
Did you?
Yeah. Damn it, straight. Ow. Ow. God, my throat, my chest is like so fucked up right now. Yeah, if Tisha wants to hit the link, she can. It's up at the top. I know it's taken me a few days to recover from Vegas and I didn't even go that hard. Like Ben and Ashley, they went so fucking hard street. Like the first night, I remember it got to the point where I was begging Ben to finally just go to bed. I was like, we need to go back to the hotel. We need to go to bed. Like, I'm going to fall asleep on Mike and Christy's couch right now. Like, let's fucking go. And it was 4:00 in the morning. 4:00 in the morning. You know what time we were up the next day? 9:00 in the morning.
Damn.
I know. And that was the poker tournament and the karaoke and stuff. So yeah, I was hungover. I wanted food. I felt like shit. So we went to Ellis Island's breakfast spot, which is amazing. And we were all like looking at the waitress, like, bro, this is taking forever, which it was taking forever. And I'm like, I want food, I want coffee, I want alcohol, like, fix the shit. And we ended up getting Bloody Marys. And I got the first Bloody Mary, I was like sipping on it. And because it was taking so long for orders, we were all like, oh, we should order double Bloody Marys, right? Oh my God. By the time we were supposed to check out, I had half my Bloody Mary and then a whole other Bloody Mary. And Ben's looking at me like, she's not going to make it. She's not going to make it. But I'm like, nope, you will be wrong, sir. And next thing you know, I'm like pounding the other half. And then he looks away for a second and then the whole Bloody Mary's gone. He's just like, damn. And then I'm like fucking sitting pretty on a good one because I think I took like one of the edibles or something because I was just like so fucking over the morning. I was like, the first thing I did was when I woke up, I went to Ashley. I'm like, I want an edible right fucking now. And she's like, do you want a half? I'm like, no, give me a whole one. And she's like, okay. So she gives me a whole one. And while we're there sitting down waiting for our brunch, it kicks in and I'm just like giggling my ass off at nothing. And they're looking at me and they're like, yep, that kicked in. And I'm just like, woohoo. It was so funny. It knocked me on my ass for a second. I'm not gonna lie. And then I forgot what we did after. Oh, while we were at brunch, Ben was texting with Jens and he was telling Ashley he had a surprise for her. And we all knew he was talking about Heidi Klum because Heidi Klum was in Vegas filming for Germany's Next Top Model. And he's like, oh, Jens says to bring everybody, right? And so I look like a fucking, I don't know, I look like a drowned rat at that point. I'm hungover. I don't give a shit. I just want a breakfast. And so Ashley looks at us and Ben looks at us. He's like, go back to the hotel and change. And I'm like, I don't want to change. Like, just let me live my fucking lazy life. And Ashley's like, we need to get Heidi Klum ready. And I'm like, fucked up. And that's when I joined Troy's live. And then UK Paul was like super concerned about me. He's like, are you okay? Are you going to be around people later? Because I was like kind of fucked up. And then I finally started to get ready. And I'm like, this is the only outfit I have that's like Heidi Klum approved. And then we get there and we're not even allowed to like go near her yet. And then finally Jens is like, goes to her bodyguard and is like, oh, can they take a picture with Heidi? And she literally only took a picture with Ashley, looked at us and kind of looked annoyed and then just walked away. And I was like so hungover. I'm like, I don't want a picture with you anyways, Heidi Klum, even though you've been my hero since I was a child and I've always loved your hair. Like she didn't seem that happy. So and then after that we ended up going to Bally's for Horseshoe for the poker tournament. Huh. Fuck.
Hey everyone.
What's happening, Troy?
Hey Troy.
Just got back from the airport. I had to take Greg. He's going out to Cairo. And he's gonna go there to go to Giza too. He wants to check out the pyramids. Part of the stop.
Pyramid of Giza. Orion's
Well,
belt.
I don't know if he wants me to tell, but fuck him. I'm going to tell his secret anyhow. He thinks he found King Ramesses' grave, man.
Yeah. Well, that was a cool mummy that he found after.
Yeah.
I can't with you guys tonight. I fucking can't. The way you guys troll, but you make it seem so like legitimate. It confuses me. Because the first thing that goes through my mind is Greg is so crazy enough. He probably would come across a fucking mummy.
Not any normal mummy. It's King Ramesses, man.
Well, I want him to go find the Emerald Tablet, okay? Go tell him to find Thoth. Tell Greg to go to the top of the Sphinx and try and open the hatch that's covered up, says Ben.
I'm still trying to figure out how you got permission to get that sarcophagus out of there.
Oh man, we're all cursed. This is why we've been screwed over since 2020. Greg opened the sarcophagus.
Well, the funny thing, I think we can go ahead and spill the beans. What the fuck? If he gets pissed, he gets pissed. Whatever, man. That was when Barb did the videos about now Greg's out in the high desert blowing up rocks. It was actually a tomb, a sarcophagus he was blowing up to get King Ramesses. I think well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Never mind.
No, but it's going to be heading there. What the hell?
Wait, wasn't it the Pyramid of Giza used to have a gold pyramid at the top to like it disappeared now, but it used to be up there, and that's what they believe they used to like what was it? It was kind of like a battery almost, it charged and it protected from the sun.
Napoleon, that's why he that's why he attacked Egypt. He was told that the cap of the Great Pyramid was gold, solid gold. And that's why
But I
Yeah,
thought
I
it
know.
actually was.
Yeah, that's what Ben was telling him. That's what caused him to go out there. That's why a certain person's mad at Ben and Ashley now.
Well,
He's
I
given
thought
too many
Ben said
hints.
that you need to go to the Sphinx to get the hatch, which I've heard of that too. But I
Yeah, he
think
says there's
the
a hatch
Pyramid
at the
of
top,
Giza-
but Greg, he couldn't make it to the top, so he had to blow the side of the pyramid off.
Yeah, see, he said the gold top was the power source. Yeah, I remember that. And it was like they found a way to like use solar power energy, but also to protect themselves from the sun at one time. Do you guys remember hearing about that? It was like I came across an article about it. It's just I researched so much. It's hard for me to like retain stuff that I've like recently researched because of my trauma from my abusive fucking narcissistic ex. But it was something about how they
That was Sunscreen by Pharaoh Johnson and Johnson.
Okay, that was pretty funny.
Took me about 30 seconds to scan my brain to come up with that.
Good one.
Oh, you guys are goobers.
I've seen specials that said documentaries that indicated the same technology that Tesla tried to do in New York with tapping into the Earth's own energy and giving everybody, like free energy.
Yeah, the ley lines.
Yeah, I heard that tied into the pyramids in Egypt, and especially the Great Pyramid. It has a sarcophagus and everything, but a king has never been found there. And all the chambers, it alludes to like what you're saying and Ben saying, and a lot of people believe it was a power source. And if you look at even with modern day mirrors, when they down in the deep parts of these pyramids, they say they use light reflection, however it
Refraction?
is, with mirrors.
You're talking about refraction?
Yeah, refraction. They use mirrors. Bullshit. Even today with modern mirrors, even concave one, we can't get the light go down there. And there's no soot on the ceilings on these pictographs or whatever they call it.
I thought the ancient Egyptians were superstitious of mirrors. They said that it was a portal for the dead or some shit, wasn't it?
Well, I'm just saying that's how archaeologists, when I was young, that's how I remember reading articles. That's how they say they got the light down into these depths of the pyramid in order to paint these intricate drawings all over the walls. Well,
the
no.
skylights.
Yeah, there's no fucking way. And if you look at some of the pictographs, there's actually this person's holding this huge fucking like 6-7 foot long light bulb. There's a line coming from it, looks like a wire, and goes to a box with a handle. And there's a guy leaning down next to it, acting like he's cranking this box. That's fucking electricity.
So Ben's saying that they use copper mirrors, which is true. So they had a skylight, right? And then they would have copper mirrors where they would have them angled, and if you could shift it a certain way, like it shows you in The Mummy Returns and all that other shit.
It's impossible.
It's not impossible.
Yes, it is. They proved it. They proved it's impossible. They actually staged it. And it's impossible to go down these chambers. And as far as this skylight, bullshit. The center fucking area is solid granite. This, 30, 40 foot high chamber. I don't know how many feet.
You got to think about back then, there was more oxygen in the atmosphere back then.
Okay.
It was possible back then versus now, because even Ben's saying not enough oxygen, and I agree, but it's been proven that as time has gone on and progressed, we are losing more and more oxygen. So by the time, like back in the time of the Pyramid of Giza and shit, Of course they had oxygen. They had so much oxygen. I believe that's one of the reasons why they lived to such a long age in comparison, is because the oxygen was not depleted like it is now. Like, we're constantly cutting down the trees, we're constantly polluting our, environment, that we're polluting the water, like we're polluting everything on our planet. And I think that is what's actually depleting our oxygen source. So
I
back
believe
then there was a shit ton of oxygen.
I believe what that guy Peter said, that those chambers would fill up with water, and then the water goes down there, and they have a like, it's almost like a tuning fork, and when the water vibrates around it, it creates harmonics, because the like Ben was saying, he believes, or he proved actually, that each one of the pyramids is set at a certain frequency, and then they put another piece of slab of granite in there that's really thin, and the water comes down and hits it, vibrates it, and causes harmonics. And he believes that they use that for communication and for a power source. So, Justin, what is that guy's last name? Because I think you're the one that gave me those videos. I know his first name is Peter. Peter, the guy that wrote all them books about the power source and the pyramids, and how he said the Egyptians are all full of shit, and he said they weren't built the way they said they were built. And
Is
he
that
said
also, is that the same guy that goes to the native reservations here in America, Peter Santello?
no. This is the science guy, Peter. Damn, I can't remember his name. I did a video about it, and I sent you guys links to the videos. He did like 3 or 4 videos. Ben probably knows what I'm talking about. I can't remember his last name.
I
But
don't
he
remember the
said,
name either.
I have it here somewhere. I'll tell you what the guy's name is as soon as I find
Hey,
it.
look, they just found a 400-year-old underground complex in the Grand Canyon. That's kind of cool. But I don't know how this. Are you talking about Peter Marlington?
Nope.
Oh, because I just read an article right now, and they mentioned Peter Marlington. It says he and his friends just discovered the entrance to an underground complex that has been estimated to be over 400 years old and built in the late 1500s. I don't even know how the fuck they got access to that in the Grand Canyon, because the government freaks out if you get anywhere near the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
I think some places people can get permits, special access permits.
But the that area where they talk about how Cleopatra and Mark Antony's son escaped with their people and took them to the Grand Canyon and made like a civilization inside the Grand Canyon. There's this man and his wife who's a teacher. They've been like researching it for years, and they believe they discovered the entrance, and they were doing videos on it. It was like a documentary. And when they got a helicopter, because you need a helicopter to get to that entrance, they were told that they couldn't do it. Like they had like this weird military fighter pilot or whatever come by and warn them and said like they couldn't go anywhere. And so then they tried to hire a bunch of rock climbers to like descend down into the entrance, and they couldn't even do it. They got stuck and had to get rescued.
Yeah, that's when the black helicopters show up with no identification.
Yeah.
On
Yeah, some crazy ass shit. And there's like proof that in the past, some adventurers and archaeologists like found this entrance before, and they documented, took pictures, and it was proven that there was like gold and all types of stuff you would find in like ancient Egypt, but it was inside the Grand Canyon.
Well, there's a tribe that still lives down inside the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, and they talk about it too.
I got that guy. I got that guy's name, by the way. It's Christopher Dunn. The book is The Giza Power Plant: Technologies of Ancient Egypt.
Huh.
Read that book and watch what that guy says. He pretty much, in my opinion, blows out all the other theories. But he actually proved it with models. And he said the problem is these Egyptologists are not engineers, and they don't understand what they're talking about. So, yeah, they probably don't like the guy. But he's got a pretty good. If you look at his bio, he's pretty smart guy.
The find you're talking about, Candy, in the Grand Canyon, they not only found Egyptian artifacts, but they found the Far East. like China, India. They found religious artifacts from all over the world in the Grand Canyon. And who found it was a archaeologist working for Smithsonian
Yeah.
back in the early 1900s.
Yeah, before everything was fucking silenced and quieted up. So yeah, they were talking about God, what was it? Didn't it go back to the dude that also discovered the T-Rex or something and in Wyoming, and it was also associated with the Smithsonian? Remember, it's like oh my God, what's his name? It was associated with Fenn stuff. Like if you were trying to do a solve for Fenn, it was the guy that created a house full of dinosaur bones.
Okay.
Do you remember him?
No.
I forgot his name, but he basically ran the Smithsonian, and I think that's the same person. I forgot the name though. Let me go to chat and see if like Lucky's in there screaming it, because she usually is. She's like, Candy, you're wrong. It's this. Where is she?
By the way, I'm looking up Christopher Dunn. Yeah, he's background in engineering, in aerospace. He worked
Holy shit.
for 49 years in high-tech manufacturing and laser operations, and I guess aerospace manufacturers worked in that industry for a long time.
Susie Fenhaven just said in chat, a high altitude UFO was shot down over Alaska today. Not kidding, real news.
That was another balloon. Germany sent it out in the shape of a beer mug.
Bullshit. I don't think it was a fucking balloon.
Was Dragon Man spotted near that area?
I want to look it up. Hold on. UFO shot down over Alaska.
Dragon Man made a video today with aiming a rocket launcher up in the sky, saying that I hear a Chinese balloon is coming this way. I know our government won't do nothing about it, but I will.
Our government probably paid for them that. So I like the meme that's out there. It says they didn't fly the balloon over Washington, D.C. because there's no intelligence to gather.
Wait, it says President Joe Biden ordered the shoot down, which was announced from the White House. You know, there's actual documentation in the FBI. I think it's either the FBI or the CIA files that you have access to, thanks to Trump. And they talk about Russia shooting down a UFO. I can't remember, it was a couple years ago. And the aliens literally turned into a ball of light because they were shooting them, trying to kill them and shit. And I kid you not, this is a real fucking document. They turned into a ball of light and then turned all of the military personnel into fucking statues. Like, I'm not kidding. It's not fake. It's not a hoax. This is like real CIA documentation.
The CIA and the FBI and all the rest of the alphabet agencies in the United States government aren't really looking too good this past 8 years or so.
No shit.
They're hired hands to fucking promote a political agenda. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Always about politics and religion. Always.
Well, let's go back to, it's kind of modern history, Vietnam. The advisors, quote unquote advisors that we initially sent over there, they were CIA. A lot of them were. They were military, granted, but CIA was over there right from the get-go. I think there's records they were there even before we jumped in. They're the ones that got us to jump in.
Well, did you hear? So I think Lucky Digger in chat says the Chinese are going to come here, I think. And I actually agree with her, because not only did they have that little spy balloon that we shot down, but just recently, what was it? President Trudeau, the one that runs Canada, or, governor, whatever the fuck, he just took away all the guns of Canada. And China, if I'm not mistaken, is right on the border of Canada right now with their army.
That's been an old rumor for like, man, a long time now, 4 or 5 years. That
But
China.
they recently showed it. It's not a rumor.
I thought about that. China is up the border. That goes back like 4 or 5 years now. I mean, let's face it. We spy on China. We spy. Everybody spies on everybody. But I think it was pretty obnoxious that they did it with a balloon and did it so slow. And if we had a real president, they would have shot it down right away. Biden's excuse was, "Oh, I didn't want to shoot it when it was over the country. It might damage something." Bullshit. He gave them enough time to gather all the shit they needed to gather, and then he blew it up over the fucking ocean, so that there's no fucking evidence. Who they trying to kid? Sickening.
I don't. Oh, hold on. Tyler's joining again. Oh no. I'm clicking buttons. Look up Project the Gateway. Look up Project Oak Tree. It'll fucking freak you out. Have you guys heard of Project Oak Tree?
Yeah.
No, nope.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
The one where they target a specific type of bloodline. And if you are of that bloodline, they could brainwash you, kind of like, the Ultron or what was it? Ultra K Ultra.
MK Ultra.
Yeah, MK Ultra. There we go. I was like, fuck, I can't remember. Yeah, so basically what they say is that if you have that type of bloodline, you can be manipulated and controlled and brainwashed and you wouldn't even know it.
I know
It's kind
it.
of where they have their sleeper agents and shit. Huh.
Yeah, I remember reading about that. But they use it on all kinds of people. That's the
Well,
ones,
yeah.
the stars that get brainwashed at a young age. That's all part of Oak Tree. Friggin' whatchamacallit, Osama bin Laden was probably a result of Project Oak Tree.
Yeah, but the thing about MK Ultra versus Project Oak Tree is that the bloodline, it stays in that bloodline. The other ones, it'll break down and destroy them. Like it'll literally make them go mentally insane. And that's why you'll see certain celebrities that don't really seem like themselves anymore, i.e. Amanda Bynes, Britney Spears, stuff like that. They start to literally lose, like, it deteriorates their mind. And so people with this specific type of bloodline, they can actually handle MK Ultra and shit like that. And like literally they turn into like the world's best spies and all kinds of shit.
Wait, people in Hollywood have a mind?
When they
Newsflash.
arrive,
Yeah, celebrities know best. Yeah.
Newsflash, what?
People in Hollywood have a brain.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something funny after that. What's up, Tyler?
Not much. Just got back from dropping my ex off. We were
Wait, your
just hanging
ex?
out. Yeah, Elizabeth. I've been hanging with her, and she's been keeping me in check, so I don't do anything stupid.
I don't. Okay.
We've been friends for the longest.
Wait, what's her husband is killed and she ends up being a spy after that? Wait, what's INFJ saying? The widow
I have
spy
no
is a
idea.
true story. Oh yeah, I know about the widow spy. That's another thing for Project Oak Tree.
I swear,
Chinese
this
army.
talk reminds me of Bloodline by Papa Roach.
I mean, it's CIA stuff, but maybe.
You know what's funny? Nobody listens to anybody anymore. They don't listen to the news. They know it's fake. They don't listen to people in Hollywood. I think
Yeah,
maybe 10
because
people watch the Grammys. Like nobody cares about them.
it's all bot. Like the whole social media aspect, it's all bot.
Yeah.
A false narrative. And it's funny because like they could take any type of image or comment and take it out of context and make you think that this person's a terrible person just because of a picture and how they position it. And it's not that, like, that's not what's going on. Like, prime example, the whole war with Ukraine thing. Like, Russia doesn't allow anybody in Russia to talk about what's really happening with Ukraine. And I believe there was this 14-year-old girl that just got locked up and sent to prison because she was trying to, I think it was a tweet. She was trying to tweet what's really happening in Russia and how they're fucking up Ukraine for no reason. So they arrested her. They put her in fucking prison. A little girl.
See, I've heard that the Ukraine was doing biochemical warfare. I believe that was true too. They're
I
not
read
part of
about that
NATO.
too.
They're not part of NATO. We have no business helping them. We should, I mean, don't get me wrong. I feel bad what's happening over there, but we got our own people here. We got our own problems. We should be taking care of our problems here. We got homeless people all over the place. We got all kinds of issues. We don't need to be worried about a country that is not even part of NATO and doesn't pay for anything. It's not our fucking responsibility to put taxpayers' money, and all that money's being funneled. It was through cryptocurrency at one point, right back into the fucking politicians' hands. I believe all that. I know it's conspiracy, but I believe it. Especially when you look at who's been dealing with fucking Ukraine for all these years.
On a side note, real quick, I just looked down at the feed I got it. Barbara's latest videos, it says, "Get lost, Jeff Street." Well, ever since I came
That's
out
the
on
one I was
YouTube with
talking about,
videos
Street.
in January of 2019, I've been trying to tell you guys, I'm lost in
Jeez.
thought. You're finally catching on. Good for you, Barb.
Ugh.
You're finally catching on.
Street, that's the video I was telling you about where she literally, like, she went live, right, for 3 hours earlier about Shiloh, and then she came back, and I was like, I'm gonna go live anyways, but I saw that she started going live, and I'm like, shit, dude, I can't deal with this. But it looked like she'd been crying for a while, and she doesn't seem okay, dude. She really
I
does
turned it
not seem
off.
okay.
She said Street's masturbating in the basement.
Did she really?
And
That's
yeah,
funny.
she said it in her
That's
last
funny.
video. Then Candy's trying to get into Shiloh's pants.
What?
Yeah, I mean, she hit everybody. Pam Chetron, Carl Summers, Shiloh, Zoe. Like, she was attacking everybody, man. You
That's what
name
I'm
it.
telling you. I think she's not okay right now.
Well, I don't feel sorry for her if she's not okay.
Well, I mean,
Look what she does to people. She hurts other people. There's a lot of people in
you
there.
don't have to be sorry, but it's still good to be empathetic towards someone when you see they're hurting.
Why?
Even
She's
though
not
she's
empathetic. She's not empathetic for me.
yeah,
Doesn't know
but
nothing about me.
I'll use what she uses. It's a karmic boomerang, ladies and gentlemen. She threw out all this negativity with the lawsuit, and anyone who questioned it, she would attack and threaten with lawsuits. I say it's the karmic boomerang. It's coming back tenfold.
No, and now you're gonna cry about it. It's like, fuck you, man.
no,
What about
what I'm
me?
trying
What
to
about
say-
all the other people
what
you're
I'm
hurt?
trying to
She's
say
hurting.
is, regardless, it's still to be empathetic and show empathy to someone, even if they're an asshole. Like, dude,
We
you can
tried
tell
that.
that she's like fucking hurting and she's not okay. And I know it's karma. But still, it's
I
like
don't care. I tried it.
Uh,
I tried that. Now I don't care. I mean, I wouldn't want anything. I wouldn't wish something bad that happened, but I honestly don't care. She doesn't give a shit about me. She doesn't give a shit about anybody else. She doesn't. I mean, like, she's talking about Ashley. I mean, I can understand her picking on Ben maybe, but I've never seen Ashley bother anybody. So doesn't
No.
she think about Ashley's feelings? Or doesn't she think about, suppose one of those people, she's always talking about Heather Dawn. I used to talk to Heather Dawn all the time too. I feel bad about that, but she's kind of doing the same thing. And then,
Yeah,
oh
she's
no,
latching-
now it's coming back. Oh, to feel sorry. Nobody fucking cares about you,
she's
Barb.
latching on to literally anything she could latch on to. I see that. But like, she wasn't trashing Ashley. She was actually trashing Ben. She was calling him like druggy Ben. And then she was like, Ashley's an absolute beauty. And it's like, everyone knows she's fucking gorgeous. But
You know why she's doing it? She's doing it because she's trying to build up her case. So that's what Greg and her says she can prove. Look how they're harassing me and hurting me. And it's the other way around. I've been saving everything that she does. It's like she claimed. Now, I'm not going to put up with that shit from anybody. I think it's wrong what she's doing.
Me neither.
I tried to be nice.
Well-
Street, I've said it. She could come on. I thought I never did any videos about her. I even said, why don't we give them another chance, Chip? But I'm not going to let that shit, happen. And then she was talking about my wife, something like that. Come,
on.
Barb, come and
Hold
say
on.
some of that shit to our face.
Hold on. Hi, Matt.
Fucking
What's
pig.
up, Matt?
Hey, what's going on?
What's happening,
Matt's
Matthew?
you guys, everyone who doesn't know, Matt's the one who won lot 291 of Shiloh's auction today.
Oh,
Nice.
dope. What's up? That's
What's
dope,
what
dude.
is what was it?
jealous.
What was it that he won?
The Forrest Fenn's Arrowhead collection.
His what arrowhead? Oh, cool. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. I didn't even know what was going on, and then Candy and Hooli went on there, and 5 minutes later, the bid came up. So
He got it. And he
That's-
got to tell Shiloh that, he was like, thank you. What'd you say? Oh, tell Shiloh I thank his grandfather for his service. And then I showed him, Shiloh responded back and was like super excited to see that he won it. It was pretty cool.
That is very cool. Yeah, congratulations. That's definitely something really cool though.
Yeah, that's awesome. I wish I had the money for that shit because I would definitely got it if I had the money. for it,
I
but-
almost bid on it, Matt, but then I was like $300. I need to spend $300 on my hair next week. So I was like, never mind.
yeah, I saw you posted that. I couldn't. But what wasn't talked about was whether one of those arrowheads was the first one that Forrest found. So that one's probably not in there, but it would be really cool if it is.
I
Oh,
mean,
dude,
I
I
tried
would be-
asking him earlier and then I showed him your question too, but he chose not to respond to it. And I don't blame him. Again, I like ask him random stupid questions
Yeah.
on the
I don't
daily.
know the answer either, because if anyone ever asked me, I'm like, I don't know. So
I mean, I think he's busy being Indiana Jones on a Friday night, exploring, adventuring. So I kind of give up on messaging him for the rest of the night.
well, good for him. That's what he needs to be doing. He's a young man.
Exactly. It's funny though, because when I when I'm being cheeky, this is what I told him. So when I told him that I was like, I'll pass the message along. He's a total sweetheart and very intelligent. I'm sure your response will make his day. And he wrote back, I'm neither of those things. And I was like, you're neither intelligent nor sweetheart. I'm like, poof, Shiloh, we know you're a triple threat, sweet, intelligent, and cute.
Yeah, I didn't see that part. That's funny. That's funny.
It's like that. He sounds just like his grandfather. It's cracking me up.
He just
It's
being
making
humble.
me wonder, like, do you think it's possible that back when Fenn was alive, Shiloh was replying to some of his emails? Because I swear it sounds just like him.
Yeah, he's just being humble. That's all.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. I was just like, you got like, okay, so the whole Kiwi map debacle. He said, because I sent it to him and I was like, okay, I hunted down the map, blah blah. Let me find it. It's so funny. Let me see. It's somewhere right here. Let me find it. Okay, here it is. So I was like, found the map, and he's like, someone send me a new map and I'll sign it. And I'm like, thank you so much. Be sure to put a warning sign that there's no hidden messages that use fire or lemon juice. Ha ha ha. And he's like, ... or was there? And I'm like, you cheeky little terror. Because
That's
Kiwi
great.
told us that the reason he accidentally caught the map on fire was because he was trying to do like National Treasure and see if there's a secret message by fire or lemon juice. And so I told him, and he's like, or was there?
No, what freaked me out was only about literally 5 minutes before that. I was joking around when you guys posted about the separate auction. I was like, well, what are they auctioning off now? Rocks in his pond. Because there was that video when Dow was there and he was saying, hey, Shiloh, go drain the pond. And then all of a sudden, 5 minutes later, hey, they're doing an auction for actual real stuff that you can get a forest. And I saw the arrowheads. I saw some moccasins and some gloves and some other stuff. I was like, no. I saw the arrowheads. I was like, oh hell yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, because he even said it himself. He said lot 291 was like really cool. And so I was like, now I got to go look at it and see what he's talking about. And then I saw it. I was like, dude, that is really cool.
Yeah,
It's
how
kind
did
of
we
like,
know about that way earlier? I mean, I registered on that fucking website in 3 minutes. I'm just like, I'm pulling my shit out. Look like freaking Kermit the Frog on the computer and everything. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, I at least want a shot. Like, what if it goes for 500 or something, you know? So.
Yeah, I didn't see the link that Candy posted on her YouTube page till like 2 hours later. I was like, shit, it's already over. I was like, fuck.
Ben saying, Candy, ask him why DB Cooper is an interesting story. I'm like, nope, I'm letting him have a normal Friday night.
Yeah, it always gets chippy in there. There's always one certain time of the day where there's like a total fucking meltdown. And before that, everything's fine. After that, everything's fine. But during that 2 or 3 hour period, it's like the full on fucking meltdown. I enjoy it. I like watching it. I usually when it's going on, I just say, I'm fixing to pop some popcorn and just enjoy the fucking show.
Oh, with the DB Cooper stuff?
No, just Discord in general.
Oh, I'm out of Discord. I got banned. I don't know if you remember me.
Yeah, I know. It's all
But
good.
I do have good news on that end. So, I mean, if Ben wants me to, if he wants, yeah, if I have acceptance from Ben, I'll tell it. But if not, then I won't. Let me know in the chat, Ben.
Ben's too busy cursing me to the four winds for not asking the damn question about DB Cooper.
No, this is more important than DB Cooper right now.
Drain the swamp.
You'll see why.
So Matthew, were that bids being read up on those arrowheads, or did you get a pretty decent deal? I mean, I'm not asking you how much, but I'm saying, was the bidding hot for them?
It was hot, but it was about like Heritage. So if you can figure out what you had to bid on something for Heritage to win it, that was about it.
When I looked at it, it was about $300.
Well, no, I don't want to. Somebody else said, I think when they first saw it, it started out at 100. And so I was like, okay, but I don't even, what's that word called? It's not intrinsic value. It's whatever else.
Sentimental.
What is it called, Troy?
Sentimental.
That's true.
Not sentimental either. It's
what, the provenance?
Yes, provenance. So all three of those put together: sentimental, provenance, and the other one I said, or we said,
Intrinsic.
yes. So between those three, there was freaking like 43 arrowheads in there. I'll never sell them. I would give them away, but I will never fucking sell them. But I already have my little list, by the way, too.
You should go and take a play out of Ben's book and write a treasure hunt and then hide one of the arrowheads somewhere in Colorado.
Yeah, I guess they're all from Colorado. I was hoping one got snuck in there from Temple, Texas on a dry riverbed somewhere, maybe his first one. But if it's not, I'm still not disappointed. Trust me.
Wait, did it say they're all from Colorado?
Well, I mean, it said the Colorado whatever. I had, like I said before, I had literally 3 minutes to research it, but I was like, but then you guys had said, hey, Shiloh said, his granddad found all these. It posted literally 5 minutes before I went on there, registered and went on there, and I was like, really?
If I'm not mistaken, it could be part of the Clovis cache. Did it say anything about that? Because the Clovis cache is the Colorado plateau.
Like I haven't even had. I sent a couple friends, hey, look at this, look what the fuck, but I haven't even had a chance to do any background on it. But Shiloh said, hey, man, my grandfather found all these, so that's good enough for me. If that's Shiloh's word, I'll take Shiloh's word. I think he's a way
Well, because
bigger.
I was asking him if that was the collection that Forrest bought from Russell, the one that wrote the book that I believe was what started Fenn's love of collecting.
Russell Osborne.
And I said Rex
or
first.
different?
And he's like, what do you mean, Rex Aerosmith? And I was like, I think so. And I think he kind of got annoyed by me for not knowing. And I'm like, oh, no, it's Russell. So I had to like go back and find the email between me and Fenn where he says he actually did and purchased it. And he said, no, my granddad collected and found all of these. And I was like, oh, okay.
No, that's really cool. So
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
43 fucking arrowheads. The average price for one little tiny thing in the heritage auction was about anywhere from, with whatever they called it, buyer's fee or whatever, $1,300-$1,400 for about that same amount, 43 things. So yeah, I mean, I will always treasure it. I've started a huge shadow box. It's got the book, a couple little things I got from the other auction, this, and then maybe some emails back and forth between me and Forrest. Very few, nothing anyone needs to go, what did he tell you? But, just like I'd send him a picture of my son catching a fish, and he'd be like, nice fish, or hey, happy birthday, Forrest. He'd say, hey, thanks, but nothing more than that. But yeah.
You know what I would like to see go for sale? That white leather bound book with the gold embroidery. It says San Lazaro. I would like to see that thing go for sale. I don't think it ever will.
There was a knife. There was a fucking knife right before the arrowhead. It only went for $300 with the sheath, with an embroidered, whatever you call it when you put beads on it and all that shit. $300. I was like, you got to be shitting me. But I literally got on there. It was at $285, and I got on there at $291. Like, six spots before that one went down. That's how close it was, and had no idea. I was literally cooking dinner and saw what Hooli and Candy posted. And so I started asking questions. I was like, is this for one single item or the whole damn thing? And then nobody answered, but then they started, Candy and Hooli were like, hey, here's a link, here's how you do it. I was like, okay. So, hey, very grateful. Thanks, guys.
I think you got a good deal. I'm no expert, but I think for considering you got 43 of them, I think that's really cool. I wouldn't be pissed off about it. I think you did great.
I'll share the picture. Hold on. Is it okay? I share the picture, Matt?
Are you sending the screenshot of what Shiloh said?
No, I was going to show the actual picture of the arrowheads from the lot.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I still haven't had a good chance to count them all yet. I think it's 43 arrowheads total.
1,
Yeah,
2,
holy
3,
shit.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2, 3, 4, 5, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 7, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Yeah, exactly 42, which is the answer to the universe.
Is it really 40? Here we go again with the fucking
Yeah,
42.
42.
Ah, damn.
Answer
And you got that
to
for
the
300.
universe.
You got that for $300.
Say again?
You got that for $300.
No, it was not $300.
No, it
I'm
started.
betting
He said it started
went up
at
way
300.
higher after it was getting
Oh.
down to the bidding.
Okay, so hey man, I'm just not going to be a dick and be Mr. Secretive. I think it ended up going for 300, but after the buyer's fees and all that was about 16. So
Wait,
Okay.
1,600?
yeah, I sent that to you on your thing. The
What?
one
Now I gotta go back. I didn't see that.
yeah. But all right, remember how when you bought something at Heritage, add whatever 300 to it, and that was the fee or whatever. So
Holy
Gotcha.
craminelli. So you actually paid $1,600 for those arrowheads?
yeah, I thought it was that important.
38
let me-
bucks a piece. So 38 bucks a pice. That ain't bad.
Not bad. No.
I'm glad I didn't bet on it because then I wouldn't have any clothing to buy or any
Well,
hair to get done.
I think I told Julia, I said, yeah, my credit card hates me right now. Just so you guys know, I'm not some rich guy. I'm just I'm a retired military guy. I retired as a major, like Forrest did. Did a lot of shit Forrest did too. I worked on radars. I was enlisted first. Went to officer candidate school. I didn't fly planes, but I was an artillery guy and commanded an infantry company combat. But
Dope, dude. That's an excellent career, dude.
Yeah. Thanks for your service.
hey, thank you guys, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, we had a lot in common. So a lot of that's what drew me into the chase. And I think those arrowheads are priceless to me because he touched every single fucking one of them. Shiloh said he found all of them. So that means I have 40. What was it, Candy? My
42.
memory's all fucked up. I can tell you
42.
what my drill sergeant was in basic training, but I can't tell you what you just told me. Yeah, 42. Okay, so
Remember, the answer to life is 42.
it's always 42. Or
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Dr. Pickle will tell you it's 41 after my New Year's Eve treasure hunt. But yeah, I don't know how that got started. So yeah.
That's funny.
Well,
Hold on.
well, thanks for sharing all that, Matthew. I'm really glad a guy like you got that. It's better than hearing
dude.
that somebody got it and was breaking it up into pieces and anybody
Oh, no.
wants one.
No, this
That's
shit isn't going to get piecemealed out for a profit. It'll either, if I do give them away, they will be to deserving people. I will never sell them, or they'll go to my family because I've had 4 people in my family hunt for the treasure. So
That's really cool.
yeah, my youngest son went with me to Montana the times that I went. Yes, I was a Montana guy. My 2 older boys and his wife and my 2 grandsons went, drove from Washington to search Ouzel Falls, which was pretty popular back then, I guess. But yeah.
And now
That's
you
really
got something. And now you got something to hold on forever. So that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's something I can spread out. But yeah, there is a list. There's a short list. There might be some surprises as far as people that I think highly of, in Discord and stuff like that. So I don't need a whole collection of it. I'm not a big collector kind of guy. Like to trout fish, jump out of airplanes, and some other things. But yeah, there's going to be some gifts, so it'll be cool.
That was really cool.
Now, what the hell? I didn't even dare go on there, but I was making funny comments about it with the Babs. The Babs. No. Like, what were the highlights? Like, I was too busy bidding on my shit to fuck with the Babs. Whatever came of the Babs, what were the highlights? You guys probably said it earlier, but I probably missed it.
Street, you want to take this one?
Oh my goodness. Let's start at the beginning. No one heard about her until 2 days after the find. And this is a nearly 90-year-old man with only 4 months.
Oh, no, I know back from that far. I'm talking about within like just today. That video today. I know all about her history, lawsuits, the bullshit. What happened?
She's going after Shiloh, and so there was one family member she didn't mention. Streets masturbating. She went after Ashley, Ben, me, pretty much everybody in the chase. Every single person I think she named at one point. Everybody that's still around.
It drove me crazy today to insinuate that she's disappointed in Shiloh for talking to certain people, and Shiloh owes her an apology, and the family must beg for her forgiveness. And yeah, that's so what set me off. I'm thinking,
told the family that they have to beg for her forgiveness.
Yeah, she wants an apology from Shiloh and the family for causing
Didn't
all
she
this
call Shiloh
distress.
something like really bad too? Like, I remember I was so livid. I messaged Shiloh and I was like, dude, I am pissed right now. I told
Well,
him, I'm
she
like,
said
I'm
you're
so
trying to get
mad.
it. You're trying to get in his pants.
Dude, that's just so
Um,
fucked up. Like, how
Just-
old
just
is
'cause
Barbara?
Candy has a
50?
crush on him doesn't mean she's trying to get in his pants.
I know, it's a harmless crush. I already told everyone in Discord yesterday because they like to troll me so hard. I know Shiloh is way out of my league, 1,000% out of my league. And I know his girlfriends or ex-girlfriend or whatever, they are beautiful. Like, they're gorgeous, drop dead gorgeous model type. I am humbled. Okay. I know I don't stand a chance in hell. Therefore, when I say, oh, Shiloh's cute and stuff, it's a harmless crush.
Don't
Like,
put
you
it in
know,
the rearview
celebrity
mirror. I dated
crushes?
some gorgeous women in my time, and yeah, it's sometimes it's not all cracked up to what you think it would be, type of thing. But I'm not saying stupid shit right now. I'm just saying the truth.
yeah, so she mentioned everybody, Matthew. She mentioned Pam Cetron. She mentioned everybody by first and last name and what
Did she
state they
mention
live
me at all?
and what state they live in.
I don't think so, Tyler.
Oh, was I?
Oh,
Which
yeah.
that's a violation of the YouTube terms of service.
Yeah,
To
she
use
tells
somebody's full
people's
name.
full
Hey.
names.
She already got fucked up for stalking, right? She already got arrested. For
No,
stalking.
get this, Matt. Get this. She called into where I work and tried to get me fired.
Wait
I'm
a minute.
not kidding.
I saw a post that said that, but it didn't say it was you. It said it was somebody else.
No, she literally called where I work and tried to have them fire me.
So she's going with full up cancel docs, everything. But she got arrested for stalking at the same time she was accusing her ex-husband of stalking.
Yeah. Yes.
Do I have that? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Very correct. Yes.
So, and she's still at it. And I actually posted that on Discord today. I was like, holy fuck, she's still at it. I think
Also slandering, posting
her a few things, Barbinator, Barbmeister Flash, still at it. Just can't give the shit up.
Well, also slandering, using people of federal crime. She's saying that we're blowing up federal property. I mean, literally with dynamite and stuff.
Oh well, yeah, that was a joke. I think I actually started that. So she wants to come after somebody.
No. She was saying that about
motive.
She was saying Greg and me and them. She better watch what she's doing because she's fucking with the wrong people.
Yeah,
me and Dr. Pickle joked about blowing up the Fenn Rock, but I mean, if you believe that beavers can carry a fucking 20-ton rock across the river, then I don't think a judge would think that would be very serious. But
no, she's
What were you
saying
trying
that
to say, Tyler?
Greg blew it up. She's saying
So
Greg
what?
is blowing up property in Santa Fe.
What's
Hold
up,
on, what were
Kenny?
you saying,
Santa
Tyler?
Fe.
Oh,
You
I was
guys,
gonna tell
Tyler's
Matt the
trying
one
to
thing.
talk.
Well, sorry,
gonna say-
Tyler. I'm sorry.
You're good. I was gonna say the one thing that really gets underneath my skin about with Barb is how she tries to blame searchers for Heather Dawn's death. That really gets underneath my skin. Big
Not
time.
searchers. She's blaming Candy for that.
No, well, she's done other searchers too, but now she's blaming Candy. And she already got a nice message from me.
No,
once I
she
heard
right up said today. She goes, "Yeah, Candy's responsible for Heather Dawn's death."
And trust me, I set the record straight with Barb. I didn't give her the exact details of what happened with Heather, but I just said, look, Candy is not sole responsible for Heather's death, and nor is any other search community member. And I can 100% confirm that and put my name behind that.
Hey, Tyler, how did she draw from point A to point B and plug Candy into that? I'm just curious.
I don't know how she plugged Candy into it. I just know that Candy wasn't at all, or anybody else's was not responsible for
We
Heather's
all
death.
know that. I'm just saying, what was her?
I don't know. I'm just saying
Oh.
I don't know any
So-
details of why she came back. I
So
just
So
guess that
what she's
Yeah,
trying
they
to
don't-
claim, is she claims that I once called Heather Dawn I think it was like a unicorn pug or something. Like, That's literally all it is. She says that allegedly Heather Dawn had a journal and said that I was bullying her because I called her a unicorn pug. I'm sorry. I don't even remember
So that's her
ever calling
basis.
someone, like, I honestly, I would not call someone a unicorn pug. I call them a twat waffle because that's funny and it's my favorite mug that I
saw
own.
that on Discord earlier, and I was laughing my ass off. I was like, I don't really need to comment on that because it would be way out of line. But yeah,
Okay, so the first time I was ever called a twat waffle at a bar with one of these girls that was like one of my enemies, by the end of the night, like when she called me that, I literally spit beer out of my nose and my mouth. Like I was laughing so hard I fell off of the chair. And by the end of the night, we became friends. Like
you were
that's usually how it goes.
That's what I was getting ready to say. You were like, well played, because I never heard that, and it's fucking hilarious.
Exactly. And it's so funny because like I'm always on the defense if I don't know you because I get fucked with so much. Like that's why I come off as a raging bitch all the time because I'm always in like defense mode. And so normally like Street will tell you, Troy will tell you, even Trusted will tell you. The first time I talked to all three of them, even Tyler, I'm like, fuck you guys. I don't know who you are.
Oh,
You
yeah.
said something. Like we were
Yeah, me and
butting
Kenny have
heads. We were
history.
like, I remember I told Trusted, oh great, I pissed off Santa Claus and now I'm gonna get fucking coal. Like it was shit like that, right? And
Yeah,
now they're like my favorite
vicious,
people I
but
talk
once she
to.
gets the spanking, she calms down a little bit.
Like I'm always on, you know, the defense mode, right? And
No,
so
that
when I
fucking
get
that
to know
picture
you,
of you, Candy, and Rudy right there, it just keeps reminding me of the picture of him face down. And it was so early in the morning, I was the first one, accidentally, I guess, that commented on it because I never sleep. But I said, yeah, it looks like Rudy's fucking went into me, and everyone just went ape shit. They thought it was so funny. It's like, yeah, he's passed
you
the
mean
fuck
this
out.
one? You mean
Yes.
this one?
Yes. Go on Discord, scroll up.
Oh
for
my
3
god, I haven't
days,
seen it. I
5
didn't
days.
see it.
And I was like, so someone came on there and said, who do you think won the mimosa contest? I'm like, definitely Rudy. And everyone just lost their shit. I was like, yeah, fucking he won. Trust me. Yeah. I mean,
Sam of the night
literally,
in the
hands
Moses
down.
challenge.
So what happened was we were waiting for them to come meet up with us so we could get a table for brunch. And they were taking so long. We were like,
Wait a minute.
okay, we're
This was
gonna
at
chill.
lunchtime? This was at lunchtime?
No, brunch.
Fucking champ.
Oh,
No,
well,
it was
I
brunch.
mean, what?
So
So
we
3 o'clock,
decided
3 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
no, it was brunch time, like in morning brunch time. So we decided we're gonna sit at the bar until they show up and then we'll move. So I couldn't order any bottomless mimosas while I was waiting. So I was like, okay, I'll get mimosas by the glass. So I had 2 mimosas and then finally they show up and we're like, we're just going to stay here and order brunch now. And so I went from buying my mimosa single to just getting the bottomless mimosas. And then Rudy comes in after I'm like on my 3rd or 4th drink and is like, I'm gonna get them too. And I'm like, you're full of secrets, Rudy. And so am I. Let's do a challenge. Whoever,
Had
you
he
know,
eaten
wins
anything
bottomless
yet
mimosas.
that day? Had he eaten anything yet?
I have no idea. I think he ordered
not? I'm
something.
gonna say
I ordered the it was something, it was brisket Benedict. It was amazing. But we ended up getting 2 pitchers full of bottomless mimosas. And I already had 3 mimosas on top of that before him. And then I remember at the end of it, he couldn't even finish the rest of his mimosa. So I finished that for him too. And I was still standing.
But yeah, I mean, that's my point. He won because he's face down on the fucking floor. I mean, he fucking won. You know what I'm saying?
No, it gets better.
That's how you win.
Allegedly, according
right there.
to Christy, she said that Rudy woke up naked in our bathtub because, like, we left him at the
Wait a
hotel
minute.
because he needed to
I
sober
thought-
up.
I thought he woke up in Ben's bathtub. Ben and Ashley.
Yeah, because we were sharing a suite. So it was Ben and Ashley's suite and then my suite. And so Ben and
He
Ashley
got
had the
naked for the
bathtub.
whole goddamn planet.
I don't
nice.
remember this. I cannot fucking confirm this because we left him clothed on the floor when we left. So I don't know what he did after we left, but he eventually sobered up and met up with us.
Whatever he did, it added to his legendary status. That's all I gotta
Fuck
say.
yeah, dude. That would have been a great present. That would have been a
100%.
great present That would have been a great present for Ben and Ashley to come into Rudy
Wait
naked
for
in their
it.
bathtub.
Wait
I just
for
need to take a
it.
piss. I'm hungover. I need to take a piss. Oh, look, Rudy's face down in our fucking bathtub. Cool. Or ass
Naked.
up or whatever. Oh, yep.
Oh,
Was
dude, he
that
looks
right before he went
demolished.
down? Oh my god.
He's hungover Jesus.
Holy
Dude, I was thinking the same shit. I'll go over Jesus. He looks like oh shit, what's that dude from Walking Dead? One of
Oh
the saviors.
Jesus, yeah, I remember.
No, not Jesus. No. It was one of the saviors. It was
I don't remember.
oh,
But
I'm
that
gonna
was
look it up right
Rudy.
that band that sang that song, Your Own Personal Jesus, Depeche Mode?
Oh, Rob Zombie?
No, Depeche Mode, Your Own Personal Jesus.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Living Dead Girl for Rob Zombie.
No. All that newer shit. I don't know about that. You
He
seem
kind of looks like Rob
weird.
Zombie there.
But I'm young at fucking heart. I'll tell you that much.
Huh.
Yeah, is that a before and after?
Yeah, kind of. Oh yeah, Ben says he did drink one of mine though. I know, because I already had 3 up on Rudy before we even started the bottomless mimosas, and then I finished his last mimosa. So yeah, I was still standing.
If you go face down on a pillow in a hotel room, face down in a ditch somewhere, who knows where, you fucking won. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you go face down, then you gave it your all. You gave 100%. And then,
well, that was the last day. So it was Sunday. It was Sunday morning. And by the end of the day, I was sobered up. Actually, I was hungover. I was annoyed. I'm looking at everyone. I'm like, I don't want to be social. I want to sleep. Fucking goodbye. Like, I was done. Everyone else stayed out till like 4 a.m., partied their butts off. I had to be at the airport at 5 a.m. I'm looking at all of them like, screw you.
so what's up with all the colds going on? Everyone's like, I'm sick, Copper Dan's sick, you're sick, Capro's sick, Mike's sick.
Wait, is Capro sick too?
I thought she said. I mean, I'm probably getting y'all mixed up now. But Ben, Ashley, I don't know who the fuck's sick, man, but it seems like a lot of the people that were there were sick.
So Rudy looks like he looks exactly like Jared from The Walking Dead. I swear to God.
Ben says he didn't get sick. He got sick before he got to Vegas. I talked to Ashley. Silence. Yeah, like he was sick before they went to Vegas.
Was it bad weed or what?
No, there's this like bug going around everywhere. Like,
I know I got a buddy that lives in
right
Casper.
now. Like everyone has it.
My buddy from West Point, we were officers together in the Army. He's from Casper, man. And he's all fucked up right now. I was like, what the fuck is going on out in the West, man? Like, I think that goddamn balloon sprayed some new shit on you guys.
Probably.
Something. Yeah, I mean, who says they didn't? Like, the shit was wet by the time they got to it.
That's who Rudy looks like. I swear to God, bro.
Oh my God. No more. Kind of does.
Tyler, you're right. He does.
Who's the guitar pick right there?
Guitar pick.
That's Troy.
That's me. It's my guitar.
Oh, that's
Troy.
right, Troy.
Troy?
Yeah.
Okay. No, it just looks like a Eddie Van Halen style guitar.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, it's relatively new. I think I bought that like 4 years ago. I got that. I got a Les Paul, and then I got a Charvel.
Where is my other guitar? I have one guitar that's really nice. It was like $1,000. It's one of my nicest guitars that I have. The other ones are all just old.
Let's see it, Tyler. See that thing. Well, oh yeah. That looks
It's
like
a replica.
Sammy Hagar, but it's
Zach Wild fan, huh?
Yep,
Zach
it's a replica
Wild.
of Zach Wild. It's the Epiphone.
Yep,
The Les
Zach
Paul
Wild.
custom, I think.
You're right away.
nice.
Yeah, I love it from Zach Wild.
Sammy had one similar, but it was red because he was a red rocker.
Yeah. Sammy Hagar.
I'm gonna show you the rest of my guitars. I have like 4 or 5 of them, dude. I got like a whole bunch.
Did you ever see Sammy Hagar play live? That guy
Yes.
really enjoys what he
Saw
does.
him at the
He'll-
Roanoke Civic Center in 1985.
Sort of flip. There's
86.
some guitars.
Like the Strat on the right, the gold auto burst.
And that's the ukulele over in the corner on the right.
Nice.
Use that when you're playing the Tiny Tim songs.
These three I need to get. There's some strings replaced because I think all three are missing a string, and I don't even know how to play
On the
ukulele. I
Strat,
just
you
figured it out.
better, Tyler, you better fix that thing, dude.
Yeah,
You can't leave the Strat fucked up. That's the most important one.
yeah. Oh, like of course I have this acoustic.
Candy,
So, Ibanez.
Yeah.
are you still there?
Yeah.
Are you getting bored about the guitars?
No, I'm just dying because I have no oxygen.
Oh, and just a reminder, just in case you forgot, it's still sitting here.
Nice.
Yep. I got my other stuff too that I painted as well. That and then that.
Ooh.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time I seen Sammy Hagar was in the 90s when I was in Minnesota. But that guy, when he played, it was free too. It was a block party in Minneapolis. I swear he played for like 3 hours. That guy loves what he's doing.
Yeah,
He played everything. Van Halen, his old stuff, I Can't Drive 55 and just
Yeah.
all the stuff. And he even played what the hell is that? When he was in Montrose with what the
I know
hell's
what
his
you're
name?
talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Get on your bad motor scooter and drive, or rock candy.
Rock Candy.
Hey, Stu,
Rock
Yeah.
this is just for you.
I remember I remember when they came to the Roanoke Civic Center here in Virginia, David Lee Roth would get pretty wild, but he was usually on a wire. But fucking Sammy Hagar was literally getting up in the rafters and hanging over the crowd with nothing attached to him. I'm talking like 80 feet in the fucking air.
Yeah.
He would always do that at his concerts, apparently. But yeah, I was like, yeah, it's getting pretty chippy up in here, man. I hope this fucker doesn't fall. But
Yeah, you could tell. I forgot what the hell the other group, but there was another group that did the block party like 2 years later. Damn it, I can't. The Kinks, or I don't remember who it was. Those guys went out like
before that.
Those guys. They came out like it was a job. They played exactly for like 50 minutes and then left. I mean, it was just really. They really sucked.
I still have it. Just in case Lucky Doug is still in here.
Street, you're being awfully quiet.
He is. That's not usual.
I'm here. I'm scratching off a lottery ticket, man. I feel lucky today. After 3 hours of entertainment, I'm feeling lucky.
Oh God.
Oh, by the way, Matthew, when you watch that video, you're gonna love it. At one point she freaks out and starts throwing all these stuffed animals all over the place.
Are you shit?
Wait, Barbara?
Oh.
Yeah. She's pulling them all out of a bag. You see that, Trusted? She's throwing them all over.
Somebody did a meme of stuffed animals getting shoved off a shelf like a pink unicorn, and all the stuffed animals came down.
She was mad as she goes, I was out today. I bought all these animals for the kids, and she's pulling them out of the bag and throwing them all over.
Does she even have any fucking kids?
She lost them. She lost them due to mental stability, man. She refused to take a lie or a mental evaluation.
Yeah, that's what fucking kills me. But now I'm trying to be mean or nothing. But
No,
now hold on. Here's
I-
my response. For over a year, I heard her say a 12-year highly contested divorce. You need to go look at it. I need to write a book. Over a year, she kept saying 12-year highly contested divorce. You won't believe this. And everything when she did those videos is not what I read. I took her advice and said, oh shit, this ain't the story she's trying to paint out here. Oh, okay.
When she did her first filing, she implicated her husband in some of this crazy shit. And I was like, what in the hell? I couldn't make hide nor hair of it, man. I couldn't make any
I
sense.
think it's because
all.
she said her ex is a doctor, and when we were talking about following the doctor, she said it was her. Which, by the way, before anyone interrupts me, remember, Street, last time I went live, I said because Shiloh came out and confirmed the 150-foot string, I bet you anything Barbara is going to find a way to incorporate it into herself. Remember when I said that?
Yep.
She posted the other day and was like, I use the string to search my area, and I heard they were talking about string, and I'm just like, I just can't.
So she did it like it was all new, but she just added something.
Wait a minute, Candy, you don't even have a solve.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, I don't have a solve.
You don't
I've
even
never
have a
been boots
solve.
on the ground.
You never been out.
I'm dumber than a box of rocks lollipop porn star.
Yep.
And also, none of us have an entire storage locker full of stuffed animals to give away to the party when the solver is revealed.
That person who just spoke, I don't know who they are, but I would like to know them. I haven't heard them yet. Who? What's your name, buddy?
Oh,
Trusted?
my real name's Kelly, but I go by Trusted Living.
Wait a minute. Who?
I said my real name is Kelly, but I go by the name Trusted Living on YouTube.
I got you. Okay. Because there's one guy named Dr. Pickle, and me and him are
That's
all
Crump.
and we're always cutting up. We're always cutting up on Discord really bad. And I thought you might have been him, and that's a compliment.
No, I've never seen David Crump face to face, but it'll be interesting. Me and him get together. Oh shit!
Well,
So
Crump's
I
harmless.
don't watch her video today, getting as far as what she's talking about. She had 2 storage lockers in Santa Fe. One was filled with her furniture from her apartment. The other one she filled with stuffed animals and some camping gear for her party when she's revealed as the solver.
well,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this: mental health is a huge crisis in our country, and I just want to say, God bless her. I hope she gets help. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
I'm trying to
Yep.
help her, Matthew. I've been trying to help her for 2 years now. She keeps threatening to sue me, but I'm trying to help the woman, man.
Right. People like that, I think they kind of have a tendency to just keep reaching out. For some reason, they still don't get what they think they need or what they deserve or what they want. But you know what, man? I'm going to pray for her tonight before I go to bed. And I just hope everything works out with her. Yeah, she has caused a lot of people in the search community a lot of bullshit. But gotta love people for who they are, I guess, even though they're a pain in the ass. I'm not saying I'm in her court, but
Dude, she
obvious.
laughed when she heard that my
Fucking
boyfriend of
idiot.
16 years dumped me. She went live and laughed about it.
Oh, I saw your comments on that. I think those were the same comments.
So she also said, you can't get people your own age, so you're going after old men.
Well, I said, is that a shower curtain she's wearing, or is that a shirt today with the blue, you know? And then I posted a picture of Grimace from McDonald's. Did you guys see that?
No, I didn't.
You're now gonna be on her hit list, dude.
Omar, the tent maker, ran out of
You're
material.
saying I'm going to be on her hit list?
Yeah,
Probably.
anyone who ever talks of, like, says any comment to her, like, she says you're attacking me and that you guys are out to, like, keep her from being, like, revealed as the true solver and all this other stuff. Like, she goes after Davio, for crying out loud. Davio, who's absolutely harmless.
No,
Right.
you don't have to mention her. All you need to do is appear on Candy's show, Street
Or
Show,
Streets.
or Greg's
So with
show. and
Davio,
that's
was
it.
he in the army?
He's a rock climber. He always talks about, numbers, because he's, like, really into numbers and everything. He's really smart.
You know Davio, Matthew. He's the one I was talking about 42.
Yeah,
poor Tiki.
I know who he is, but I was wondering if he was in the military because he made
Oh,
some military references or
I have
something.
no idea.
I just
Good,
thought,
man, I have no idea.
I'm not sure. I
That's a
know
great question.
Street, you were in the military too, right?
He
Yeah,
was in the Navy, right?
yeah.
You were in the Navy, right, Street?
I was a I rebuilt jet engines, J-52. They go in the A6 intruders, and I rebuilt C-130 engines. They're General Electric.
C-130 Hercules.
Yeah, I rebuilt their turbine engines. I started out rebuilding the entire thing, and then they moved me to the gearbox. And ladies and gentlemen, the gearbox is what transitions the propeller and they join together the propeller power to the turbo. And those gearboxes, holy shit, they're unfreaking believable. There's probably 20,000 freaking parts in those things, man.
You'll
They're
appreciate
humongous. They're crazy.
this. You'll appreciate this shit. Aircraft I've jumped out of: C-130 Hercules, C-5 Alpha Galaxy, which I had to duck down to do because I'm a little bit tall. C-141, C-17, UH-1H helicopter, which is a Huey, and a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter.
When was the last
I
time you
actually
jumped?
there was three of us. It was ironic. We went to boot camp together. We went to aviation school and then sea school to learn how to rebuild them. And then we got stationed all together in the Philippines. One of my friends, Bill, ended up getting into a Huey, whatever those little engines that go in them. And it was his unit or his little like rebuild station was run by a Marine, man. I think he was like a major in the Marines. But those little engines are
Better
phenomenal.
watch out for
man.
those majors, those especially them retired majors. Oh man.
Do you still
I'm
jump
just saying,
now?
Those
you
are
still
pound
jump?
for pound, those little helicopter end turbines. Holy shit, man! They bring it. Those little fucking engines bring, and they'll fit in a car, man. You can fit them in a van for God's sakes.
Oh, yeah. You know
You
what
still-
holds what holds the fucking the rotor blade on there on the top?
Right?
The main blade, a cotter pin.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you pop that thing out, pop it out. It's insane. But they always said helicopters defy the laws of physics and they just beat the air into submission. And it's true. Physics proves it. They're not supposed to fly.
No, they're not aerodynamically designed. No, they have no wing structure for lift and draft. No, it's a
Not at
phenomenon.
all.
Actually, what I learned, that's why I don't fly anymore. All it would take is a sparrow, ladies and gentlemen. If you're taking off on a runway, a sparrow. I could go like what's those cicadas, but I'll go with a sparrow. A sparrow can enter those blades on any jet engine, and it's going to explode, man. And the fuel, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? That whole wing that the engines are hanging underneath, there's a bladder of fuel in there, JP5 fuel, very flammable stuff.
Do you want to hear my I flew a aircraft story, Troy?
Do you still? I was asking before. Do you still jump?
No, I don't jump anymore. By the time I got out of the Army, I probably had 100 jumps. I was in the 82nd Airborne Division for my first tour. It's kind of like the movie Apocalypse Now, just in some weird way. But at 38 years old, I volunteered to jump again. So I went to the Joint Readiness Training Center under Project Warrior. And there was only 5% of us in the Army that were even eligible for that. But I went there and jumped out of helicopters and airplanes in flight again. So it was a lot of fun. I don't still jump, but a lot of funny stories. I was a battalion fire support officer for 110 attack at Fort Drum in New York, near Watertown. And so once I became their fire support officer, they used to take me out flying all the time. because their old, I guess, ritual or heritage, whatever you want to call it, their history. A lot of the pilots before, a lot of the fire support officers before me would go to flight school at Fort Rucker, Alabama. So they would go fly. They would learn how to fly. So now you got a guy that can call for fire in the air that's flying the helicopter. Okay, so it was really neat because they would take me flying whenever I wanted to. The instructor pilots would always have to inspect the helicopters before anyone else could fly them. And a lot of the instructor pilots were chief warrant officers. And a lot of the chief warrant officers were the guys that had balls like me. I went to officer candidate school. They went to warrant officer candidate school. So they'd go up there flying, just doing crazy shit, right? So it was a lot of fun because I told them to put me on permanent manifest for those flights. And a couple of times, and it never really happened, but it did, they taught me how to fly. So they're like, hey, take the collective, start out with the collective, and then I'll give you the fucking rudders on the rear. All right. So I would, and I actually got to where I could balance the helicopter. And if I fucked up, he had a collective on his side where he could correct it. You know, kind of like driver's ed when you're 15 or whatever, but same concept. And it was a lot of fun. So I got to fly a helicopter for about 30 seconds, a OH-58 Delta. Lots of fun. The military, man, you can't get much better than that. Candy.
So do you think DB Cooper made the jump?
If he did, I'm convinced he was in the 82nd Airborne Division, because a jump of that caliber would not phase a 82nd Airborne Division trooper at night, cold, wet, pitch black dark. That was all of our jumps that I did in the 82nd Airborne Division, except maybe 10% of them. Every once in a while, you would get a daytime Hollywood jump. That's no equipment. It's middle of the day. You float down. You feel like you're a fucking hero. Who gives a shit? But the challenging jumps were when you had 150 pounds of shit strapped to your body at 3 o'clock in the morning on a new moon, like zero darkness, and you come out of the airplane, you're like this. I cannot even see my hand in front of my face. So everyone's like, oh, he wore dress shoes when he jumped out. The 82nd Airborne Division paratrooper, and I posted multiple videos on Discord just to kind of drive this point home. I'm like, DB who? And there's guys that have their fucking rucksacks down here. We're talking 50 to 75 pounds, extra water, extra uniforms, extra food, extra everything. If you're an assistant gunner, we're talking extra ammo, a tripod, everything else. If you're a radio man or an assistant radio man, batteries, everything else. You're talking 150 pounds of shit strapped to your body coming out of that aircraft. If DB Cooper was in the 82nd Airborne Division, and I'm not saying he was or wasn't, if he was, that jump that night that everyone makes a big deal out of would have been nothing to him. He's like, so it's raining a little bit. Who gives a shit?
That's right.
I've had 100 more pounds of shit strapped to my body in my other jumps than this, you know, and here we go.
Well, so it's a stupid question, but if you jumped and and it's pitch dark like that, no moon out or nothing, it just sounds like a stupid question, but how do you know when you need to pull the chute? Like, how do you know how far down?
You don't, Troy, and that's the thing. If it's pitch black dark, usually you end up with a ladder crew that's out there on a C-130. They call it a spooky. Those are the ones that will actually fire on a target when they're on the ground, but they have lights on them. Okay. And they're searching for the paratroopers in the trees. I've been on multiple jumps where we had 10 guys land in the fucking trees. You know, so you can't tell. So that's what's important about the first guy that's supposed to jump out of the aircraft, they have to jump out right away. And if anyone hesitates in the door, you run out of drop zone. So those guys are going to end up in the trees. So you have what's called a stick pusher, the guy in the back. They made me stick pusher on like 90% of my jumps because I was a crazy motherfucker on the airplane that just, I put my rucksack in front of the guy in front of me and just started pushing. That's why they call you the stick pusher. Because if you don't have a good stick pusher, all your guys aren't going to make it out of the aircraft in time. Okay. So you go, they go out, everyone floats down to the ground. You hope nobody goes in the trees. I don't think I ever had a jump on Sicily or Holland or Salerno drop zone on Fort Bragg where we weren't waiting for 2 or 3 hours, night jumps I'm talking, for guys, the ladder crew, they call them, to get guys out of trees. Same thing Forrest wrote about in his book. He said he felt lucky because he was 12 inches off the ground. Yeah, because he wasn't 30 or 40 feet off the ground. You could undo your parachute harness and drop down, but you're fixing to drop down 30 fucking feet.
I think the most scary thing for him probably would have just been the ejection part. Because if you don't do it right, like saying, okay, break your fucking neck and shit. Jesus Christ.
I think the ejection part would have been the most traumatic part about it. Because I've jumped, like I said, 100 times, probably 80% of that at night. None of it ever put me into shock. I was like, hey, roller coaster ride, amusement park, whatever. But when you have to eject before that happens, yeah, that's probably some serious shit.
Well, also,
they have rockets. Those ejection seats has 2 rockets on it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
if
I
you
know.
don't position your body correctly, it'll break your neck. It'll fuck you up if you're not ready for it. They're actual rockets, ladies and gentlemen, that supposedly these 2 metal rods go out to break the canopy. Forrest alluded to the fact he was scared because the canopy's already fucking fractured. Now, if his little things go through and just punch a hole, that means he's getting shot out of this chair in a rocket in a bunch of shagged fucking canopy. Yeah, it actually propels them. I'm thinking off the top of my head, 30, 40 feet up and away from the fucking jet. And this jet, I mean, it's designed.
Like 150 to 200.
But the others,
it's a clear shot. I mean, and shit, your jet could be going, say, 600 miles an hour.
He left some shit out on his checklist too. As a pilot, you got to keep your head straight like this. So when you eject, if you got your head turned like that and you eject, it's going to break your neck. Yep. There's a lot of other things he left out in that checklist. I think it was in a scrapbook. It might have been in the book. I can't remember, man.
Yeah, it's in Thrill of the Chase. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got to keep your head you got to be like rigid like this. Then your head is what's going to blast through that freaking plexiglass or whatever the fuck it is to go to eject. And then you have to hope that you get a clean ejection and the explosives are going to go off on your parachute after you eject. That's another element to it.
And then the third thing,
the G-force alone of the initial rockets going off in that ejection seat usually knocks the people out. That you're pretty. It's like if you don't get knocked out with that G-force, you're very fucking lucky, man. Because like you said, it's an automatic system with redundancies. They have to. They're assuming the pilot is going to be like knocked out because of the G-force shock and all that.
Andy, what's up?
Oh, I'm just dying.
The other scary thing is when you're coming down over enemy territory, people shooting at you. Because I mean, he didn't have any choice where he had to jump out. He had to do it.
Yeah.
So you're coming down in a parachute.
I never did. I never got a combat jump. I commanded an infantry company in combat. I never got a combat jump. I had friends that jumped into fucking Panama and Grenada to secure the airfield. 82nd Airborne secures airfields for, they jump pathfinders in, everyone else, and then they guide everyone else in. Hey, we have a secure landing apparatus now. We can do what we need to do. And then they land their shit and then everything continues. But yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. Candy, what's up?
Oh, no, I'm just listening to you guys. And I don't mean to interrupt you with my horrible coughing.
No, it's your thing. I just felt bad because we were probably I felt bad the other night. Like I went on the thing for the first time. I didn't understand what the format was. Like, Ben and Alan, and everyone just kind of run
Oh, and
everything.
speakeasy.
Yeah. And it dawned on me afterwards. I was like, I think I fucked up. I was probably talking too much or something, but whatever.
Nah, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah. And then everyone kind of sits there and listens, and then they read the questions on the side, and then they're answering those questions and stuff.
It's hard
I
to
gotta
know
know.
when to jump in without cutting somebody off. It's tough.
Yeah, no, yeah. I wait for someone to stop talking, then I'll ask my question. But since I got the spotlight now, I guess I'll ask you a very dumb question. Are you a North Carolina native, Matt? Or no?
Can you say that again, buddy?
Are you a North Carolina native or no?
Yes and no.
Gotcha.
Do you remember the New Year's Eve treasure hunt?
No.
Okay. So it was just a stupid little thing, but people had a lot of fun. My great grandfather, John Davenport, was a North Carolina native. And
Oh, is he familiar with Theodosia?
Say that again?
Is he familiar with
Oh.
Theodosia?
Probably. But bottom line is, he was in North Carolina and he won the land lottery for land in Georgia. Unfortunately, because of the Trail of Tears. And that is one part of my history I don't like. But I looked up the 1850 Union County, Georgia census. None of my people, I told this to Jeremy too, none of my people were ever slave owners. But they did, it wasn't their fault that they accepted the lottery. It'd be like kind of winning the lottery and like, I don't agree with this. But the lottery was there because of the Trail of Tears. So he moved there and he won the largest piece of land in Georgia, in northern Georgia, right there on the North Carolina border in Union County. I think Digging Gypsy was like from Blue Ridge or somewhere like right near there. But
Yeah, I think she is.
yeah, I think she is. So she would understand all this, but it was so weird because that took place and they were natives in North Carolina. They were actually natives of Bedford, one county away from me. I found graves from my ancestors. They lived here 30 minutes from me after I came back here after 25 years in the military. So yeah, it was pretty weird. But I was born in DC and then lived all over San Diego, Texas, Florida, and here. My formative years were here in Virginia.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're not too far from me. You're in Virginia. I'm on the coast of North Carolina.
Okay, then you're probably about less than 2 hours away from me.
Yeah,
No,
probably.
you're probably close to. Fendi is in North Carolina too. I
I'm in.
believe in Monroe County. A friend of mine lives in Monroe too, by Charlotte.
I'm at Smith Mountain Lake. I'm in Moneta, Virginia. And but yeah, I researched my family history. It's pretty cool because they had a log cabin down there before the TVA flooded Notley Lake, turned Notley River, whatever, into Notley Lake. And they were forced to evacuate their property and go to higher ground. And that's what that poem was about that night. And I think Vertigo figured it out pretty quick. I gave a lot of hints. And clues and everything else. They figured it out in 6 hours. So Vertigo is on my list to get an arrow.
Well, I'll see all you guys later. I'm gonna hop off.
Night.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for having me on here, and I'll see you later. Street, see you, Tyler, Matthew, Trusted, Candy.
Hey, Troy. You sleep
Yeah.
tight?
Yep, I might be on tomorrow during the day. I don't know. I don't really have that
Are you
much.
gonna do a show, or what are you gonna do? Just
Yeah, I usually go live in the morning, East Coast time, 11:30, 12 o'clock. But
I'll check it out. Well,
yeah,
what's your YouTube channel again?
Well, why must I go?
Yep. All right, I got it. I've
Yep.
watched the stuff before.
Yeah, I go that way. If not, I'll be on street show. I don't know. I had some stuff I wanted to. I don't like going on without having something planned, and I didn't get a chance to finish everything because I've been having some issues. My brother just got out of the hospital. Now my
I'm sorry.
mother-in-law is in the hospital. So
Hey,
they
hey, brother, I'm gonna be
Yep.
praying for both of them, man.
Yep, thanks. And again, thanks for your service. And that was cool to congratulations on those arrowheads.
Thank you.
Yep.
There'll be some more to come of them.
Cool. Good night.
I don't plan on keeping all of them.
Night, Troy. I feel bad. I think Troy wanted to talk more.
Did I talk too much?
No, it's just sometimes Troy just doesn't know how to like interject.
I talked
Me
too
neither.
much. Sorry. I'm just gonna shut
Like-
the fuck up.
No,
Yeah,
you're
you're
good. You're good.
Sometimes
I look
was-
at these
it was before you
Zooms.
jumped
I've been
on.
doing these Zooms for about 3 years. I look at them like a square dance in middle school, man. Remember how I don't know where you grew up as square dance. You just gotta fucking hop in, man. Whenever you see a
You
little
do.
opening, you gotta hop in.
Same thing with the speakeasy. Like if I don't scream in the middle of like a short, brief millisecond of a pause, I'll never be heard. It's so funny.
Yeah, next time I go into speakeasy, I'm not saying shit.
No, you should. I wasn't saying you're talking too much. I'm saying like everyone likes to talk. And especially like when Ben, starts going on a tangent,
Oh God,
like the
yes,
moment
no.
he like takes a
Before-
breath, you got to be like, okay, this is what I think. Because he could go on a tangent for a really long time.
Yeah, and don't forget what you were thinking even too. It's so bad. So fucking bad.
Well, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have known about them arrowheads if Candy wouldn't have came back on there between her and Holy. It was like, I didn't even know this damn auction taking place. And then literally 10 minutes before I bidded, Shiloh comes on there, is like, yeah, by the way, my grandfather is the one that found all these. I was like, okay, I gotta, whatever. If I gotta go into debt, I will.
Don't go into debt.
No, I mean, I say that jokingly, kind of, but no, I didn't go into debt, but it was totally worth it. 43, I think. Would you say it was, Candy?
42.
42 arrowheads.
42.
I'm giving them away, man. I'm giving them away.
That's really cool.
Candy, you're on the list.
And what?
You're on the list.
Oh, thank you. I mean, you know what we could do instead? I could create a little mini treasure hunt for you, whatever theme
Oh,
you
God.
want, and the winner could get one of your arrowheads that you were going to give me instead. So then it doesn't go to me, it goes to someone that, makes an effort to go down whatever imagination you want to go down.
Well, I can write. I suck at most things, basically everything, but I'm a good writer. So I could do a poem again, or you could do a poem. If you want to launch it, I got to get them in my possession first, but everything worked perfect with Heritage, so I don't think anything's going to go wrong with these guys. I won the fucking bid. So come up with a concept, Candy. And I want to keep one or two, but what was Forrest kind of plagiarized somebody else. He said, whoever dies with more than $50 loses. And that's kind of like my philosophy. I'm not a big.
Are you talking about whoso has $50 in their pocket is a failure?
Yes. I'm a big advocate of that. So
what I think you should do, you should just give away one of the arrowheads in a little treasure hunt that's like free to enter and participate in. Because like you should keep those, right? So you should just give out like one really cool one and just make a really cool poem based on whatever you want to do. And then have, people in the community work on it.
So, okay, like Discord. Should I do it on
Yeah.
Discord? I mean, everyone liked the other one on New Year's. I don't know if you remember that, but the one on New Year's Eve.
Or if you want me to, Matt, I can find it.
That was literally the
badass
night
spot.
that I went on Discord. I launched that thing because I had that poem in my pocket for 3 years since I started hunting for forest treasure.
You live in
Oh,
Virginia.
you know
You said you
what?
live in
I
Virginia.
think I was. Sorry, Tyler. What?
I'm talking to Matt. I think I got a spot for you, Matt, if you want to hide those arrowheads.
I got my spot. It's
Tyler breaks too easy.
No, I'll be the under the radar, and Matt will be the only one who knows. besides
very
me. I'll be
the spot
the
that
best
I'm thinking
person.
about. I actually emailed Forrest this spot, and it's very near and dear to me. So
Oh, that's really cool.
yeah. So for similar reasons, and that was a slip right there, but for similar reasons, his spot was dear to him. This one's dear to me.
Wait, so did you already make a hunt for New Year's Eve?
I did one New Year's Eve. All right.
I didn't know that.
After we get off, I'm gonna send it to you. Everyone was going nuts. I didn't think it would get that reception. I was like, hey, I just had this treasure hunt in my pocket. Does anyone
Wait,
want to
was
figure it
that
out?
the one with the statue that Alan was like working on?
The historical marker.
That one was really cool. I started to work on it and I think it got solved like before I could even like really look at it. But that was a really cool one.
Because I was giving out hints left and right.
That's what you can't do. The first time I ever did my hunt, it was based on Harry Potter. I was giving away a Fenn charm that he gave me from his vault, and nobody was getting it. And I was like, they need to get it. So I kept giving out hints.
By the way, I need a map to go in my shadow box with all the other shit. So
well, I've got a link. You could buy I think it's $99 from Benchmark Maps. I got in contact with him today. So he gave me a secret link to purchase the map still.
I saw that. Can you send me the link again? And
Yeah.
like DM me? Okay. Because
I'll do it right now. I'll do it to you in Discord.
Okay.
Let me find it before I forget.
Because I want that map for the whatever size the fucking map is. That's what I'm gonna build a shadow box out of cedar.
He said it's 24 by 30.
I'm gonna build a shadow box out of cedar and make everything fit into it. The arrowheads, the other couple things I got. I only kept one thing. I gave the other ones to my sons. And I think I fucked people up because I said they were gifts and everyone thought that they were gifted to me. And I was like, no, they weren't gifted to me. I bought them and gave them away to my sons. But some people
go crazy.
They're like, yeah, people were like, you got a gift? Who are you working for? We know who you are. Like Nick Noah.
I did a little New Year's Eve. I did a New Year's Eve trivia off on our live with like Street and Galaxy and Big Rob and everybody. And it was so funny because Street and Galaxy went like head to head with each other. They were like ripping each other apart. And then Galaxy came out of nowhere and like totally kicked butt. And the prize was one of the little charms that Fenn gave me from his vault. And Galaxy decided to gift it because Galaxy won. Sorry, Street. Galaxy decided to gift it to Rob. So I like once I finally feel better because I finally found it, I gotta mail it out to him.
So did he like it?
Well, I haven't given it to him yet, but I will eventually ship it out to him when I stop dying.
You don't sound too bad.
Have you not been hearing me coughing? I'm like coughing up a lung.
You can still talk. Just be blessed for that.
I mean, I'm starting to get a headache, so I hope it's not COVID because I will literally break down and like riot.
Yeah, I already had COVID twice. The only reason I knew I had it because I took a test and I had no idea I had it. I didn't think I had it. So I had a bad sleep that night, woke up the next morning, bounced back. Luckily, a lot of people don't have that same experience, but
I literally almost died with COVID. Like, literally, I was one of the people that almost died. I lost 60% of my hair because my body went into that much shock. So if I have COVID again, I really don't want to lose my hair again because I just grew it back slowly. Like,
did you use like a hair growth supplement or something?
yeah, I've been taking the vitamins and everything, and I cut all my hair off because it was like paper thin, like paper thin. And what sucks is I've been trying to grow my hair out for years because, like, when I was a kid, I used to have really long, gorgeous hair. And I finally had my hair grown back again. It was really long. It was like literally the night before my hair fell out, I was at a bar and I went in the bathroom, and these really pretty girls are like, "Oh my God, I love your hair. It's so beautiful." And I was like one of those girls that's like, stop to say your hair is gorgeous. And I'm like, "Oh, that's so cool." I wake up the next morning, my pillowcase is covered in just handfuls of hair that fell out of my head. Handfuls. And every time I put my hand through my hair, it would just like fall out in more handfuls. It was insane.
Hey, Candy, what do you think the odds are that this pool thing is going to happen?
For the pool party?
Yeah, like for Shiloh to come and all that shit.
I'm not sure because I messaged him earlier and I was like, Ben wants to throw you a cabana. Christy wants to play nice with Justin Posey, so he'll get you the MGM Grand Suite. And I'm like, I just want to go and get a swim up bar and have a fucking normal party.
Yeah, it sounded like everyone was all in for the grand total of 400,000 plus. I'm like, hey, let's do it in Nashville. That's 8 hours for me. Or, what was the other idea? It was somewhere really close to here.
Mexico?
New Mexico would be even better.
Well, that's where Shiloh is, and everyone's like, if we do it New Mexico, he'll more likely show up. And I'm like, will he though?
Dr. Pickle said me and him could do security for it. Well, I messaged him and I was like, yeah, I'm in,
I don't know. I can't bug Shiloh too much. I've already bugged the crap out of him today. See, he already looked at my message about, hey, are you currently enjoying a mobile for any
arrowheads were the ones, the one that he found first. I'm just curious about that. I mean, I don't, like I said, I'm giving them away. So some lucky asshole will end up with maybe one of the one that Forrest found with his dad on that riverbank.
No, I think he kept that one. I think he kept that one.
If I was him, I would have kept it too. That was,
I touched it when I was in Fenn's vault in 2019.
So you know what it looks like.
Yeah. He pulled it out and I was like, is that? And he smiled and like he had that twinkle in his eye. And I was like, boop, and I touched it. And he looked at me like, the fuck? Like, he gave me those look, like that eye look, like the fuck are you doing? And I was like,
in the upper right hand corner, that picture on the auction site kind of looks like it. So I was like, I was like, damn, did I actually get that with the collection or what?
I don't think Shiloh would actually give that one away.
I don't either.
I think he kept that, and I know he's been collecting the San Lazaro books for his future family and stuff. So there's like some things that I think he wants to keep only for himself and his family, which he totally should.
Can't blame him at all. I would do the exact same thing. I wouldn't have put it up in that box, but the fact that Forrest found all of those that were in the box, I was like, I can't pass this up. I'm just gonna do what I gotta do. So,
well, I just find like he handles all this stuff in the chase with so much grace and dignity. I'm like trying to think that how would I react if I was in his shoes if my grandpa did this? Because I feel like my grandpa was so similar to Forrest Fenn. That's how I got into the chase to begin with. And I just think about it and I'm like, I can't even handle people being dickheads when I ran, H. Charles Beale's Facebook group. Like, well, I'm not one for customer service.
Shiloh was staying in the guest house. We all saw the video when his main house got broken into, but Shiloh's house got broken into too. When at the same time he was staying there.
Wait, are you talking about the guest house one or a different time?
No, the Okay, so the one that's on video of the big guy that couldn't put
Yeah.
his arm back, that was in their main house. He went in their bedroom and got the little trunk out with the linens in it. There was also another incident where the guest house where Shiloh was staying at the time got broken into.
Ben actually told me that story when I was visiting him in July of 2019. He was telling us that story. And they're so used to producers like just being crazy and showing up that when we showed up, because we were originally supposed to meet Fenn at the Tsuke Cafe, but I had really bad vertigo because I'm here in New Mexico. So I was like crying and I was telling him like, I can't meet you for lunch. Like I'm in too much pain. So Fenn was like, I don't really do this, but you could come to the house instead. I was like, wait, what? And so when we showed up and like my ex was buzzing the thing, Shiloh was at the gate. He's like, can I help you? Looking at us all weird. And I'm like, here, grandfather? Like I couldn't even talk because I'm like,
it was love at first sight, wasn't it, Candy?
Oh my God, it was so funny. I didn't even know how to talk. And then the funniest part is when Ben actually told him like, we're good. So my ex is like driving us up the driveway, right? And I go to get my stuff out to get out of the car and I trip. And Shiloh kind of stopped me from like face planting into the freaking gravel. And then I go up to the front door and Fenn's right there. And he's like, I know you, sweetheart. Because my ex didn't believe that it was real. He was like, you're getting catfish. You're not even talking to the real Forrest Fenn. Like, you're crazy. And I get out of the car and Fenn's just like, I know you, sweetheart. And my ex is looking at me like, the fuck?
Saved your ass. Yeah, he gave you some instant street cred.
Well, it was funny because, you know, Fenn's used to people coming to his house to like talk nothing but chase. And I was like, I don't want to talk chase, right? But my ex, he hates the chase. He told Forrest he hated his chase.
Why were you with him?
I lit up like Christmas. And he started talking to him. And I don't even know half the crap he told him. But he was just like looking at him like it was Christmas morning. It was so funny.
Yeah. Forrest probably told him, yeah, hey man, it's at Madison Hole, 9 Mile Hole. Let's go there. And he didn't think anything of it because he didn't know anything.
No, you know what Forrest told me when I was sitting on the couch? I felt like he was trolling me because I'm like sitting on the couch next to him and I'm like afraid to be like, oh, so warm water salt, right? Forrest was the one that starts talking about it. He's like, did you know when the earthquake happened and all the fish died in the Firehole River, it stopped the warm water? I think he said it halted the warm waters. And I was just like looking at him like, are you trolling me right now? And then later on, when I got back home,
stories. He's just telling
I found the article that talked about it, how there was an earthquake and it opened up the fissures in the
article.
Huh?
The Quake Lake article.
No, it was a different earthquake, and it ended up opening the fissures in the Firehole River, and that's what warmed the waters and made it. It killed all the fish, and so I like found that article, and it turns out, according to Christy, she's claiming the video states that the warm waters was Firehole River. It halted at Madison Junction, which I 100% support because I was the weirdo that figured out the Thrill of the Chase book title.
So Christy was the first one to figure the shit out?
Well, so I was the first one to talk about the Forrest Fenn, the Thrill of the Chase book title, anagrams to say the firehole halts at home, see rim. And the rim is the actual starting point of Madison Junction. And I like talked about this for years. The first video I ever did on my channel was literally that. And I still have that video too. And she was saying that was where warm waters halted. And then she also said that the solution apparently has something to do with Concy wood. And I've made videos on that too. So I'm like, ooh, this is interesting.
Yeah, I saw recent stuff on the C-rim and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, Ben was like, it's not real. It's not real. It's not a real anagram.
Yeah, I never believed in anagrams, ciphers, texts, codes.
But you gotta think about this, Matt. You gotta think about this.
Okay,
He said that none of those will help you with the poem. I wasn't using the poem. I was using the book title. He said that the aberrations that lived out on the edge. You know what's out on the edge? The book title.
the pictures with the Sharpie around the edges.
Exactly. But he said, if you don't know where to begin, start, or if he says, if you don't know where to go or something, go back to the beginning. And I was like, what's more beginning than the book title itself?
Yeah.
So
There
it
were so
actually-
many interpretations of it. It was pretty vague, so we never knew. None of us ever knew how close we were. Because your interpretation could have been right. Anyone's interpretation could have been right.
Tyler, what are you doing?
I know he's making a bunch of noise. Turn your mic off, Tyler.
Sorry, I'm actually doing something. That I'm trying to get something together because I'm actually, it made me think about something for a second. So I'm gathering things
yourself.
together.
Can you
Well,
turn
we
your
will have to
mic
get.
off? If you want to talk,
We have-
that's cool. But if you're
We have
not,
to get into contact because I want to plan something with you. I think it'll be really fucking cool as fuck.
all right.
He has
I'm gonna go on
chosen
mute.
you as tribute.
I'm on Discord, brother.
I will. I'm actually. I didn't want to say this because I didn't want to become official just yet. But me and Ben spoke earlier. That's why I wanted permission from Ben before I even said it out loud in public. But Ben is going to unban me in a few weeks
All right,
for
good.
Discord.
Well,
So I'll be back.
just don't spam the whole thing. And we're all behind you. We love you. But when the whole Discord becomes, about certain things, and then I think it probably, gets to the point where, yeah. So I think that's great, man. I think that's great.
Street, where'd you
Yeah.
go?
That was me and his conversation earlier. He just told me blowing up the chat with my personal life issues and stuff like that. And I already told him that I PM him instead about my personal life issues, just event and
Right.
stuff like that.
We
He said
all
that was
got our
alright.
shit, and
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it myself, just throwing shit out there. But you can't make the whole Discord about you.
No, for sure.
Street,
You know what I'm saying?
trusted. Where are you?
I'm here.
I'm right here. Can't you see me?
Chime in.
That looks like my man cave I
I
made.
really
I
don't
like
have
that.
anything to add. I
Okay.
mean, when the all the airplane stuff was being talked about, I started thinking about some of the things that I've seen, like when I worked at Tinker Air Force Base, where they have those planes with the giant discs on the top of them for surveillance. Have you ever seen those, Matthew?
Yeah.
Tinker Air Force Base, I have heard about. Are you talking about like a OWAC?
Yeah.
I mean, AWACS.
AWAC.
with the circle on the back.
On the top. It looks like a big disc on the top.
Yes, that's an AWACS. They use that. Actually, when I re-enlisted, I was actually a Patriot missile crew member who launched Patriot missiles, and I was a radar guy too. One MOS that got combined into one. It's called 24 Tango. So you launched the missiles and you repaired the radar in the Patriot missile system and worked on the engagement control station for the Patriot. But there was a cross section of our guys that I went to the captain's career course with that actually went to the Air Force and did the same thing. And their job was on the AWACS, and they would control that radar that was connected to the Patriot missiles, and recommend a launch or no launch, salvo, whatever you needed to do. I'm not going to go too far into it, but
Yeah, they also had those other planes that can hover.
are you talking about the helicopters?
No, they're airplanes, but they can hover. I seen one hovering, and they had it at
Carrier
nighttime.
jet.
It's some
Carrier.
kind of airplane. It's some kind of airplane that can hover. I don't know if it was the jump jet, I think they call it.
There's
But this
several
thing was
actually right now.
it literally was hovering about 50 to 100 feet off the ground. Stationary. And then I seen it later on the other side of the city, hundreds of feet in the air. just in a single spot. I'm like, that is the most bizarre looking airplane I've ever seen.
Very cool.
And I worked at the place where they make the Moabs too, because I work construction, so I'd end up on a lot of government facilities like that. And I worked on the McAllister ammunition at the McAllister ammunition plant, restoring a building there.
We used him twice in the last administration, the mother of all bombs. That's what he's talking about, the Moab. Yeah, very, very important to national security. No doubt. No doubt.
I'm having trouble breathing. This is so much fun.
Candy, you need to get like some Primatine mist, or do you have asthma too?
No,
No. Man, you should
no
get-
asthma. Just people who go to freaking Vegas that get everyone sick.
Yeah, like I said, that's what I was telling my buddy. He's like, yeah, I'm sick. He just actually got hired to this company. He's working for Admiral. He went to West Point, and so and everyone everyone in this whole company's sick right now. I'm like, what the fuck is going on out there in the West? Like,
Seriously.
that
Yeah,
fucking
see,
balloon,
Dizzy Dean even says he could hear it in my lungs right now.
that balloon
You sound
dropped
you
some
sound
droplets,
phlegmy.
man, I'm
You
telling
sound phlegmy, man. You need to take a, what do they call that? A
Antibiotic?
no, it's to,
histamine.
yeah. Well, it's to control
Oh,
it. There's like a
anti-inflammatory?
D and an F.
Anti-inflammatory?
Yes. Well, no, it's where it cuts down the phlegm production. It's like it starts with a D.
Yeah,
What?
it will make your whatever in your lungs, the little things in your lungs, it'll decompress them and make them smaller so they're not compressed. Did I get
Yeah,
that
I
right?
can feel.
Robitussin. You've heard of Robitussin.
Oh, I have that upstairs.
Yeah, they have it like a DM and an SM or something.
You mean an
I
AM
think-
and a PM?
No,
You
it's
do
like,
Oh,
a shot-
decongestant.
yes. There you go.
Dizzy
Decongestant.
Dean for the win.
Kenny, if you do a shot of that and 2 shots of Jack Daniels, you'll sleep like a baby. Trust me.
I'm good right now. If I do that, I'll be knocked out.
Well, can lead a horse to water.
I mean, I could leave you guys to reign supreme on my channel. I usually do. I usually leave Street and Trusted on my channel, and they're just like, "Oh, you're gonna not have your channel by tomorrow."
And we've yet to be successful, but I'm not done trying, man.
Oh,
Give us
no,
another
do you know what
try.
happened
Don't
once? One time, I leave Street in charge of my channel with freaking Fendi to go to the store to get alcohol. I come back and they have Barbara on my channel. They had Barbara on my channel.
Are you shit? She was running your channel?
She was on my channel. Street and Fendi let her on.
She
I
was
come
on
back
your
and they're
channel, or
walking
she
up the
was like,
stairs.
No, she
you
was
don't
on-
understand the
Voice.
depth.
She was on
of-
Kenny's channel.
Yeah, you don't understand the depth that this was a 30-minute process, and the clock's ticking. We know she's coming back. She never left a feed, and she made me host. I couldn't put a link in for Barb to join, so we had to figure out how the fuck we can get this link to Barb. We finally figured it out, and lo and behold, she accepted it and came on. Man, it was
So
fine,
you
and it was a
Barbara-
very pleasant conversation. That's what I don't understand. We were having a good time. She was at a Motel 8.
well,
No, Motel
what?
6. Motel 6.
We should invite her right now. I fucking triple dog dare everyone.
Oh, I've tried it multiple times. She like one time I was really concerned about her and I thought she was gonna like maybe do something stupid. So I emailed her asking her if she was okay and stuff. And she was like really drunk off of wine. And she was like messaging me some weird ass shit. But I was like, hey, let's
The
just,
wine
you
drunk's
know,
the worst, man.
I was trying to be nice to her, right? Being cordial. And then she said something weird. And then I said, you owe me, because she was being weird, right? I wasn't trying to blackmail her or threaten her. I was saying, like, you owe me, because she was being a little weirdo, right? So I'm like, hey, let's be nice to each other. So the next day she goes on and tells everyone I'm fucking trying to blackmail her. When I reach out and say, are you okay? Trying to make sure her well-being's okay.
Yeah,
Like
that's-
I'm telling you, anytime you give her a moment of kindness, she will turn it against you.
yeah, you give her a rope, she wants to be a cowboy. Give her an inch, she'll take a mile. Just like in Forrest book. Give Frosty a ruler, give Frosty an inch, he becomes a ruler.
Well, so this is what sucks because myself, Straight, we've all invited her on, and we're not trying to invite her on to like trash her or humiliate her. We just want to have a conversation. Like, let's talk about the stars. Let's talk about ancient aliens. I don't care, you know, we could have a regular conversation, but it always turns into, because she would used to be on the panels, like Greg's panel and stuff, and we would just try and have a
Now
conversation.
that I did not know. That's fascinating.
Yeah, like we used to try and have conversations, and it would always be like, you guys are idiots, I'm the true solver, you don't know anything. And I'm just sitting here like the flying fuck, and she starts like targeting me, and I'm like, go fucking piss up a rope and suck on the what end. The fuck are you targeting me for? And like,
Well,
she never got over that. Never
what
got
they
over that.
say,
She brought it up
There's
today.
always that guy. There's always that guy, and she was, well, that girl that just can't play well with others. I guess. Like I don't know.
It's just like, it's so
I wish her
stupid.
well, man. I hope she is able to unfuck herself somehow in the future.
Oh Lord.
I don't think it's gonna happen because it seems like it's just getting fucking worse.
Yeah,
Well,
no, it
all
is.
all joking aside, her and Bill in a psychological microscope, they are experiencing the same characteristics in their psychosis. Doesn't mean you're crazy. It just means the way your brain's thinking. They are both experiencing, they're in the same place. I don't
Are you
understand why
talking
those
about
two aren't
Gorman?
communicating. Those
Yeah.
two should lean on each other. Mentally, I think they're in the same mental spot.
You talking about Gorman, Troy?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's some way out fucking shit. And then who's that other dude? What the fuck is his name? He's way out there. I'm trying to remember. Like,
Are you talking about Nowak?
no,
Rick Nowak?
Dave Woodard.
him on Discord. The dude that does the video, he's like 2-minute videos, and he's
I know who you're talking about. He's the redhead guy, right?
yes with the mustache.
Josh
You mean
Jordan.
Josh Jordan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah,
He's a fucking
you don't
nutcase.
speak of
Yeah,
him.
they're
He
all in the
creeps
same
me
category.
the fuck out.
Yeah, it's just like, y'all get a fucking grip. You didn't figure it out. Guess what? All of us didn't figure it out too. So let's just kiss and hug and do a big fucking kumbaya. Like, but they
No,
can't.
I'm not
Oh,
kidding,
no.
Matt. Josh Jordan freaks me the fuck out. There are very few people in the Chase community that literally freak me out, but he is one of them. And I want nothing to ever do with him, like ever.
Did you see K-Pro's last post last night? That shit freaked me the fuck out, man.
What happened?
No, it was like 3 a.m. Everyone's like, good night, everyone, good night. And I stuck around because I can't sleep at night. Never do. But she was like, yeah. Somehow she emailed. If I fuck this up, don't hold me to it. But somehow this guy emailed her, okay, and said, I found the chest. Come confirm it. And she was kind of leery about going there to do it, but she was getting ready to do it. But the guy bought her a fucking plane ticket, right?
Oh yeah, I read that.
Yeah. So I was like,
Fenn
I
told
tell
her
you
it
what,
was a
man,
fake.
if I would have done that shit, if I was gonna go there, I'd have been packing my fucking 9mm. Seriously.
So I actually think I know who emailed her because he emailed me too. So someone named Hush Whisper in the community, he also threatened to murder me in the future, by the way. I've got screenshots. I'm not kidding. Like, he straight up said he was going to murder me in the future. He emailed me and said he wanted me to go meet him in New Mexico on June 6th of last year to show me gold bones. That was the real secret Fenn was hiding, was gold bones, which goes back to the Nephilim, by the way. I'm very well educated in this shit. And I'm like, no, I'm starting my new job. Like, literally, I was starting my new job that day. And it was supposed to be the function in the junction, you know, Luli, Greg, and everybody. And I was like, so sad I was missing it. But I'm like, yeah, not happening. He's like, well, you fucked up. Well, then he started following me when I would go on panels, and I was on, Bear Looks for Stuff. And we were on the panel and we were talking about Grail lore, and Bear was basically trolling me. He was like, "Oh, Fenn is immortal and has a Grail, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, "No, motherfucker." But then this dude jumps on, and I took a screenshot because I'm like, there's no fucking coincidences in this chase community, right? So I take a screenshot of this dude, and he comes on, and he's one of those religious zealots that like fucking does whatever religion says is okay, no matter like try and explain it straight better. You could explain it better than me.
If you don't follow his train of thought, he has the authority by God to kill you, and
Yeah.
he will enact it. That's how serious he is about his.
That's pretty
his
fucking
beliefs.
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was listening to me on Bear's channel panel. So he comes on and he starts talking to me, and everyone thinks I'm a witch because I wear black and shit. And he starts talking about a story where he's woken up in the middle of the night and he says he sees an angel, but he's like, it's black, like pitch black eyes and shit. It tells him all this weird shit. I'm like, bro, you saw a fucking demon. Like,
did you apply for your concealed carry permit right after that?
No, but I did report shit to the FBI. I'm not kidding. I've done 2 FBI reports to 2 people in the community.
Do it to the local police too, because they're the ones that will be there if some shit goes down. If they know the background on it, they can help. I know this because whatever. Yeah.
No, so it gets scarier. So everyone knows that I'm, research for the Grail stuff and everything. Well, he comes in under another name in Discord, and he starts talking about like how Candy is the only one that's close to understanding the real truth, right? Well, then he sums it up to say that every treasure hunt ever to exist in the world is ran by a secret society that is looking for the one true Grail person for the bloodline, because they are actually the vessel for the Antichrist. And so he claims that they are surveillancing him, and they like are holding him captive and shit, and that they're watching me. And then he said that he doesn't want to, but soon, because he keeps saying like, hold the line. And he says eventually they're going to get to him, and he's going to turn into the Antichrist, and he's going to kill me in the future. Like, I have the screenshots to prove this shit.
Like in the future, or the space continuum time future?
I don't fucking know. But then it got worse, and I can't bring up all of it because I told Ben I wouldn't, but there was some really fucked up shit that went down that I believe traces back to him. So I'm just like, I usually don't talk about it as much, but that dude creeps me the fuck out. And I have his real name. He's an actual fucking producer, by the way. He's a producer.
Yeah, when K-Pro said that, I was just like, holy fucking shit.
All I can say is when somebody asks you to go out in the woods,
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Don't go with them.
No.
Yeah,
Why? The first thing you got to ask yourself, why me? I don't have I don't want. No, man, that sounds like a setup right from the get-go.
No, like he used to say comments like, when you poke the dark pokes back and shit. I'm like, the fuck? Like, so scary.
His initials are GW, right?
I can't remember. I have it saved somewhere, but
I've had several run-ins. I've had hustlers for block forever, but then the GW came in. Greg?
yeah, but that's the thing. I did some research on this shit, and I actually found out that it does trace back to this cult called Cult of Demeter, and they are the ones that claim to take credit for oh my god, what's her name? The one that died in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, that young scientist or whatever, or entrepreneur or whatever she was.
Yeah, she was basically, she created a program, or I think it was a program that can control you with a phone call. Like you can be like in your house and then in Vegas and not even know that you were doing what you're doing just based on a phone call. And the way she ended up dying was she, like, people think she had like a mental breakdown when she was at the convention in Silicon Valley. And she like called her mom, her parents, and said that it was all a lie, that we were living in a simulation and shit. And then she disappeared. They said that she was acting really fucking weird. And then she disappeared. And like, I think they said the last person to see her was like a cop or something. And she was eventually found in the parking lot of her rental in front of the convention, like a day or two later, just dead. And they said that, oh, it wasn't anything, out of the ordinary. It wasn't suspicious. She just died naturally. And I'm like, no, she didn't. The fuck? And so when I looked into it, I found out, yeah, it goes back to this really fucked up, scary cult called the Cult of Demeter. And I believe it linked back to something else that happened in this community that I don't even want to talk about. But there's some fucking scary shit surrounding this community, because when you have $1 million treasure out like this, it attracts everything. It attracts fucking everything.
I believe the psychosis was the behavior a lot of people are experiencing or watching is greed based. Greed and ego go hand in hand. And those are the ones that are unstable, man. They'll show up at your house and shit. And they're driven by greed.
Want to know why? Why they claim to have killed her and other people, and they say they murder people if they get too close to their woods? Because they like to hunt people. That's what they said.
Who said that?
Like, how fucked is that?
I went to take a piss.
Wait, who just joined?
Me. I put my hat
No,
on.
someone else just joined. Their name's Jake Newton. Who is that?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean,
Hello?
all I did was put my hat on.
Hello, Jake Newton. Are you gonna talk? If you're not gonna talk, I'm booting you.
Yeah. Oh, I see him now. I had to hit the drop down to see it. Hey, Jake.
I put my hat on. Someone else just joined. Their name's Jake Newton. Who is that?
I don't know.
Why are they fucking repeating my voice?
They got the YouTube link opened and you're getting the feedback, the loop.
Yeah, I know, but like, are they having
be
trouble?
patient. I know we're all testy, but I know it's your channel. Be patient. It's a new name. They might be figuring out what's going on. Jake, if you can hear me, mute your YouTube, whatever window you got open for YouTube. You can mute it. You don't have to shut it. Just mute it, and then open up this mic.
You know, it'd be really funny if it was Vertigo.
Oh, he just posted, sorry, I'm new to this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Candy's feisty, man. You got to get control of her sometimes. She just goes off the handle.
Troy's
I'm always on the defense, dude. I literally just told you what I have to deal with on a daily basis. I'm sorry.
Troy's way more diplomatic than me. I'm just like, show yourself or get booted out, fucker. You know? Let yourself be known.
So is Jake Newton having trouble figuring out his microphone?
Did Jake Newton find the treasure chest?
Do I want to know who Jake Newton is? I'm scared.
I got a question for you, Matt.
Is he related to Fig Newton?
That'd be funny.
Sorry, I just cracked jokes randomly.
I got a question for you, Matt.
What's up, buddy?
Would you be willing to help me with the treasure hunt?
Help you with a treasure hunt?
Yeah.
What treasure hunt are you launching?
I'm thinking about creating one, buddy.
Yeah, I have too for a long time. When you get back on Discord, just DM me, because you don't want to launch a treasure hunt in public like this. I mean, if I'm wrong, everyone that's on here, tell me I'm wrong, but it needs to be something that you talk about, and then everyone can keep a secret unless one of them's dead or whatever Force said. Type thing.
Hey, speaking of dead, just in case Jake Newton is not a friendly and he's an enemy, and they use my Zoom to put that data that I told you that controls people's minds out there, tell my mom I love her.
It's probably Babs. Jake Newton is Babs.
I'm always on the defense. So I honestly,
in this world, you gotta fucking be on the defense, because otherwise you get your ass ran over by a fucking train.
True.
I don't like trains.
That
Hey, Jake,
mind
are you gonna talk?
that mind control stuff over the telephone comes from a 1970s movie called Telephone. And
Yeah,
it was
but
they used a poem to do it.
but the woman who started her own business or whatever in Silicon Valley, she figured out how to actually replicate it.
It reminds me of the Manchurian Candidate, the old one, the black and white version, probably 50s, 60s, the Manchurian Candidate.
Well, it was
Well, Jake knows how to type in private chat for Zoom here. Type in, if you're not just fucking around, type in what problems you're having. We'll walk you through it real quick, man. I think that'd be the easiest way to find out if they're just here to fuck with you, or you done type the message into private chat, type in and tell us what's going on. We'll help you.
Yeah, I put on the private chat, and I don't see anything from Jake. But Candy, you got 22 people now on here. That's pretty cool.
I have
No,
50.
at the bottom of the screen, Matthew, Matt, you see chat. You on a laptop, look at the bottom. If you hit chat here, that's just only we can see these messages. The people in YouTube can't see what we type in to the meeting chat.
Oh, Barbara is in chat right now, Street.
I'm just looking at Penn by
Go
Otep.
ahead and hit the link, Barbara. Let's talk aliens. Let's talk stars. Let's talk archaeology. Go for it.
You're one of the crazies too. Don't kid yourself, Barb. We're all crazy, man. Get over it. We're all crazy. Admit it. I'm crazy. I know it.
I said
You
hi
know
to
what, I'm
Barbara.
not crazy. I'm not crazy in love because my ass is single.
Well, Candy, some lucky guy's missing out near you. So, you know.
Nope. I'm avoiding them. Where's the squirt gun? I am avoiding them.
Me too. I've been avoiding everything for a long time. But
Wait, so is Jake gonna talk, or like I'm getting a little weirded out right now? Are you gonna type? Are you gonna talk? Because now you've been in here for a while, and I think I might boot you if you don't. Oh, let me see. There's a message. My mic is off.
I said hi, Barbara. Is she actually on here?
So hold on, let me fix. All you have to do is hit the mic icon, and it will unmute you.
Barbara, are you on here? We want to talk to you.
She's in the chat. She deleted her message though.
Yeah, I scrolled up. She was fucking gone.
I invited her on. It's not the real Barbara. Barbara Anderson.
Babs.
Channel.
Serious. Do you want to go to Red Lobster? All right.
Oh, no subscribers.
I posted that earlier in.
Oh, you're right, Ben. It's the fake one.
It's Betty Crocker, Bobby Brass, Aluminum Andy. They're all the same.
All right.
Okay, so is Jake Newton getting?
He just unmuted himself and then went on mute. I watched it happen.
Are you allowed to cuss on these chats?
Jake, can you try and talk, please?
I don't think it's worth it at this point.
Yeah, I think that's Paul.
Wouldn't want to be.
Hold on, let me check real fast.
Well, like I said, they typed in whoever it is. They unmuted.
Yeah, it's working. What's up, Jake?
Yeah.
Hello?
No, I'm just doing a check.
Yeah, it's working, bud.
Who are you?
Are you Brent? That would be awesome. That'd be funny. Be Brent. Oh, it was Brent from Treasure Seekers.
No, I'm not here.
Interesting.
So what you got to say? You joined the panel for a reason. What's your thoughts, man?
You're muted again.
Oh, I already just started on you. You guys are. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I had form any opinion yet. I
How
already
did
just
you
found
find?
your channel just like yesterday.
How did you find my channel? Hello? You're muted again.
It's
I'm
on
not
my
a-
recommended page. You guys are. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I had formally opinion yet.
Can you hit mute on the YouTube?
I
How
only
did
just
you
found
find-
out the channel just yesterday.
How did you find my channel?
Hit mute on YouTube.
Hello? You're muted again.
Wait,
It's
how is
hey,
who's doing that? Because it shows he's on mute.
This is starting to sound like a Geico commercial.
formally opinion.
Okay, I'm just kicking him. I'm not in the mood.
I only just found out the channel just yesterday.
How did you find my channel?
Yeah, I was just typing into private chat, man. Now they're just fucking with you. Boot that idiot, man.
Hello? You're muted.
I am.
Who's doing that? Because it shows he's on mute.
You got feedback, Matt. I think it's you.
Matt, are you the one that did it?
I'm not in the mood.
Matt, I think you're the one that's on YouTube.
Am I? Am I doing both?
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta-
mute
yeah.
YouTube.
All right.
Damn it, Matt. You
I
got
don't know how to
you
get
got
back here if I go off. Hold on.
Like,
Oh,
who
well,
was
come on,
that
let's-
person?
Let's look at the facts
better?
here. You join in, you have problems, that's understandable. But once you figure out the problems, you just joined for no reason. I mean, most people join to say, hey, man, I just heard you say this. And well, I think this.
Okay.
No, they just like,
Trying
oh,
to
I
fix
don't know.
it.
I can't
Or turn my
formulate
volume
an
down.
opinion.
You good now, Matt? I'm starving. What the hell is it eating the house?
I don't know about you guys, but does anyone else have a head change?
Oh, what?
A head change?
What the fuck is that?
Like you start feeling a little off in the head because of some weird technology that was getting, put through the system in Zoom. You never
No,
know.
I'm just practicing looking like I'm frozen.
Like, what the hell
Come
was
on,
that?
screen. I've been able to do it before where it looked like my screen was frozen for like 3 hours.
I closed everything. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better now. It's much better.
All right. Sorry.
You got Jake kicked.
I'm, trying to figure this shit out, right?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
seriously,
shit.
guys, like I feel like a really fucking weird head change right now. I'm not kidding.
Do you really?
Why?
Seriously.
Are you getting nauseous and kind of lightheaded and weak?
I'm getting lightheaded, yeah.
Must be
Candy,
the Chinese.
you need to go to the hospital, get you like a Z-pack or something,
No, like you guys don't understand. Like, I was doing some serious research and this shit really exists. Like they could call in and they could use some type of, I forgot what it was called. It was like some type of program that can fucking fuck with your head. I'm not kidding.
No.
No, it's real.
Hey,
I'm serious. That's how they killed the Silicon Valley.
Anyone can fuck with your head is if you're weak-minded.
No, I'm telling you, there's something I've been looking into, and there's this cult called the Cult of Demeter. They are real. They exist. They've killed multiple people. I think they killed someone in this chase community. I'm not fucking kidding.
Who'd they kill?
I can't say because I told someone in the chase I wouldn't talk about it, but it's something that's freaked me out since last year. And I mean, Street knows a little bit about it, but I'm not kidding when I tell you, when I started investigating into this, because they asked me to, I found shit. And that woman who ran as the CEO in Silicon Valley, she was murdered. They also murdered her partner from Saudi Arabia. And they took credit for killing a whole bunch of other people that were like hikers just going into the woods over where they were located. I'm not kidding. Like, this is serious shit.
For $1 million treasure, that's
They based it on, they think this was all about finding the Antichrist. This is the book of Revelations to this society, right, Candy?
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Like when Hush Whisper was talking about how this group was surveillance him and stuff, like I started looking into it, and then when someone in the chase community got murdered, one of the last things they said was exactly what Hush Whisper said about the hunts, all the treasure hunts in the world being used to find, you know, the Grail, which was the bloodline that's the Antichrist or whatever. That was one of the last things this guy said to his wife. And that's when I connected it back to Hush Whisper. So I'm not kidding. I usually don't talk about this shit because it's serious and it freaks me out. But that shit, whatever the fuck that was, that just freaked me the fuck out.
Well, all joking aside, Shy Guy, about 6 months ago when I ghosted him, that's where he was turning his thoughts, man. And ironically, 6 months later, he's accusing me of being the Antichrist. And God gave him authority to fight me. I'm like, wow, man. What? Why didn't you get the message when I didn't? I blocked your number and all that. It's like, nah, man, I can't reason with insanity like that. That's the same type of. I think it's the same thought pattern that Hush Whisper is going with. This is all about. Forrest was looking for the Antichrist. Now, come on, let's just stop there. Let's discuss that for just 1 second. Okay, that must mean what?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't at all. Like, this is
Well,
where shit gets fucked up.
Of course not. I was trying to logically say I can't make no connections. How the what? Where did that come in?
So just because I looked into this.
Was that the small group of searchers that were camping and one of them died under strange circumstances?
I can't say because I don't want to piss someone off in the community, but let's just say I was asked to look into it. I looked into it. I found shit. I connected shit back to the same person who threatened to murder me in the future. I sent them screenshots of it. They sent me back stuff. Like, I don't really talk to that person anymore, but I've talked about it on my channel before I deleted it. And I found shit. Like, you guys know when I research, I find shit. And I found shit where I normally don't talk about this stuff. Like, I don't even know why I'm talking about it tonight, but who the fuck was that? Who the fuck was that? Like, why, where'd they come from? Why did they go on my channel? They didn't even speak any fucking English.
That was a fake accent. I'm almost positive that was a fake Oriental, half Middle Eastern, half Oriental accent. That was a fake accent.
Real to me. I've been around the world a couple times, but I mean, yeah, it could have been fake, but it actually did sound real to me. It sounded like somebody I would talk to when I was calling DirecTV to get my TV fixed, and then they answered the phone.
It was seemingly forced.
Well, I didn't at first. I did think India, but no, the way they said it out, it turned kind of Oriental, man. In my ears, I heard Indian right from the get go, and then a little
like
Oriental
between Middle Eastern and Middle America.
Nepal. I could say maybe Nepal. That's up in split in the two, somewhere up in that area. Hell, we could have had that could have been the Dalai Lama. He was just shy to say who he was. He could have laid some wisdom on us, man. And you booted him, Candy. Way to go with your paranoia.
Yeah, Candy. What the hell?
My vote goes for Lebanese.
Break here. We want to talk to the Dalai Lama. God damn it.
Lebanese.
My vote goes for Lebanese.
Was it just me, or did anyone hear a little Oriental in there? Just a slight bit of Oriental.
I heard it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm eating some of my chicken sandwich, trying to see if like I'll feel better because I don't feel good right now.
Oh, you're working yourself up over nothing, man. Relax.
No, I'm
We're
not
all fine.
All right, Candy, check it out. Here's what you do. Eat, take a shower. It'll make you feel better. And Motrin and Tylenol. Just keep rotating them on a 3 or 4 hour basis.
No, it's not like it's a headache. It's something else. I'm not kidding.
It's probably the shit the damn balloon dropped. They sprayed a bunch of shit down there. I don't know. But I hope you feel better, though. I really do.
Thanks. I'm eating spicy ass chicken sandwich.
Well, it's probably the spices in the chicken sandwich then.
Wait, what the fuck?
Drink a bunch of water too.
Hold on. In chat, they're saying, Candy, I know what you did last summer and keep the video on you the whole time. The fuck?
Is this like Mean Girls now?
Well, this is the thing. I usually talk to TP Man, so he better be fucking joking right now.
See, I was on YouTube, but I can't see any of the comments anymore because I went off because I guess I was fucking everything up because I was on there.
All you have to do is have YouTube muted on pause, and then you can still look at the chat.
Oh, okay. I'm new to this shit, so let me see. Well, now I gotta figure out how to go back on YouTube from here.
My channel is called OTAC.
Oh yeah, I know. All right. Okay, yeah. All right, I'll shrink this. Go on YouTube.
I know
Ow.
since personally TP, I don't know him personally, but they showed up here recently and I've made it clear to them. There any comments they do, it's like borderline, man. It's like they're pushing the edge. How far can I say before street blocks me? I don't. That's the
Who?
personality I get from TP, man.
Oh. He's usually really cool to me.
I know since personally TP, I don't know him personally, but someone's YouTube's running.
This sandwich is so spicy. I'm too white for the sandwich.
So I think I muted YouTube. All right, hold on. No. Oh, there we go.
Just pause it.
Are you saying it's too spicy, Candy?
What?
Are you saying it's too spicy?
Yeah. Way
Okay,
too spicy.
is my shit wreaking havoc again, or is it cool?
Sounds good.
Okay. But on here, I'm frozen. On the other one, I'm not. So I'm just gonna go.
Holy crap.
You're so white.
Candy, you don't
Oh,
think
no.
you don't think Rudy won the mimosa competition?
I think he won
Dude,
it.
I won. I'm still standing.
Yeah, but he drank more than you, obviously, because he passed the fuck out.
He owes me secrets.
That's what you said before.
I know, and he hasn't given them. Ah, this burns. And that's what I get for asking for extra spicy mayo. Holy criminelli. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm okay. Whew.
There we go. Oh,
I just need to drink more of my milk tea because my mouth is on fire.
that's what she said.
Yeah.
I'm a fire-breathing dragon. So, Street, you want to talk about them stars?
Anytime, man. I don't care.
You drinking tonight?
Yes, I am.
Hey,
What are you
Matt.
drinking?
But
You know
like
what Rudy's-
Who is
You know
it?
what Rudy's pass out reminded me of? Remember that scene from Tommy Boy where he's like, "We're gonna show the world a thing or two," and you fucking just pass it out on the table? That was Rudy.
Candy.
Yep.
Was Shiloh pretty excited that I particularly bought the item?
Well, you saw his response, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw it, but I didn't know if there was anything else in between there, like that you didn't post.
Let me go back and check real fast.
Just, I thought Forrest was the cool guy, man. So
He just said, that's really wonderful. Please tell him thank you for his service as well. I'm sure he'll love the arrowheads. I don't believe I've met him before.
yeah, he's never met me. It's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sober tonight, so I can't make an excuse of over texting Shiloh because I had one too many ciders.
Oh, no. No, I understand. I mean, eventually he's probably going to be like, all right, man. 'Cause
I know.
I've been there and done it, but
I know, that's why I'm holding back.
Anyways, so.
But I mean, like, I'm a girl. We over text to begin with. It's just part of our nature. And two, the whole reason I think I'm even able to like talk to him is one night I had one too many ciders. They were like really strong ciders. And I just started messaging him and he started responding. And I was like being really smart with like the questions and the way I asked him. And then my favorite part was I was so on a good one, meaning I was pretty shit-faced, that he was responding about something and then he stopped. And so I was like, your bubbles were bubbling and then the bubbles stopped bubbling. And then he's like, because you were sharing my messages with the fishes. And I was like, oh shit. And so now next year I'm gonna wear a shirt that says something about Shiloh's bubbles. I'm not kidding. That's gonna be my shirt.
No, you got to put something about the fishes on there, like drowning with the fishes.
Maybe I'll figure it out. I gotta one of
Somebody
Rudy.
will.
No, you gotta put the fishes are popping my bubbles.
No, I'll figure it out. I've got till next year.
I want to know
Unless-
what the likelihood is of May in Vegas at this swim pool, whatever the hell it is. See, it's kind of hard for me to grasp these concepts because I live on a lake. I got my little pontoon boat and jet ski and all that. And then we're to go all the way to fucking Vegas, to experience swimming in a swimming pool is a foreign concept, at least to me now.
I feel like they'll probably have casinos in the pool. It's Vegas.
Oh my god.
The bartender goes up to you, you get what the fuck you want, all that shit. Yeah, that's
Like,
that's cool. But then
the only thing I ask for
went to Montana 3, 4, 10 times.
The only thing I ask for is a swim up bar. That's all I ask for is a swim up bar. I will be happy.
And
Well,
Candy,
Mark,
is
on
Ben
my
still in the
dock,
chat?
there is a swim up bar.
I don't know.
Jump in the lake and then come back out, and then you have a swim up bar.
This
God, I
is
hope he's
true.
in the chat.
You should have it at my fucking house.
If I show up to Vegas next year, I'm gonna have a shirt. And you know what it's gonna say? Do I have a chip in my?
Something about Cody.
No. It's gonna be so. This is gonna be great. I'll make sure I get it if I customize. If I do come to Vegas next year, it's gonna say I'm all in for Shiloh with a picture of Ben.
Oh God,
No center
Ben's
of it.
all in for Shiloh.
See, I thought the Rudy sticks were gonna say, "Don't touch my stick."
No, he was wearing a shirt that said, ask me about my stick.
Right.
And then he goes up and he had the actual stick in a light up box, right? And normally it's like, I guess if people touch his stick, they get a shirt, but like he couldn't say anything. And I feel like I was the only one that touched his stick without being told to touch the stick because I'm like that annoying person. And then everyone else had to be like, touch my stick so they could get a shirt. I'm like, I'm the only one that earned that damn shirt because I touched it without being told.
Yeah, and then the unspoken there is the homonyms of touch my stick.
I know. It was funny.
Yeah, and I think everybody got that, but yeah.
Hold on, I want to correct something. So Davio in chat said Shiloh was on Candy's phone zooming live. No. Shiloh FaceTimed Cynthia. And the first time he did it, I wasn't there. Like, I think Ben and Ashley dragged me over to the bar or something. And then all of a sudden, Molly came running after me and she's like, Cynthia's looking for you. She was FaceTiming Shiloh and you weren't around. I was like, what? And so I ran over and I'm like, what happened? And Cynthia was like, oh, he FaceTimed me and you weren't here. And I'm like messaging him on my phone. I'm like, sir, call back. And he's like, I will in a little bit. And then next thing you know, Cynthia's like flagging me down again. She's like, Shiloh's calling, because we couldn't figure out how to get him to answer. And so she like handed me the phone. And when I grabbed it and I went to take it to Ashley, he's like, did you steal Cynthia's phone? And I'm like, no, she handed it to me.
Well, I was always cheering, like when I saw Cynthia's videos and her blog, I was literally cheering her on to find it. At some point, I thought she was going to find it. It's like the sheer tenacity. But I always liked Cynthia. I think I got almost banned from Discord a few days ago for just saying something bad about her, but that it's not what I was truly thinking. It was like, it was more in jest or whatever, but
I mean, me and Cynthia, we butted heads for sure. And I've called her some things. She's called me some things. Like the whole reason you have the word dolt is because she said I was the biggest dolt of the Jays. But, the thing with WSOF is like when you go there, everything's chill. It doesn't matter how much bad blood you had in the past. Everything is chill. So I know it's
I wish
pissing
I
off a
would
lot
have
of
gone
people.
now, but I couldn't go. I wish I would have fucking went, but I couldn't.
I'm telling you, if I go next year, I'm wearing that fucking shirt that says "I'm all in for Shiloh." It's gonna have Ben next to the poker table.
For Shiloh, he's gonna be like, y'all are wearing some weird ass shirts.
I think that would win the shirt contest next year if I go. I'm all in for Shiloh with Ben next to the poker table, pushing all those chips in.
You know what I might put? I'll put Shiloh saying "Sweet Caroline" to me.
Yeah, he was serenading you, Candy.
No, it was Cynthia too. Cynthia was present too.
Well, he was serenading both of y'all.
No, I was
God, no.
joking around the other day and I told Ashley this because I'm like, dude, I'm such a goober. When you talk to your girlfriends, you're like, did I really just send this? So I told them, I'm like, we occasionally refer to you as Mr. Bubbles Casanova because of your serenading singing voice and your wine night. And he read it. That shit was so funny. I was like, did I just totally shoot myself in the foot right now? Maybe. But
God, now I really want to go to
I
Vegas.
think it went from Mr. Bubbles to Mr. Bubbles Casanova to Mr. Bubbles Casanova something else.
I know it's I'm socially awkward. It's okay. But when I drink, I'm fucking hilarious. So
Yeah, I'm totally socially awkward, but when I drink, I don't know what the hell happens. Sometimes it turns out good, and sometimes it kind of turns out bad. But
well, I sent that video to Shiloh, and I don't even remember doing this, by the way, which I honestly, I told him I'm going to go crawl under Fenn Rock and hide.
Oh.
But I sent him the video of me and Rudy during the mimosas, right? And we are so shit-faced that I start talking to Shiloh in a British accent. And Rudy's like, why are you talking with an accent? And then all of a sudden I'm like, because I'm mad at you, Rudy. Great. I'm mad at you. And I don't even know why I was mad at him. I just said that. And then it was so funny because like the next morning I wake up and I get a message from Shiloh and he's like, finally got a chance to watch the video. You guys were extremely entertaining. And I was just like, oh dear God, like, please help hide me.
Isn't Shiloh supposedly going to World Series of Fenn next year?
He had 2 bottles of wine, so I gotta slowly ease him on into it.
well, you tell him a retired major, a paratrooper, wants him to come. One of the guys at Forrest supported ground support air troops in Vietnam. Different era. I get it. Tell him I want to meet him. Tell him I would like to meet him.
I would love to meet him too. Because I've never met Shiloh and I've never met Forrest. And it's always bugged me that I've never met Forrest. Because I always looked up to that dude.
I feel bad though, like anyone who's associated with me, they get so much shit for it. And like right now, just because the community knows Shiloh will sometimes, message me or respond to my messages, they're giving him so much crap. And I'm just like, dude, leave him alone. He's just being kind and just putting up with my crazy ass. Like, leave him alone. And because he's talking to me, like Barbara's talking crap, there's like false rumors being like spread around. Like, it sucks.
Well, that's not your fault. I mean, you're just living your life. You're interacting the way that you think you need to be. So it's it's the same as any of us are doing, but he's responding to you for whatever reason.
I think I just entertain him like I did with Fenn. I would message Fenn the most random shit ever, and he would crack up. Like one time I sent him an email that said like Battle of the Flies or something. I don't even remember what it was about. I just remember he wrote back and he was like saying it was really funny. And then I told him one day when we found our little cat in the backyard of our house. And I would just always tell him stories. And then I would send him the research I was doing on the chess motif. And he was always like super entertained by that. And one time I told Fenn, I'm like, this is Pandora's box, right? And then immediately right after, when he was doing an interview, he referred to the chest as Pandora's box. And I was like, haha, I gotcha, cheeky. So it was really funny. But yeah, every time I talked to Fenn, it was always about life and research and stuff. And before I met him, I used to send him a bunch of emails of me like working out what I thought the clues were. And I researched everything. Literally anybody could give me any type of solve and I could be like, I know exactly what the fuck that is. And when I went and met him at his house, he was like, I've read every single one of your emails. And I'm looking at him like, you poor thing. I never thought you would have like opened any of them, right? And I sent him so many solve emails. It was ridiculous. And so after I met him, then I stopped sending him solve emails and I would just like talk to him. And then I remember one time he was saying like, oh, people need to stop emailing him stuff, right? So I stopped emailing him. And then he emails me and he's like, why'd you stop emailing me? I'm like, because you told people to stop. He's like, I didn't mean you. And I was like, oh, okay. And so I would just like randomly tell him something for the day. And what was really cool was whenever I'd go live, he would ask me to send him a link. And he would be in my chat room and people didn't even know it. He'd be in my chat room and he'd be watching my live streams. And then he would message me and he'd be like, tell everyone to say hi. And then that was when I did the 90th birthday when he and Shiloh were watching it together. And then one time when I had Dale on my channel because of Cynthia, I didn't want to do my hair. So I was wearing a pink wig, right? The next morning I wake up and Forrest is like, I like your new pink wig. Like, I kid you not. He sent me that in the morning. It was so funny.
Sometimes I think he didn't really like talking to people about the treasure hunt. He just like meeting
interacting
people and interacting. Exactly.
Yeah, that's why it was so cool because I would always update him too on like any shit that was going on in the community, especially like anyone who's like trashing him and stuff. But it was just really cool because he like multiple times he called me his friend. And I thought that was the coolest thing. I'm like, I actually get to call Force Fenn my friend. And there's people in the community that will trash me and say messed up stuff. And they're like, no, that's a fake email or he didn't mean it. But I'm like, I know he was my friend and I always had his back. So whatever.
Well, I did send him a couple emails that I wish I wouldn't have said the things that I said, because I was drinking or whatnot. But I think when he passed, he was at peace with everything. And I think it probably prolonged his life a considerable amount to have the interaction that he had with us searchers. So that's a plus, that's a bonus, that's a win.
So right after the finale, I stayed up all night and then I had to go fly back home, right? And so when I got home, I was so exhausted and I was emailing him.
Where did you
and I ended up passing out and then I didn't wake up until the next day. And it turned out he emailed me hours before he died. Literally like not hours, but how they say they found him and he was like unconscious and then everything. That was the timeline. that he emailed me, and the last thing he sent me was hurry. Like he said, please hurry, because I was supposed to come see him after the finale, and I was gonna recharge up and then go back out there. And he said, please hurry. And then he fucking died.
Well, he wanted to see you. He actually emailed me back 2 weeks before he died. And I mean, I said, because I had emailed him a bunch of pictures of me and my son fishing, which I think he liked, because he, you know, that's what he wanted. You go to Yellowstone, go fishing, go to Madison, go fishing, go to Firehole, go fishing.
Do you fly fish or no?
Yeah, I always sent him pictures of us catching fish, you know, there. So, yeah, it was magical to me. Just like, oh wow, you know, this is only the 4th one or 5th one that I ever got back from Forrest, but you know, he's still interacting, especially after the fine. But yeah, I mean it just sucks, you know. It would be cool to still have him here. You know, it's everyone takes it a different way, but you know, he was, I had a lot to relate to him, being a combat veteran, a guy who went off to Canada school, a guy who went to OCS, a guy who had done radar stuff before, a guy who had been prior enlisted in his career, and a guy that retired 20 years in the Army. It was like, damn, this, you know, he talked about JD Salinger writing a book about him. I looked at Forrest like he wrote a book about me, because, you know, we were both poor, really poor when we were younger. Like, we didn't have a car in my family until I was 15. Like, my mom raised me and my 2 sisters, and we didn't have a car until I was 15. I ran track, and when I got home from track practice, I ran another 5 miles. So, you know, that's what hooked me into the chase. That's what got me going. That's what got my blood boiling. I was like, this shit's real. A retired major, a combat veteran from Vietnam would not be, you know, who had the means to do it and owned an art gallery in Santa Fe. He wouldn't be fucking around. And I showed it to my son. He was 11 at the time. I said, this is real. We're going to go look for it. Then I got multiple family members that were looking for it after that. So huge positive.
Did Street ever tell you of what he did when he went to Fenn's house?
No.
Street, tell him the story.
Yeah.
Unless this old man fell asleep on me.
I remember someone a Street story.
Hold on. Street. Trusted, can you go bonk Street on the head?
Is that Troy?
I can't reach them here.
What did this old man do? What? Okay, Trusted, what's something I usually say about Street that pisses him off?
I don't know, but if you send a text message to Barbara, she'll probably snap his thong and wake him up.
Well, in case Street doesn't know, he's on mute.
I can hear him. No, I hear him. Do you hear him, Candy?
No, he's not talking. He's on mute.
No, he was just talking just now.
No, that was Trusted.
Who was it?
Trusted Living.
Oh, okay. Well,
what the heck happened to Street? That old man passed out on a Zoom. I bet you anything.
Well, it is like, I'm on Eastern time in Virginia here.
Yeah, it's 1:07. I gotta work at 11. I gotta work at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yeah, like
not too. Trusted, we haven't heard from you in a while. What do you have to say?
To sleep the fuck in. That's pretty nice.
Well, I gotta be there at 11 a.m. So as soon as that, I wake up at like 8 o'clock ish.
Yeah,
take my medication.
It's better than waking up at 5 to get there at 6.
Yeah, I've been there before. I had to work used to work at the hospital, and sometimes I used to work morning shifts. It was like I have to wake up at like 4 o'clock ish, maybe.
Yeah.
It was early as
No,
fuck.
I'm not saying this to throw anything in anyone's face, but when I was in Iraq, I worked 24/7
Oh yeah,
for a year. So that makes you appreciate if you're on a shift and you know your head's going to hit the pillow after that shift, it's a blessing.
yeah,
I'm not saying that as a something in your face. I'm saying that as to be inspiration to realize, you know, sometimes when you ain't had a pizza in 2 years, you appreciate it.
Oh, you were in Iraq, Matthew?
Yes, sir.
My oldest son was there too. He went there 3 times. He was with First Cavalry.
Really?
Yep.
Good unit. Yeah, I was there in 2004. I commanded the infantry company in combat. We had the worst sector in our whole division area of operations. One of my guys was awarded the Silver Star Medal. He was the first person in the first infantry division to be awarded the Bronze Star Medal since Vietnam. His name is Ray Bittinger. You can Google him. Raybittiner. Ray Bittinger. He was one of my guys in Iraq, and yeah, I nominated him for the Silver Star Medal. He was the first one that earned it since Vietnam in the first infantry division. So I'm proud of that, and that was one of my guys. I don't usually talk about myself, but I'll tell all kinds of stories about my guys. So
Yeah. Yeah, my son was a sergeant over there, and he had 2 Bradleys, and I forget how many people, but he said his Bradley got he calls it blown up, but it's not, as we know, it's an armored vehicle. It didn't get blown up, but the percussion inside the vehicle, he said it happened 27 times.
yeah, that's the M2A2 Bradley. That's the Bradleys that I had when I was in Iraq, and I had a similar thing take place in Iraq. Well, twice. An impact concussion. I had blood coming out of my ears, and then I got grazed on my neck, right behind my ear with a round. So, by the regulations, I could have got a Purple Heart, but I never really told anyone about it because I was like, the guy, I didn't lose a leg, I didn't lose an arm. The guys that earned it, I want them to get it, So, yeah, but yeah, I had a whole platoon of Bradleys in Iraq, and then intermittently, I also had a half a platoon of tanks, the M1A1 Abrams, which we just sent to Ukraine. But yeah, so it was a little bit chippy, let's just say, where we were. But I told Shiloh, I said, I appreciate your granddad's service. Everyone that served, everyone who's ever done it, and then a lot of people are kind of spiteful of those who have not served, and I'm not. I'm just glad that I could provide their freedoms to them, all the amendments and everything else, and whatever else I could do. And I don't get bitter about that. Some people get bitter about that, but if someone believes one thing, me and Ben have actually had conversation about this shit, but if someone believes one thing and I don't disagree with it, the way that I look at it is I provided them the freedom to think that way. So it's all good up in the neighborhood, bro.
You're braver than I am.
No bravery involved. It was the only thing I knew. It was the only thing I knew. I graduated high school. I enlisted when I was 17. My mom had to sign the paperwork, and it was all I knew. So when it's kind of funny, that movie Stripes with Bill Murray, you know, or Richard Gere in An Officer and a Gentleman. You know, he says, I had nowhere else to go. And at that point, I had nowhere else to go. So you go, you serve your time, and you ain't got a choice. And it changes your perspective on everything. And that, I mean, that's the way I look at it. But I had nowhere else
Yeah,
to go.
but you must have stuck with it for 20 years, right? 20 years plus?
22. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a long time.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what I mean. That's, you know, initially you got in there because that's what an option was for you, but you stuck with it for that long. That's a long time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It was some days were great, some days were shitty, just like any other job. But I had some hard days. I had a day where my gunner got killed. I had a civilian walk into my command post with his guts hanging out. I had my interpreter, he quit. And I had another man on the rooftop injured by a mortar round. And that was my day of days. That was my day of days. That was the day I said, one day, just like Dick Winters and Easy Company Band of Brothers, I said, one day I'm going to settle down and find me a little tiny quiet piece of land, and I ain't got to deal with this shit no more. And that's what I did. Here I am.
That's good. Is that Tyler making noise again?
Yeah, he's probably washing his dishes. Tyler, you
That was probably me. I was taking candy out of my jar.
I don't know. I was being held captive in your jar, Trusted.
Yeah.
it says
You didn't know
Tyler's
that I
gone, but Troy's still here. It says
Wait,
Tyler.
what, Trusted?
I said, you don't know I keep you in my jar? Cinnamon candy.
I ain't Thumbelina. Wait, what about Troy?
No, I said it looks like he's still here, but Tyler's actually gone.
Tyler, I think he's still here. Let me check.
No, because I'm
No,
like,
Tyler disappeared.
no, I'm on the little.
Tyler Irish goodbye us.
Is that his name?
Usually Street's the one that does the Irish goodbye.
I talked to Tyler a lot when I first joined Discord because I was, I just was concerned about him.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, oh, he does this every 2 weeks. And I was like, yeah, but still need to talk to him.
I still think so much to talk to Barbara. I'm really concerned about her.
I am too. I am literally, that's what I was saying earlier too. In this thing, it was like, she's gone off the deep end. It's like Apocalypse Now.
I believe it. Is that the one where they talk? I think I watched that movie.
If you have not, Candy, if you haven't watched Apocalypse Now.
I think I have. Is that one with Will something?
It's Charlie Sheen's dad, Martin Sheen. And he gets a mission because a Colonel Kurt, has gone rogue, and he is now commanding basically a battalion size of Montagnards who were on our side in Vietnam, right? So fucking tobacco on my keyboard. So Martin Sheen has to go in there. And so a 2-star general, you've seen all the shit I posted about me and Jack Keane and me and everyone else, but 2-star general has to convince him as a captain, special forces, ComSec, to go in there and neutralize or terminate the colonel's command. And I'm not going to say if I ever had a mission kind of equivalent to that in Iraq where someone went rogue, but it's some crazy fucking shit. It's exactly like the scene that's in Apocalypse Now. Exactly. And you get told something needs to be done, someone's going rogue, and you just have to go do what the fuck you have to do. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Oh, shit.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
I thought you was gone, Candy.
She's probably trying to message now.
Troy, are you still here? Because it says you are. You just have your mic muted.
I don't see Troy.
Who's the Wizard of Oz thing?
Street.
Oh, okay. All right. Then I'm getting them confused. Somebody else. Well, I appreciate your thankfulness about military service. But when people say that, a lot of times it's like, well, I didn't know anything else. So.
Well, I don't like the politics behind how wars end up happening.
I don't either.
People that volunteer to risk their lives. I mean, that's a special kind of bravery. Really, you're not all brave. There's a lot of them that they're going to be able to handle it. You can't crack. They free up really bad. So somebody that can continue on for 22 years, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's hard to continue on because, like for me, I mean, I've got really severe chronic PTSD. I mean, I saw soldiers get their legs blown off, their head blown off, their arms blown off. I lost a bunch of soldiers in combat, so it's hard. And when you look at that, there's kind of you don't even know where to go from that point. When you get back home to the States and you try, there's no way you can explain that to anyone. There's no way they could picture that in their head. There's a lot of people that have been through a lot of really bad stuff, but you in your mind, you're thinking, how the hell do I explain this to anybody? To anybody. And that was what I faced when I got back. You just wanted to be quiet about it. But then I realized, well, maybe the more I talk about it, the more it will help me. There's some people that don't have a story. I'm not trying to be mean, but they sat on the fob the whole time and just didn't do shit. But for the people who had a story, most of them, they shut down. They went into a corner and just shut the fuck up because they didn't feel like sharing it with anyone because, they were ashamed or, ashamed that people would view them as being weak or whatever. And that's how it was. And then so here's the statistic for you. I had 130 men in my infantry company in Bakuba, Iraq, in Diyala province. there's less than 70% of them right now are alive. I punched it into a calculator. Less than 70% of those men are still alive. We're talking about guys that are in their teens, 18 to 20, 20s, 30s, that are no longer with us. That's some pretty fucked up shit. It's really fucked up. Well, Candy, are you there?
Yeah, what happened to Trusted?
Well, oh yeah, I was just explaining to Trusted about the guys that I lost to suicide.
No, I heard it.
After the war.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was 6 guys total, and then a couple to other freak accidents, and then a bunch of them to follow-on assignments, either in Iraq or Afghanistan. So I have my roster of my guys that serve, you know, we all serve together. I had my first sergeant here this summer. We went and caught striper here on the lake. And my neighbor is a guy named Danny Berthiamune. He was Wayne Gretzky's goalie for 8 years of his career in the National Hockey League. I don't know if you ever heard of Wayne Gretzky. Have you heard of him?
Yeah. Wait, why did Trusted leave again? What's he doing? It shows that he's popping in and out. I think he's having trouble with his mic.
I see.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, I see Trusted Living and me and you.
Trust, are you there?
There we go. Hey,
Yeah,
buddy.
He's bouncing me out the last couple times that I disappeared. It just bounced me out and then it came back.
It was popping out when I was talking to him, Candy, too. It was going in and out. He might be in a bad spot, but that's okay.
Probably because I'm taking up the bandwidth. All the bandwidth.
Maybe it's having the video on.
What?
Maybe it's because I had the video on.
Maybe.
I closed all my shit out, so I hope I'm not clogging shit up.
No, when we say that, we're joking because you know, Barbara and them say that we take all the bandwidth of YouTube when we go live for hours.
They actually believe that?
I don't know. I just know that that's not how this works, Linda. This is not how any of this works.
Man, somebody really close. That's what I'm wondering. Like, is there anyone really close to Barbara that could just reel her ass in and go, look, man, like, you've gone off the deep end. Just fucking give it up. You know, your shit,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you know who she's super close with?
Do I want to know?
She's super close with the people that say the most heinous, disgusting, fucked up things about me that you've ever heard. And she calls them the good guys.
Well,
like Kyle Kim Doofus is one of her buddies. Bobby Brass is another. Your face said it all. You're like, oh shit.
How's this one?
Right?
You know, I mean, actually, when I shave.
Other than that, it appears that she lives in her parents' attic and is totally consumed with what it is that she's doing on YouTube.
What's up with basements and attics tonight?
Well, evidently it's the attic versus the basement, and the basement crew is bad and the attic crew is good, and I don't know.
There you go. That's the one thing I could say to piss off Street. Hey, Street, you and Barbara are match made in heaven. Attic meet basement. I can hear him right now. How dare you, Indy? How dare you? I should sue you right now. You're getting subpoenaed tomorrow.
Is the picture the only one that's the actual video and everyone else just has a picture?
Yeah, because I'm dying in my bed and I look like
Yeah.
shit and I don't want to be on camera.
No, because like when we did the speakeasy, there was like 20 people on there. And I'm like, I'm the only motherfucker that's alive. I'm like, I'm proud to be me. You know, I was like, whatever, you know. Like,
Yeah,
seriously.
I shut my video off to that had anything to do with it kicking me off.
Yeah, I don't really give a fuck. I understand if someone's sick or whatever else, but like when we did the speakeasy, that was my first one. It was like everyone else is just shutting the fuck up and just listening to everyone else. I was like, y'all bitches can talk if you want to, you know, like tell me like what was your solve? Like where was the treasure or what pissed you off? Like, you know, that's what I'm always engaged in multiple conversations when people talk about things from both sides. And that to me is the most interesting. So Candy, you're back. Oh my gosh.
I've
You're
been
back.
here.
You were disappeared for a minute.
No, I just wasn't dying of coughing.
Oh, okay. Or you were and you were just muffling it.
Maybe. I think I had my finger over the microphone on my phone.
Don't muffle it. Just go for broke.
It sounds so bad. It's so
Okay.
gross.
It's not your fault. Someone gave that shit to you.
We all got it in Vegas. The damn little shits.
Hey, Ben probably gave it to everyone.
Nah, he'll cut you if you say that.
That's what I was gonna say. We just need to start that shit tomorrow on Discord. Ben got everyone sick.
He would ban you from Discord. He'd be like, fuck you.
Oh, he won't. He likes me.
It's not like he doesn't like you. He's just very opinionated.
Yeah, so am I. We're both Aries.
Oh, that's funny. Y'all like war. God of war.
I don't take no shit. Like, don't ban me for no reason, just because I disagree with you. And I don't
He
think
doesn't really do that.
I actually think he's really fair.
I did bitch out Jeremy. I think it was this morning. It was either this morning or yesterday.
Saw it.
No, it wasn't in chat. It was actually a private message. I saw Nika and I think it was Starry Night and who else was it? They were like all in there in the morning. Oh, fucking Rick Novak and stuff. They were all trashing me and other people. And it was just like so stupid. I was like, Jeremy, what the fuck? And so Jeremy was like, dude, I agree about the Rick Novak thing. So he gave him a warning. But I'm like, I had to message Huli tonight and just like breathe. So I didn't go off on fucking Nika because she's always just being a dick.
It's all cool with the warning until you're the one getting fucked with. Every time I posted anything about the military, that motherfucker comes on there and he just starts just destroying the fact that I was ever in the military or I was whatever. It's so fucking weird, man. It's like, why are you concentrated on me? Like, why don't you just focus on yourself and your lame ass? Like,
well, that's why I got so pissed because when I posted Shiloh's response to you about the arrowheads, fucking Nika puts the laughy emoji because she always does whenever I do something for Shiloh. And I finally told her, I'm like, dude, you're fucking bitter Nika from this point on. Like, you can never just let someone enjoy something happy. And then she's like, I wasn't even doing
when I DM'd
that.
You're obsessed with defending me. I'm just like, this is the coolest moment of my life and shit, you know? This is
yeah, that's why I got pissed off.
You're like, just let him enjoy the moment, man. And I was like, motherfucker. But look at my restraint. I was like, hey, just, you know, I'm not gonna say anything because I don't want to get banned. You know, I fought for First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, but I can't actually exercise them my fucking self. So I'm just not gonna say fucking shit, you know.
Well, like, so one thing she said that I'm two-faced because a week before we started butting heads, I asked her if she was going to go to WSOF, which I did. I messaged her and I was like, Nika, it'd be so cool if you went to WSOF and everything, right? Because I really wanted her to go. And then one night, I think I was on Streets Live, and I was talking with Troy, you know, why must I go? And we started butting heads. Like Troy and I will sometimes butt heads, right? And all of a sudden we get into it, and then Godelkin's in Discord talking shit on me, calling me a narcissist, and then Nika is calling me a narcissist. And that was a really sensitive topic for me because I just got out of a 16 fucking year relationship with a narcissist that fucked me up for a very, very long time.
Let me ask you a question.
To call someone a narcissist after they just got away from a narcissist is one of the most fucked up things you can do. And that's why I told her, like, go fuck off. And she was like, oh, she want me to fuck off because I didn't like her 12-hour marathon. I'm like, no, you called me a fucking narcissist. And that was like crossing the line.
How do you get along with Shannon?
With Shannon?
Yeah, Shannon.
I don't like her.
Okay.
Why? You think she's Sophie D?
What?
You think she's Sophie D?
I don't know.
I've had a hunch that it could be Shannon at Sophie D. I've had a hunch. Ever since she started talking about Stranger Things. Why? Why'd you bring it up? You gotta say it now.
I mean, I talked to Shannon a little bit, and I'm not gonna say anything bad about her. I mean, but I disagree with her on a few issues, and she told me some things.
Oh, about my photos and shit.
Oh, it wasn't about you.
Okay.
Like particularly, but it was. It wasn't about you. It wasn't about you, but there was one comment that was made. Guess who I don't like? Because I told her I joined Discord, and she was like, guess who I don't like on Discord? It's always causing drama, da da da. And you were a likely candidate because, you know, you were opinionated, not because you were bad. And I said, can't. She never responded.
So my issue with Shannon is that we used to butt heads before, right? And then last year at WSOF, I met her in real life, and she was one of the coolest fucking people. Like, she's one of those people that is so cool. You're like, holy shit, you were so much fun to be around and everything. And I told her I was so sorry, I was such a bitch to her and everything. And I wasn't being two-faced. Like, if I don't like you, you know I don't like you. I'm not gonna fucking go up to you and sugarcoat it.
That's how I
can be cordial, but if I don't like you, I fucking show it. And so I was apologizing to her that night because we're all having fun. I'm like, dude, you're so fucking cool. I was so wrong about you and everything. Well, the next morning, she goes live and starts saying that I was so fake and two-faced because I act like I don't like someone online, but then I'm like sweet and like fucking two-faced to the face and everything. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then on top of that, I know for a fact she knew that Greg and that whole photo thing was going to go down because that whole WSOF, Greg is wearing a shirt that says send nudes. And then Shannon her shirt says eat pussy, it's organic or something. And she like kept coming up to me at the WSOF bar and saying like, oh my God, I heard this about you. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know? And I didn't know what she was talking about, but I didn't want to have an issue with her, but I have issues with women who know that there's something going down and they don't fucking say anything about it.
Of all people to judge anyone, it's like, well, what exactly is the issue? You know? So yeah,
like that's what I don't get. I don't get why she's the one that's judgmental when she's the one fucking talking about dildos at the fucking WSOF. Like,
well, that's her.
Newly single, live your best single life. I don't care.
That's her business. She does like those shows for ladies, which I'm not against, you know, and you know,
Well, it's just annoying
learn what
because,
they
you
can
know,
do with them
Christy and
all
I,
that
we
shit.
we butted heads for 2.5 years. I butted heads with Cynthia and stuff, mainly because all that shit that went down last year. But I got over it. I got over it, right? And so I'm trying to get over it with Shannon too. But honestly, I just feel like she rubs me the wrong way, and that's it. Like nothing against her specifically. I'm just not a fan of her. That's all.
You guys are probably too much alike, is what it is.
You shut your whore mouth. I'll kick you off my stream right now.
I fucking said that shit out loud right now.
How rude. Trusted, where are you?
I'm right here.
Kick me off.
Oh, that's funny. Whatever. I don't think we're the same, but
well, I'm just saying about your being opinionated about your ways. So, and guys are the same. Fucking, I don't like it when anyone disagrees with me, especially with my background. I'm just like, you ain't got a right to disagree with me. You know, even though I gave them the right to disagree with me, but I get pissed the fuck off. Like, I'm like, yeah, fuck you, man. You know, so I get it. I'm tracking.
I just I got tired of fucking fighting with everyone and always the bullshit and everything. And yeah, I'm the first one in Discord to say something when I see something that should be said, because I don't like it when people say certain things or treat people a certain way. And I'm, again, really emotional. So sometimes Ashley needs to message me and say, take a breather, think for a second, calm down. And then I'm like, okay, I'm cool. But other times I'm just like, fuck that, dude.
Yeah, but you know, it's one of those things where, you know, you just try to be the best person that you can, and then everything else aside from that, that's all you can do.
Dude, people who really know me, they know I will go out of my way to do anything for them. Like with Kiwi and the map, I literally spent an hour trying to figure out how I could fix that for him because I thought he burned the fucking map.
With the finger going through it, I saw that. I knew, right? I should have fucking messaged you if I'd have known, you know. But I was like, this shit's fucking fake. Like it's.
That's what I get for not wearing my glasses, because like I'm blind as a bat right now.
But
hey, Jeff.
I want one of them. I want one of them maps for my damn background. I don't know who I gotta pay or who I gotta sleep with to get one, but I shouldn't have said the last thing I said. But
it's just like I got tired of, like, the one thing that really made me fed up was the main reason why I was butting heads with Christy for 2.5 fucking years was mainly because I was friends with Mindy. And I still stand by what I did to defend her and everything. But after what happened in Scotland, I will never fucking recover from that. And when I reached out to her thinking like, oh, she's got my back, she's my friend, she would never take my ex-boyfriend's sister on the trip that we planned for the second year and not consider my feelings. And she not only said that I was in the wrong for what happened that night, which, by the way, my ex-boyfriend's sister literally used religion as a weapon against me to turn the whole fucking castle against me. Like, it's the stupidest fucking shit story ever.
Yeah, you got to be pretty careful about if we're going to use I'm disabled card and then go after somebody when you're acting normal. Yeah, I don't know if this is coming across the right way, but do you know what I mean? Like, I'm disabled, but I'm normal too, so I can, or what? Like, whatever. Like,
are you saying autistic?
Huh?
Are you saying autistic? Like, I know Mindy's autistic, and she's still my friend.
That's what I'm saying. Like, she was, you know, borderline autistic.
Well, I know that. I've been friends with her. What I'm saying is my ex-boyfriend's sister, she's not autistic. She's a fucking conniving cunt bitch.
That's what I'm saying. So when you take that route, when you're when you're trying to go after somebody and you're using that card to say that they did you wrong, I don't think that's right. You know, and
Well, so
I
this
know
is
there
the
was a
thing.
lot of fucking consternation and strife between her and Forrest for that, because that's kind of
No,
what
we're not bringing that one up.
started the
We're not
fucking
bringing that one up.
ball.
Nope. That's a bad topic to bring up. But
Right.
I just wanted to say, like, so we were doing a murder mystery party for Mindy's birthday in a haunted castle in Scotland. And they started playing this game called Headbands, right? Where you write a name on a piece of napkin or paper and then like put it on your forehead and you have to guess who you are and shit. And I bought a lot of mimosas for the event and everything. And so I was downstairs talking to one of the friends, and then I came back upstairs and I was kind of like buzzed, but I wasn't drunk. And like my ex-boyfriend's sister was being a bitch to me all night anyways. And next thing you know, Adam from the community, he was like, Conde, I wrote Jesus Christ's name on a napkin and tried to throw it in a fire and it didn't burn. And I'm like, drunk and I'm all, oh, cool. Let me try that with the
I think I
Holy
saw
Grail.
something about that on Chase Chat or somewhere else.
Probably Discord.
Might have been Discord Light. I don't, yeah.
No, but this is the thing. So I say, let me try it with the Holy Grail, right? And I get a new napkin and I write down Holy Grail and I go to throw it in the fire. And my ex-boyfriend's sister freaks out and was like, you're trying to harm my religion because she thinks it's the one with Jesus Christ's name on it. And I'm like, no, it's the one with the Holy Grail. And next thing you know, it's a huge fight. She's fucking crying, flipping out, saying I'm trying to hurt her religion because she's suddenly fucking Catholic because of her current boyfriend. The whole time, everyone is pissed off at me when Adam was the one that wrote the fucking name on the paper in the first place and like threw it in the fire. So it was just like, it was fucking stupid. It was so fucking stupid. And just to like watch her say after all this shit, after all it goes down, after 16 years with her brother, and because of her and her conniving fucking bitch ass, I asked Mindy, okay, I don't have to worry about her going to the next Scotland trip, right? Because we were all planning it. And she's like, oh, Candace is my friend. So yeah, she's going to be there. When I've been Mindy's friend longer, I stuck my neck out for her. Yet she's like, oh, I'm friends with your ex-boyfriend's sister for like fucking 3 days. And I'm going to choose her over you.
Well, I went on Chase Chat like when all this shit was starting, I guess maybe 2018, or it had actually started before that. And I was like, oh my God, cool, treasures out there. And then, you know, all this shit started happening and I didn't know what to think of it. I was like, okay, you know, so yeah, it was I went from full-blown treasure hunter when I started the chase to what the fuck is going on almost in a matter of 3 months. And
yeah, like I don't like talking about that stuff because it's like really controversial and it's fucked up. And I always defended, you know,
I won't
Fenn.
say any of the allegations that were made here, obviously.
Yeah, I don't like talking about that. But I was just saying, like, I realized after, you know, Mindy chose my ex-boyfriend's sister over, you know, my feelings and shit, I realized there is no fucking loyalty in the chase community, not with many people. So I realized I'm gonna get over the bullshit and the wars and everything, because why do I have to keep taking sides? Like, I got tired of it. I got tired of taking sides.
To somebody too. I mean, that sometimes that does take over. It's like, I don't care who they're related to, what the relationship is, or whatever else, and people are just going to go with that. So I can get that. I get it.
Well, I just got tired of it, and now because I'm getting along with everyone, everyone's like, "Oh my God, they're fake," or it's just for attention, or they're here to stir up drama. And I'm like, no. If you guys know what has been going on, it is so mentally exhausting to try and deal with that shit every day, like every fucking day.
You're like me, you wear your heart on your sleeve and you're going to tell everyone what the fuck you think no matter what. You're like, I don't care if I get deleted. I don't care if I get banned. This is my opinion. fuck you if you don't like it. And that's
Well, you know what's funny? Whenever I tell you to go fuck off, that is me being like the nicest I'm capable of being. Is like if I say fuck off, there you go.
Hey, look, I was in the military for 20 years. So if I told you, fuck you, I'm gonna kill you, that meant I love you. You know, so there was so much shit going on, you know, when I first joined Discord. I left one time, came back, another time, came back. But I think people just kind of had to get used to my sense of humor. You know, if I'm saying that, you know, it's a term of endearment. It doesn't mean I don't like you. It's just my way of communicating.
I think Trusted's starting to blend into the background.
Who? I'm sorry. Hey,
Trusted,
brother,
he's just like
say?
sitting there so stoic and he's like starting to blend into the background.
I want to hear
He's
what he
like
has to
chameleon.
say.
I don't have much opinion on the matter other than as far as what Candy's talking about and how people are viewing what's going on. What I would say is you are in such a long relationship that you're telling us is a narcissistic relationship. You're actually attracted to narcissistic people to become friends with. So don't be surprised if that's what you end up around is a bunch of narcissistic people because it makes you feel normal.
Yeah, he likes to like fucking psych evaluate me. Him and Street.
Well, yeah, but sometimes I think you just wear your heart on your sleeve and you end up caught up in it versus being attracted to it just because you're a kind person.
Well, I mean, Trusted always says I'm a people pleaser and I always want to defend, right? Like I'm always on the defense and I've been trying so hard not to defend. Like when I was friends with Christy, I used to always try and defend her when people would fuck with her. And then when people started fucking with Mindy, I tried to defend her. Now Barbara's going after Shiloh. And the first thing I did was try to defend him. And he's like, don't let her get to you. Don't worry about it. And I was like trying, but then like Street comes on and he talks about it. And it's so hard for me not to join in because this woman has been
Christy
been
will
fucking with
Christy
me for
talks to
years.
me a lot. Like if I say anything on Discord, she always answers, which I think is really cool because I think she's a cool person. Her and Mike. I tried to fucking join Thor, and it was like I was banned from the beginning. Like they would not let me on there.
Also, I'm not trashing Christy at all. I'm just saying that the longest time we were butting heads, and I realized it's not worth it. It's not worth it to be like I'm right, you're wrong, and I just want to get along with people. Like I've always just wanted everyone to get along.
My request to go on Thor the day after they announced read only, and I was like, man, I must have pissed somebody off. Like, what the hell did I do to piss somebody off so bad that I can't even register initially? Like, I've never been on this site. I've never been banned. So there was probably some shit going around like, don't let this motherfucker join. He already got banned from Dale's site. I had a brother-in-law named Dow. So I always call him Dow because it's D-A-L without an E. But anyways, it's like, well, how the fuck did I get banned before I even joined? And it kind of pissed me off because like, okay, well, they got a monopoly now. You know, we got.
Hey, I like Chaseopoly.
I didn't buy Chaseopoly. I like Monopoly. I want one of them.
Well, I mean, Fenn actually told him he wanted it to be Monopoly because Monopoly was one of his favorite games.
That's cool.
So, like, do
they have any more? I think they have some more. I'm gonna have to ask them. I like them, but all I know is I got banned before I even got started on their shit, and it pissed me the fuck off. I was like,
I know, like, people get banned, especially because it's really hard to understand what people are trying to convey if they're not in person. So when it's like written out, you can't tell people's emotions and you could take it out of context.
Right.
So a lot of times shit gets like goes south just because you don't know what the other person is trying to convey.
How are you conveying anything when you're just trying to register for a fucking website? I was like, okay, well, they're obviously not going to do shit. That struck a chord with my man here. What do you think about that? You
Nope.
haven't even registered with the website yet. They won't let you register. Like, what the
That's
fuck?
a brand new one. That's a brand new one. She would have had to
New
have
one for
your,
me.
she would have had to have your email address to do that.
Or an IP address. And
You
I don't-
guys, I just want to get along. I just want to get along. I don't want people to say, "Oh, Candy went to WSOF and fakes being friends with everybody, and then she trashed them after." I'm not trashing anyone.
we know you're
Neither-
not. I'm not
neither
taking
we-
it that way at all. It-
Neither are we.
like I
but
said
we
when I
just talk
started,
about
like I
legit
like
shit.
Mike and I like Chrissy, okay.
I just want everyone to get along. I'm so tired
Well,
of trying to get people to
that's
get
the
along.
trigger. That's the trigger for us to get the answers. Everyone gets along. I think Shiloh will come along. I think Zoe will actually come along, but it has to.
How are we supposed to get Barbara to come along? Do I
Well,
have to actually dunk myself in a dunk tank? I guess I'll fucking do it.
That might be the outlier that doesn't count. But anyways,
She said that if I humiliate myself, then everything will be fine. And it's like, okay, I have to dunk
I didn't
myself.
watch that video. I purposely did not watch that video today. I commented on it based on everyone else's comments, but I purposely didn't watch it. I don't want to see it. I don't need to see it. She needs to get help.
I want to know where it is. I want to know where it is that we're all going, that we all have to get along. We don't have to all get along.
You're
No,
right.
I think we do. Shiloh said he was tired of the drama and he just wants more epicness.
Well, what we got 99.9% of us in the chase are on the same sheet of music. And then we have 0.01 that are fucking it up for everyone. And that's, if anyone wants to call anything the consternation point, the strife point, that's what it is. It's like,
Yeah, but I feel like I'm almost being used as a tool or a catalyst because I'm so emotional and people know exactly how to push my buttons and then to set me off, and then it causes this huge disruption in the chase community because I'm an asshole and I think it's about me instead of about everyone else in the community. And I cause duress sometimes. And it's like, I just, like you said, I wear my heart on my sleeve too much. And so people know exactly what to say to trigger me. And Trusted knows, he tells me every time what triggers me.
but that's okay. You know why,
That's
Candy?
Stockholm
You know
syndrome.
why, Candy?
Why?
Because you can live with yourself at the end of the day. Everyone else that cowers, in times of discord, since we're on, Discord, then it becomes an issue. But if you stick by your guns, then you know what the fuck that means? You have morality, you have loyalty, and you live by morals. And there aren't a lot of people left in this world that live that way. But if you sit by your guns and that's the way you live, then at the end of the day, I bet when you go to bed tonight, your head hits the pillow, you're fine with what the fuck you said and what you did. There's a lot of people out there that can't fucking do that.
I'm actually like really emotional and sad lately, especially ever since I got back from Vegas. I mean, I'm going through a 16-year breakup, and on the 14th or the 15th of this month, it's gonna be 6 months since we've been broken up. And
you were with them for 16 years?
yeah, 16 fucking years.
Man, I'm sorry, girl.
So it's like
And it's been 6 months already?
almost 6 months.
Oh my goodness, it seems like it was just yesterday.
He literally dumped me September 15th. He
Wow.
dumped me the very next morning when I got back from Scotland, and I was so sick with vertigo that I was throwing up in the trash can. While I was throwing up with a 101 fever, he dumped me. Like, have you ever been dumped when you're throwing your guts up to the point you think you're gonna die because you can't breathe, you're throwing up so much?
I haven't been dumped under those
All
conditions,
I've
but
had
some crazy
had
other
done-
conditions.
all I've had done as a person, I had a 35-year relationship, took a trip back home from where we were living at, and on her way there, she sent me a letter saying that as soon as she gets home, she's filing for divorce.
That's rude.
Fucked up. My best friend, he went to West Point. We got back from Iraq, and everyone's family, their kids, their wife was there to meet them at the reunion ceremony. And his wife walked up to him and said, "I'm not happy. I want a divorce." After he just spent 15 months in Iraq. This guy went to West Point. And to me, I couldn't believe that. Like, I don't know what was going on in their personal lives or anything else, but he was a great friend of mine. I fought in combat with him. I just thought it was fucking terrible. I was like, it was the notorious Dear John letter from World War II. Dear John, I don't want to be with you anymore. I married someone else because you've been gone for 2 years and we can't just do this shit anymore. And
That's fucked up.
I know, it's very fucked up.
Well, I mean, Trester was right. I guess I have Stockholm syndrome because ever since I got back from Vegas, I've literally been like considering begging my ex to take me back just because I am familiar with him and I do not feel
Andy,
normal.
No.
I know I'm not going to,
I
but I'm just saying
warned
this is
you-
why I
I-
randomly get all fucking sad and shit.
Fuck.
I warned you about that. That's a chemical reactions why you don't feel normal. You don't even think normal, I would imagine, and it's totally normal. You need time away from that, including anybody else that exhibits the same narcissistic type stuff. The love bombing to get you on their side. Then they put you in a predicament where you protect them. That's all binding you to them. You got to learn to get away from that because your body and your mind actually thrives on that chemical, and it's called cortisol. It puts you under stress. You have cortisol in your body, and you get used to it, and that's a normal function for you.
Well, isn't it also that when you have a high amounts of cortisol released, it damages your hippocampus, and that's why people who are in narcissistic abusive relationships, they have short-term memory loss and they can't remember what just happened because it triggers them?
It might. I don't really know about that part.
It
But
does.
I
I
know
read
what
up
it's
on
like.
it.
And living in a stressful environment also, not necessarily even with a narcissistic person, but just a stressful environment does the same thing. Your body makes the cortisol and you get used to it. So stress to you is absolutely normal. When you don't have the stress, then you don't feel normal.
Well, like, it's so fucked up because I didn't just lose, someone I was with for 16 years. I lost my second family. So sometimes I want to get someone in a fucking headlock, but more so I want to get my ex-boyfriend's sister in a fucking headlock. Like, I told my ex's mother, who I used to be really close with, that her daughter is the biggest fucking cunt on this planet, and I hate her. And if I ever see her, I will beat the fucking shit out of her. Like, I'm not kidding. And I'm not a violent person, but I fucking hate her.
Well, Candy, you know what today was?
What?
My oldest son's birthday.
Happy birthday.
I don't talk to him anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So got to reevaluate, see what's important, see what's toxic. I'm not going to tell the story about what happened as far as why not, but you got to believe that sticking to your guns is right. And that's where I'm at. I know sticking to my guns is right in this situation.
Well, like, okay, you know how I told you last year I almost died of COVID and I lost 60% of my hair?
Yep.
It's because my ex-boyfriend's sister was the one that gave me the fucking COVID.
Well, you have to believe in yourself as a person, and if you get a red flag that something's wrong and you don't think someone's real or they're not being honest with you, your gut, I'm going to tell you one thing right now, your gut, I rolled down roads in Iraq and my gut said, there's an IED up here on the right, or there's an IED up here on the left. 90% of the time, I was fucking right.
Wait, how did you find out you were right?
Because the IED did not blow up on us, or a IED did blow up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you had a gut feeling it was there, how did you know it was there without it blowing up? Or would you throw something so it would blow up?
I saw it or one of my soldiers saw it, and then we would back off, and EOD, explosive ordnance detachment, would come in and send a robot down there to blow the IED up. But then we would know, hey, there was actually an IED there. Or I would reroute. This is my favorite. I would get that feeling, my gut feeling that there was an IED there. I'd be like, I'd tell my driver, I would be in the lead. I'd tell my driver, take a right. Like, yeah, sir, where are we going? I said, fucking take a right now. Take a right, go up, go 2 blocks down, back up, back around. Why we do that, sir? Because there was a fucking IED there. 1 hour later on our hotline and our talk, Tactical Operations Center, there's an IED at da-da-da. Yeah, fucking no shit. You know how I knew? Everything was quiet. The streets were quiet. Nobody was out. All the garage doors, they have these garage doors at their businesses, okay? They're all down. The garage doors are down. There's no one out here at all.
It's a ghost town.
How come everything's so fucking quiet? Because there's a fucking IED out there. There's no one on the streets. They don't want to get hit by the IED. I'll be like, take a right. Tell my driver, take a right, take a left, take a right. Skirt around it.
Dude, that's crazy. Do you think the Chinese are going to invade us soon because of like all the shit that's been happening lately?
Yep. 2025, we found another one this morning. They shot, I think Biden's using this for his little, whatever, pat me on the back thing. But yeah, there was an Air Force general, 4-star general, who estimated that we're going to be at war with China. And if you ain't recording anything else, record this shit right now, because I have done studies and research on global strategic war command. Okay, so check this out. So here's the deal. China is going to wait, and I posted this on Discord. I don't know if you saw it or not. Me and General Jack Keane standing together in Washington,
Yeah.
D.C. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the deal. They're going to wait until Joe Biden is another 2 years gone. So at that point, he's going to be 82 years old with Alzheimer's / dementia. Okay. And then they're going to wage war on the United States of America. How do I know that? Because they are surveilling the United States of America. There are 3 ICBM sites, intercontinental ballistic missiles, in the United States of America. Okay. The fucking balloon flew over 2 of them. And I don't know what the fuck is going on with this 6th balloon. It's the 6th balloon now. It was smaller than the other ones. It was only flying at 40,000 feet versus 60,000 feet. But I'll tell you one thing right now. China's looking for a fucking war. And a lot of people don't understand what's going on right now. The Ukraine-Russian war is a fucking distraction, okay, for the bigger war that's getting ready to happen, World War fucking III. And I ain't trying to scare anybody. I'm not trying to, whatever, but I learned a lot about global strategic war planning when I was in the Army. And China is probing us. China is fucking probing us right now. And it's not going to turn out very well because we're not doing a whole lot about it. You know why?
Because Biden sucks.
Because Biden is in their pockets, and it's only to, sadly enough, it's only to the tune of $10 and $20 million at a time. If you're going to be a president of the United States, if you're going to sell out for $5 trillion. Don't sell out for 10 million. That's what we're facing right now. He's willing to sell out for the minimal amount possible, and it doesn't matter to him.
You know what I found that like not many people know? Have you ever Googled what a human life is worth?
Nope.
Like, have you ever went on Google and Googled what a human life is worth?
Probably like 57 cents or something.
No, it's worth a lot more, but this is the thing. If a human life is worth X amount of money, and us as a United States owes trillions of dollars in debt to China and other places, how do you think they're going to collect? They're going to collect us.
Well, I've been posting on my personal shit, Red Dawn. You ever seen that movie?
I know. That movie
First
fucking
one?
terrified me.
Do you like that movie?
It traumatized me for life.
Which one? The first one or the second one? There's 2 Red Dawn.
The one with was it Chris Hemsworth's in it and Josh Peck or something?
You need to watch one with Patrick Swayze in that motherfucker.
Nope. The storyline, regardless, fucked me up for life. I'm not kidding.
No, well, I just want you to go back and watch the one with Patrick Swayze. That's the real fucking deal. That's the one that'll give you chill bumps while you're sleeping.
It still gives me chill bumps when I'm sleeping. I'm not kidding. Like, the whole concept of going to bed one night, waking up, watching your neighbors get killed because we got infiltrated because our fucking government sucks. Like, that is traumatizing. And it's, in my opinion, a reality.
Ain't gonna happen in my neighborhood, and I ain't gonna say why, but yeah.
Especially in LA area, I live in the area where they care more about plastic surgery and false celebrities as fucking icons and whatever the fuck you want to call it. They don't give a fuck about us. They're like exactly what you said, sellouts no matter what. There's no way that we're going to be defended.
You're going to cater to the druggies and the home, well, not the homeless, but pretend they're catering to the homeless and the druggies and the criminals. And look, I'm going to say this. I don't want anyone to take it wrong. Okay. But one of their calling cards is the LGBTQ community. And if that's the way you want to swing, great, go for it. Don't shove it down my throat. Don't shove it down my kid's throat in the school or anything else. And it's sad to me that our country has gotten to this point. Do you know why it's sad?
Why?
Because I have watched multiple men who are barely men who you know, just graduated high school or did not graduate high school, 17, 18 years old.
Yeah.
Take their last breath in combat to preserve our Constitution and everything else. And
well, that's the whole concept of My War for Me. Fenn was tricked into fighting for a false narrative, and he didn't lose his life, but he watched everyone else and wars upon wars before him lose their lives and never be remembered. And so that's why I think a major story about all this is the wars and how we're forced to believe in a false narrative because we think society matters and how society perceives us.
All the congressmen and senators are investing in stocks and McDonnell Douglas. I get that.
Don't forget the fucking chips for the cars
Ben
and
said
shit.
that to me one day, and I kind of got pissed off.
Didn't we almost go to war with China just because Pulaski went to what's it called, Taiwan or something, to get those chips from the investment that's going to be used in all the new electric cars and shit? Do you remember that?
We're just fucked. Like, but it's not going to get any better unless we have somebody that has the fucking nuts stand up to them. You know, like, as much as, you know, a lot of shit Trump did, I didn't like. But you know what I liked about Trump? His results. And so, like, you can sit there and get pissed off all day long. He sent mean tweets out. Da da da. But here's the thing. He got results. Nobody fucked with him. Everyone was scared of him. Okay? And that's the way that you have to be. As I don't think Joe Biden has ever graduated a class or read an article about foreign policy in the United States of America. The only way you will succeed, you have to walk tall and carry a big stick, or whatever euphemism you want to use. You'll do whatever.
Yeah, but you know what's messed up too? It's like his son, Hunter Biden, has been caught red-handed doing some really fucked up shit, and still they can't be touched.
So, Candy, you're a conservative.
I am literally, I don't like politics at all. I don't like politics fucking at all.
If you had to answer the question, which way would you go?
I wouldn't go either way. I think everyone's a dumbass because no one can get along and we're fucking stuck being ran by some grandpa with dementia. And then if it's not him,
that's what I tell my son.
Fucking shit up.
I was telling my son and his girlfriend, they're both here right now. And on the way home from school, I was like, this guy doesn't even know where he is on a day-to-day basis. And so who's going to be the solution when this guy is in a hospital?
Kamala.
Exactly.
And you know what? The Simpsons.
She's good at one thing, laughing. She can laugh.
No, the Simpsons predicted that Kamala would become the first woman president and then the apocalypse would fucking go down. Do you remember that episode?
I remember hearing
that episode.
I don't think you were asking me. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying that the Simpsons, you know how they're so good at predicting shit that actually happens? They predicted that Kamala Harris would become the first female president.
Well, I wouldn't.
Which I do not support at all.
But luckily, we won Congress, at least, you know, the House of Representatives. So number 3 after she laughed for 2 days for being inept. Not because she's a female, not because she's black, just because she likes to laugh and never go to the border.
Well, I mean, think of this. When Trump was president, we weren't at war. He was chill with Russia. He was chill with fucking China. He was chill with Japan. Like, he was chill with everybody.
Right. Who fucked with us when he was president? Nobody.
Exactly. The only shit that was going on that was getting fucked with was the shit that was going on from the other side. And they were doing the shootings, the school shootings, and Route 91, all that other shit, because they're trying to push a false narrative saying that Trump couldn't protect us.
Yeah, he was too good. So bottom line is, you know, do you know historically black colleges had to fight for like 30 or 40 years? They had to drag their ass to Congress every year and plead their case for what they wanted, what they needed. Trump said, I'm putting an end to this. They're just going to automatically get it. You know, the employment rates before COVID were off the charts for women, historic, you know, African American males, African American females, everything. Democrats didn't like that shit, man. They're like, he's doing too fucking good. Like, our country's doing way too good. We've been making all these promises for all these years to get votes and not living up to them. He made promises and he's actually living up to them. We got to do something about this motherfucker. And that was Trump. That was Trump.
Yeah, and like the thing is, when all this shit went down, like, you know how I say I like to research and I look into shit? I look in places I should not look. And there is a murder that happened from this millionaire in Canada who owned the entire supply of what is used to counteract COVID. And if you go down that rabbit hole, you're not going to like what you find.
I know. Trust me, my wife died of brain cancer, and I am not a big advocate of big pharma because they don't give a fuck what causes it. They don't give a shit what causes it. They're all 100% focused about how to treat it, because if you're focused about how to treat it, then you can stuff that money in your pockets from big pharma for their medications and their treatment for it. And I had,
Well,
I had to live that fucking nightmare for 14 months straight with a newborn baby that she just gave birth to, okay? And I'm raising 3 boys on my own by myself. And to this day, I'm still raising my youngest. My 2 older boys went in the army, okay? And fucking, all right, I gotta stop for a second because it's just fucking pissing me off so bad.
You ever heard of Project Bluebeam?
No.
It's basically where the military are gonna do what looks like an alien invasion because they have all the, you know, futuristic equipment to make it look like we're being invaded by actual aliens and shit, when really it's just them taking, you know, people and farming them and doing some really fucked up shit to them. I mean, have you seen the
like
research
Apollo, the moon landing conspiracy theory, or bigger or smaller?
Oh, I've seen those. I've seen the Apollo, like it's a spaceship and shit. The moon's a spaceship. I've seen those articles.
Yeah.
I believe in, so like you can go on CIA and you can find actual what you call it, documents, real documents. I'm sure you're aware of this. And
yeah, I'm aware of it because I have several friends that work in that realm. And that's all I'll say about that. But
Yeah, like I research a lot of shit, and it kind of like, okay, so you know how the whole concept of they like to put shit right in front of your face?
and then you feel like, well, it was put in front of my face, so it can't be real. Yes.
No, it's they put it in front of your face because they're conditioning you to be ready for it, even though you're not going to be ready for it. Like, for instance, ever since Trump was president, he's been pushing the narrative that we're supposed to be able to learn all of these alien files, right? Everything that was supposed to be like top secret redacted, he made sure was going to be released, and that's why all of a sudden you got people talking about all these alien invasions and shit that Russia shot down like 20 years ago. Like I've read the files. And the thing is, they're trying to condition you for when that shit happens. They're like, that's what they're gonna do. Like they put it right in front of your face and then it fucking happens.
Forrest put his thumb out on a flight where he alluded to the fact that he might have had hypoxia.
Yeah, over Philadelphia.
I don't think that was his thumb. I think that was something else.
What do you think it was?
A fucking UFO that covered up all of Philadelphia at a very high altitude, though.
See, I
Very
thought
high.
you were like rolling your eyes at me, thinking I'm crazy talking about aliens. I'm like, bro, aliens exist.
I'm
They're
gonna
real.
roll my eyes on you, girl. I mean, we're on the same fucking sheet of music. If I roll my eyes at you, I mean, like you're gonna know it. I'll be going.
I thought he was referencing the thumb in reference to the thumb switch in order to drop the nuclear bomb out of his plane. That all
Not
they
at the
needed
lo-
was a thumb to cover that whole city.
That's a good theory, but not at the location that he was at. Between what was it, British Columbia,
Newfoundland.
But guess where he started out from? Fort fucking Pope Air Force Base, where I was stationed at Fort Bragg. Look up, Google Fort Bragg, Fort Pope Air Force Base. Okay, so that's the shit right there. That's the tell-all. So he starts out, he has a little party with the officers at the club. I used to eat in that chow hall. You know why? Air Force officers always ate better than we did. So you know what we did? We went over to the Air Force base, shrimp, lobster, steak. That shit's for the pilots coming off the flight line.
Damn.
That out of everything in the whole book, that stuck to me the most. And it could have meant nothing. It could have meant everything. But for him to say all of Philadelphia was blacked out, something happened up in there in the sky with the whole wink and blink and all the other bullshit. Something happened up there in the sky with him at a high altitude, flying that plane from Newfoundland or from Pope Air Force Base to Newfoundland or vice versa, whatever the fuck it was. That might be what's in the jar. That could possibly, and then our Congress is very, very close to disclosing all this shit. That might be what we're waiting for. Hey, it's declassified now, and we can talk about it.
What wasn't there actually a nuclear bomb that was dropped from a U.S. plane in the United States that did not go off around that same era?
There might have been. I mean, there was
I'm pretty
there were
sure there
probably multiple drops.
Did you know I actually found the place that he describes in My War for Me about him crying during the funeral? Like, I found the actual place.
Man, I don't want to talk about that because I said something really bad to Forrest about that funeral
Well, the place that I found,
that I regret to this day. because
He knows that you probably
I
didn't
have
mean
been in
it.
combat and I kind of know what happened during that, but who knows what happened.
Well, I found where it happened. There are these jars, and no one knows where they came from, but they look exactly like the jars Forrest creates and hides.
That wouldn't surprise me. I got mad one night, like everyone else did. And my war for me, as far as the funeral thing, I said it was a funeral. So I took that as he actually dropped his payload. Your payload is whatever bombs you have on your aircraft. And that's what made it a funeral. And I think he felt guilty for that. I could be 100% wrong, but he felt guilty for doing that. And that was part of why he wanted everyone to, because he said, if you don't read any chapter, read My War for Me. And as a combat veteran, I took that as, okay, he wants everyone to read how he fucked up and did this. Because you know what? I'm a combat veteran and I fucked up in combat. And there's a lot of shit I feel guilty for. Really, really guilty. But, yeah.
I mean, Fenn knew you probably didn't mean it. He comes from the same background as you.
No, I know he didn't mean it. I know anything he ever did, he did not mean it. But it's your job in the military, and sometimes you hit the switch. I have soldiers that can't talk without stuttering to this day, who had to drop the butterfly on a 50 cal, a Modus M2. Same weapon they used in World War II. We had guys that would take over an Iraqi house, and they would tell the Iraqis, you either let us do this or we're going to kill you. And they were faced with a situation where they had to say, okay, you can do this, just try not to kill us. And then they engage you from that house, a totally innocent person's house. And next thing you know, someone's walking across a window with a young child, and you drop the butterfly on that 50 cal. This guy, I'm not going to say his name. He works at the VA now and counseling soldiers. And he had to drop the butterfly because we were getting engaged from that position. And he
what's one of your favorite memories with Forrest, or like boots on the ground?
Yours are, Candy?
No, I said, what's one of your favorite memories, boots on the ground?
God. Oh, thank you for asking that. That is a beautiful fucking question. So check this. This is a story I've never told anyone, right? So I rented a cabin at Cinnamon Lodge, and the lady that worked there, she's the owner, Morgan, I think with an E-N, Morgen, yeah. Cinnamon Lodge. Okay, so she was so awesome. And me and my son, the first time we ever went there, went trout fishing. And he caught like 4 native trout. And I sent those to Forrest. And one of the pictures, he replied to me back. He replied to me back 3 or 4 times. He said, nice fish. And that meant the world to me. That motivated me at that time. I was at a kind of a point in my life where I was like, I just need something to lift me up. And
yeah,
he responded back. He said, nice fish. My whole life is fishing. whether it's trout, bass, crappie, bluegill. I live on a goddamn lake. So for him to do that was like the biggest thing in the world to me at that time. So holy shit. I got Forrest Fenn, we went there to try and find his treasure, and I sent him a picture of my son holding a trout. I don't think many people sent pictures of Forrest with their kids fishing, because there was something actually really recently in Discord. It was like, hey, this guy, he sent me I don't know what it was. It might not have even been in Discord, but it was, he usually responded to people who sent him pictures of their kids with trout. That's the only fucking reason I went there. I didn't give a fuck about the treasure. I emailed Forrest. I said, hey, here's my solve. If it's right, hallelujah. Then you can actually end it if you want to. You could say, hey, somebody solved it. They didn't want the treasure. I emailed Forrest and said, here's my solve. I don't want the treasure. I emailed this to, I messaged it to K-Pro last night because she was wondering about everything. I was like, have you ever thought about the fact that somebody emailed him and said they didn't want the treasure? Not because I think I solved it. I'm not going to be one of those dumbass fuckers that's like, I solved it. He didn't listen.
You want to know a fun fact, Matt?
Yes, ma'am. What do you got?
I also emailed Forrest and told him the first thing I'm going to do when I find that chest is I'm going to return your bracelet and I'm going to leave everything else behind so that the chase can continue.
That's exactly what I told him. I said, I'm going to bring the chest and the bracelet to you, but I don't fucking want it.
Exactly. I never wanted it. I just wanted to return the bracelet to him, and I wanted to continue the chase for everyone else because I knew how much it meant to people. And he responded to that.
Yeah, and he responded to mine too. And I was like, this isn't a fucking dick measuring contest. It's not a pissing contest. I want to be the motherfucker who figured it out. Everyone wanted to be the motherfucker who figured it out, right? So
yeah,
and then you're sitting there and you're like, I literally, but you and me might have been one of the only two people on the planet that literally would not have accepted what the hell was in the chest. My reason for not accepting what was in the chest, guess what, motherfuckers? I didn't earn it. So I will not accept what's in the chest because I didn't earn it.
I 100% believe that the Groyler Codex missing pages are in the chest.
I don't know what's in there. I think it's just like a couple really weird family history type anecdotes that they didn't want anyone else to see. I don't think it's like a bigger thing as far as, Preston or Codex or anything else. It was just this, like, hey, we don't want, like, that's personal shit to our family. Why are you fuckers so interested in what's, like, we don't have to tell them what's going on with our family, right?
Because
so why
honestly, people are going to call me crazy, and I'm totally cool with that. But I think Fenn's family is different. That's all I have to say. They're different. You okay?
Oh yeah. I was just scratching my.
You look like you're gonna fall over.
When I shave my beard, I look like 20 years younger. But no, I was scratching my beard, man.
Hey, you and I are almost doppelgangers.
Falling over.
Doppelgangers.
Sir, Candy.
What? Wait, did you hear Trusted? He said you guys are doppelgangers.
Yeah, maybe.
Where the hell did I put my purse? I need my cough drops. I'm losing my mind right now. Oh,
Get a grip, Candy.
I know. I'm looking for my purse. Oh, found it. I'm like, I need cough drops. My throat is so bad. I'm like, fuck, I need cough drops at this point. Cough drops to survive.
No,
Ow.
it's all good in the neighborhood, but I do feel sorry for Forrest's family as far as what the fuck they had to endure doing the whole thing.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I cannot imagine having to go through all that shit. So
I
Well,
would
so,
have
like-
not. I would have not been happy with my father or my grandfather if they had brought that situation into where I was living. I would have been mad on a regular basis. I probably would have left the house. I'd be like, "You're bringing crazy town here, Dad.
Yeah, but
I don't
look
want to
at-
be here."
Look at the way Shiloh used to look at his grandfather. Like, you could tell he was so close with his grandfather.
But look at how he handled it, and look at how Forrest handled it. There's half of me that's like, yeah, you go, bro. Stick to your guns. And then the other half of me is like, your family's getting threatened on multiple fronts. Like, it's probably time. But I say that I'm not the one that hid the treasure and put 15 years of his life into it either. And I could
Yeah.
totally see how he would want it to continue. But then we have the luxury, all of us, from looking at it from the outside in, or depending on how you look at it, inside out. But when it gets to the point where it's threatening your family, everyone knows all the facts. Someone's going to stalk his granddaughter. He thinks she's a treasure. Shiloh's guest house gets broken into. Forrest's house gets broken into. Zoe has to sit there and hold the guy at gunpoint until the cops get there. And then then the fifth person dies. You get to the point where, yeah, enough is enough.
Huh. Wait, hold on. John Teeter in chat saying in the next few days or weeks, we're going to have an EMP, but it's going to be fake and the world's not going to know it.
Who said that?
John Teeter in chat.
Oh.
Well, so the thing is, I've been paying attention to Davio, and I've also been paying attention to the solar flares from the sun and everything. And they say that can cause an EMP. Like, it could completely wipe us out.
Yeah, it could. It will kill all cars. It will kill
Electricity, satellites.
Yep.
So he's saying that it's going to be faked. Like, it's going to be real, but it's going to be faked. Like, they're going to claim it's from the sun or something, but it's really from the inside.
To see what our reaction is. So here's, military 101. Anytime you start an offensive, you do a reconnaissance. And part of your reconnaissance is seeing how the other side will react. Right now,
dude, we're fucked. Did you see how we reacted when we ran out of toilet paper for a month? Like, we are so fucked. There was absolute chaos because we did not have toilet paper for a month.
that is true. And
So,
No, but
like, they
it-
don't need to see our reactions. They already know our reactions. Like, we are high maintenance little prissy bitches that have everything handed to us, and we're not going to stand a chance. We're not going to stand a chance.
Don't you guys remember when the electricity went out in about a third of the country back in the early 90s?
I think I was
the
too
early
little.
90s.
I think I was too little.
Like
then
6 nuclear reactors shut down.
Military.
That was
6
military?
nuclear reactors shut down in the country. A power surge was created, and it started up in the north, I want to say Illinois, Chicago area, and it came down through the grid through the center of the country, and about a third of the country lost electricity.
Well, so what
And the-
what would I
the
need for an
public
EMP?
The public responded just fine.
But like, what would I need if there was an EMP? Would I need like extra water, battery,
No,
like battery chargers, or would that
That's
be fucked too?
mid-90s. You don't have the capability, I don't think, at that point to shut shit down over a computer.
So like basically everything would be fried, right? Because that's what an EMP does. It fries everything electrical.
Yeah, including your car. You can't even start your car. Well, EMP, electromagnetic pulse. So
Yeah.
that the fucking balloon they sent over was registering what is susceptible to electromagnetic pulse, and they were also surveilling what is the condition of their silos right now. 2 out of 3 ICBM silos they flew over before they shot the shit down. And I think I know why they shot it down, why they didn't shoot it down in Alaska. Because I'm a Deadliest Catch fan. The shelves there are like 500 feet deep. If you shoot it down in Alaska, you're gonna have to recover some shit from 500 feet. If you
Like they did today.
Yeah, no, they recovered it on ice on the small one today, the one that was
Oh.
at 30,000 feet, and the Navy was able to go in there and get it. But when we shot it down on the East Coast, and I don't even know why I'm saying all this shit because it goes for Biden, but they actually shot it down at 45 feet of water, which made it recoverable. So his generals, one of my friends, Jack Keane.
Are you getting in trouble for saying that?
No, because he's my beer drinking buddy. But anyways, he told him, he's like, hey, you're going to catch heat for this. Do you want to shoot it down at 500 feet of water on the Alaskan coast? Or do you want to shoot it down in 45 feet of water when it gets off the coast of South Carolina at Myrtle Beach, which is one of my favorites? Because I'm only 5 hours away. I go there, my son goes there. It's awesome. Myrtle Beach, look it up.
Well, so if that were to happen, would the military still be able to communicate and everything?
They can still communicate, but the lines that they have to attack to help them communicate, what they just did will give them the ability to shut down a percentage of that, if that makes any sense. So does that make sense?
So they'll still be able to communicate, but it will make it a lot more complicated to do so for the military.
Yes. They will, what will happen is they're going to say they will wipe out the networks that the military communicates on. And then when they try to communicate on those networks, they're not going to be able to do it because they're shut down because they were identified with the balloon that just came over our country.
Dude, does anybody think about, though, if they release an EMP, the planes flying in the sky are going to go down. So they're going to go down. Not only is there going to be airplanes with hundreds of people going down and dying, they're going to be hitting buildings, they're going to be hitting civilians, they're going to be hitting shit left and right. And I don't even want to imagine how many satellites too are going to go down for EMPs, like depending on how far they could stretch it. I'm like, that's insane.
Candy, you've heard of all this DB Cooper stuff, right?
Yeah, Ben won't shut up about it.
Right. There was another Cooper that was there was another episode of things. A guy named Cooper who treasure hunted. What was the name of that really cool Maurice and Keikos or whatever. All right, so they found out that the astronauts on one of our Apollo missions were actually surveying the gold on Earth. And yeah,
Oh, because of the Anunnaki?
I guess, right? So they found out, and then and then there was one astronaut, I forget his name, and they said that he had notes that were taken prior to them doing it. So he knew it was going to take place. So he took notes on surveillance being done on the US on precious minerals. And the whole goddamn space flight was based on that.
Hold on.
It was called Cooper's Gold. So like it will probably get diluted with all the DB Cooper, Forrest Fenn stuff going on, but it was called Cooper's Gold. It was a series, and then the fucking series just suddenly ended with no explanation whatsoever. It was like, okay, so like, what is it? Turks and Caicos, that was where he was searching, and it was only about 40 or 50 feet of water down where the ship was. They found stuff there. They found shit there. And they just, the whole thing got hushed up real fast. And I have never heard anything from it since. Not a goddamn thing.
Wait, hold on. So John Tudor in chat is saying that the way we'll find out if this is an operation, not a real EMP, will be by emergency message. And he's saying the planes will be grounded. And that happened a couple of weeks ago, remember? All the flights were grounded because they claimed they fired someone that was like running shit. And he made a TikTok saying like, oh, they fired me and they're fucked and everything. And all the flights are like everywhere.
And the fucking Republicans are screaming, we need to figure out FAA regulations. What's the criteria for shutting it down? Why did it get shut down? We owe an explanation. You owe us an explanation.
Well, no, I'm saying that what they were doing a couple of weeks ago was a test for what they're going to do with what John Tudor's saying in chat.
Oh, yeah.
They were trying to test it out.
The whole goddamn thing is a fucking rehearsal.
Yeah.
The whole thing is a rehearsal.
But it's easy to tell the difference between a real EMP attack and a faked one is the amount of destruction that happens. A real EMP attack only takes one nuclear weapon. And when that comes in and is air blasted above the United States, above the center of the United States, it will wipe out all electronics, all the transformers, electrical transformers will blow up. All them canisters that are on the telephone poles will blow up. Buildings will be on fire. Woods will be on fire. The United States will be a disaster area.
So then why don't we fucking do it to them before they could do it to us?
It's not an EMP attack.
Wait, what was that last part?
If they just shut the electricity off, that's not the signs of an EMP attack.
So
the
do you think it's
transformers
gonna
have to be blowing up?
Do you think it's gonna be internal or external?
The cause of it?
Yeah.
Well, within the last year, there has been another transformer attack. I want to say it was on the East Coast somewhere. The first one was out in California, where a group of guys went into a substation and shot the substation with automatic weapons until it blew up to see how much of an effect it was.
Well, so do you remember, I think it was not too long ago, last year, around like maybe November, December, they were testing some shit out in the water and they were blowing shit up. Do you remember that? It was like a massive, like blowing up thing in the middle of the ocean. And it was like the Navy or something. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Matt, do you remember that?
No, not really. Now, what part of the ocean are you talking about?
I can't remember. The article said like it was like the mouth of hell opened up in the ocean, and there was something like glowing. It was like it looked like hell opened up in the ocean, and they released some big ass bomb thing that just like blew the fucking ocean to smithereens. And I'm like, is that them practicing with an EMP to like practice underwater so it doesn't set off first, but they could figure out like
Everything
the.
now yeah,
It kind of makes sense, right?
Well,
everything now has been leading to that. And Candy, have you ever heard of MUFON?
No, what's that?
It's like a UFO. You report shit to them.
No.
Well,
Is
I'm a
it-
member. I'm a member of MUFON.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna go into details or anything else, just because
Oh, I
I
already know shit. I know
I don't-
about the reptilians. I know Anunnaki. I know all that shit.
don't want to be judged, but you know, the I can't remember if he's a drummer or guitarist for Blink
Oh,
182.
from Blink-182. Yeah, Tom.
Tom,
I listen to him. I like him.
I like him too.
He's the only one that talks about aliens and the shit going on. And wasn't it recently?
he fucking got
everywhere
Congress. He's the one that put the fire under the ass of Congress to get the shit going on this shit. And I already told him, I said, I seen it. And I'll tell you a story if you want to fucking hear it. It's about a 3 or 4 minute story. But
So
it's
there's someone named
serious
Andy trying
fucking
to enter
shit.
the Zoom right now. There's someone named Andy trying to enter the Zoom, and I'm not fucking down to let them go in because
Just
I'm not
block-
kidding. My head felt so fucking weird when I let that person in my Zoom.
No, block him, Candy. Just say fuck it. We're having a good conversation for lunch. We can finally just talk amongst ourselves. Just fucking block that shit.
I did.
All right, cool, man. All right, now, like, here's what happened. I was a young lieutenant on an observation post at Fort Drum. We were shooting illumination. You can look at any war movie you want, you know, and they shoot illumination so you can see the enemy at nighttime. Okay, so we were practicing shooting. This wasn't combat. Practicing shooting illumination. And me and my fire support NCO decided to come up with a competition. We're like, let's see who can get the most illumination rounds in the sky at the same time. So these illumination rounds will burst, you know, way above. It's not like a high explosive round where it buries itself in the dirt and it explodes. It's way
fuck?
up there, and it illuminates the sky, right? So we were shooting them, and me and Sergeant Joseph E. Knapp, were shooting illumination rounds because I had to write his NCOER, and I still remember his name. He's a cool guy. I went to Bosnia with him after that, way before Iraq or anything else. And holy shit, you know, we're sitting out there, we're calling for fire. He's got 15 rounds in the sky at one time. I have 14 rounds in the sky at one time. And then everything broke loose. He got 17 rounds at the same time in the sky. And when you shoot coordinated illumination, you're shooting around here, 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 and here, like a cross. When you look at it, it's like a cross. So we're just shooting artillery. Next thing you know, me and him look up in the fucking sky, and this thing, whatever the fuck it was, is going literally from one side of the horizon all the way to the other within a matter of a second. We're like, okay, this doesn't have anything to do with us shooting artillery. This shit is really fucked up. So, bottom line is, I asked Sergeant Knapp, I'm like, no, correction. He asked me. He's like, hey, sir, did you just see that? I'm like, yeah, I did. Did you see it? And we're both just sitting there, and some shit went from one side of the sky to the other side of the fucking sky. And
Oh, I've seen that too. I've seen that too.
I know, and it was scary as fuck. But here's the thing: if you see that, oh man, it's a shooting star. Oh
no, it's not. It's going way too fucking fast.
Yeah, but here's the fucking problem: it stopped on a dime, and then 3 seconds later, it shot back to the other side of the sky and stopped on a dime and didn't move. So me and him are sitting there watching this shit, and we're just kind of like, we're both in disbelief, right? And I'm like, okay, yeah, this shit has gone too far. Like, you know.
Do you want to hear some crazy shit that's going to make you think I'm absolutely insane?
Well, I already convinced you I'm absolutely insane, but yeah, I do want to hear it.
No, I know you're not insane. That's the thing. So, Street and Trust to know about this, but I literally see fucking invisible people. Like, you could tell there's a difference, like in a ripple change of just thin air. And it's when I'm sleeping or I'm in this like I'm in between sleep and awake type thing, but I know I'm still awake. I will see the outlines of someone there, but they look invisible. And it happens to me all the fucking time.
Well, I had a dream that happened last night. So don't feel bad at all. And I'm not fucking bullshitting.
No, I'm not kidding. One time, something grabbed my leg and started pulling on me. And you could see the outline of a person. And I was so tired and so pissed off. You know what I did? I picked up a pillow and threw it at the fucking whatever it was. And the pillow fucking hit something midair. I'm not kidding. And one time when I was living by myself in my first apartment, right? I was broken up with my ex for like a year and a half. We fucking hated each other. And I got so creeped out that I called him, crying my eyes out, begging him to come over and sleep on the couch next to me because I was absolutely terrified. And he came over and he was like, there's something not right here right now. Like, there's something wrong in your house. And when I was sleeping, I finally passed it on the couch. I saw it again. I saw a fucking outline of someone there, but you couldn't see them.
Do you know why I didn't go to Vegas?
Why?
Because my feet were all fucked up. And
Why?
I don't know. I went to sleep. My feet were fine. I woke up. My feet were all fucked up.
Howie.
This isn't an old person thing. I don't know. I have no idea. It was like someone took a baseball bat and just beat the shit out of both of my feet.
Well, so what got even more fucked up is like, you know, when I talk about this shit, everyone thinks I'm crazy. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I never heard about it before, something like that. Thank goodness for TikTok, even though I know it's like China spies or whatever. TikTok, I found there are people on TikTok who describe and explain the same shit I fucking explained. Like, it's not just happening to me. And you know what I discovered that gave me chills down my spine? That China discovered how to create invisibility like quality using diamonds. Did you know that?
No, I never heard of that, but I know I reported my shit to MUFON. It's like MUFON. And I reported my shit. And then I asked the guy, like, MUFON has representatives in each region of the country, right? So I think his name was like John Lombardo or something. So I reported my shit to him. Lo and behold, there were like 37 other sightings of the same shit that I saw that night in that fucking area. And I was like, yeah, this it's getting fucking really weird now, because up to that point, I was like, yep, I'm just a weirdo. I saw something. I'm making a big deal out of it. I shouldn't. And lo and behold, that was not the case. A whole bunch of other people. It was in Watertown, New York in 1998 at Fort Drum. And there were multiple sightings of the same thing. And I'm not talking about Elon Musk doing StarX, SpaceX, whatever. I'm talking about no fucking bullshit, a dot that looks like a star going from one side of the sky to the other in a matter of 1 second. You know, the shit was weird. And to this day, I stick by my guns. I know I saw something that, you know, same thing as a TikTok video for the Navy. Nobody can explain that shit. Congress is finally coming around to admitting that the shit is going on. But that's probably why we're all getting distracted. It's probably why we're all getting distracted, because they're like, if the American public knew this shit, then
they would freak out, or they wouldn't be phased. Ever since 2020, I feel like we're not even phased anymore.
Nope.
It's like
the
every day there's something apocalyptic.
Man. That's the exact same way I fucking feel.
Yeah, because it's just like there's shit going on all the time. And every day I wake up, now it's like, oh, there's zombie shit going on. Zombie shit. And I was telling my ex today, I'm like, if I fucking survive COVID just to stick around for a zombie apocalypse, are you fucking kidding me?
You still
it's possible.
You say you hate your ex, but you say you talked to him today.
I had to, because we share dogs together, and she was really sick, so I wanted to make sure she was okay.
I gotcha. So yeah, sometimes you have to.
Yeah, it sucks, but whatever. I mean, he always thought I was really fucking weird anyways, and he hated that I researched and believed in all this stuff. And I mean, he hated the chase more than anything. So
yeah,
it's whatever.
I always felt sorry for Shannon, because like that guy she was with before she broke up with him, he just didn't seem like he was interested in it at all. And I just watched the videos that they did, and I was like, man.
Wait, didn't she find out that he was like married or something?
I think she did. Yeah, I think she was married to him while he was married to another chick or whatever.
Yeah, see that, like, I'm sympathetic towards her for, like, that really sucks.
Yeah.
And you're right, maybe we are a little similar and alike, but I don't know, maybe I don't not like her. I just get like easily pissed off and fed up about certain things.
Well, I think she moved on. She's doing like motorcycle videos now or something. How fast?
Yeah, that's pretty badass.
Yeah, I mean, and that's cool. I mean, I applaud her for moving on and everything. So that's really cool, you know. A lot of times I would just kind of bash people, and then Ben actually kind of taught me how not to do it. You know, it's like, hey, just let them believe what they want to believe. And it's hard for me to do that, you know, but.
How do you think I feel? I've been spending 7+ years of my life cracking something so profound and secret that literally shapes all of world history. And no one believes me. They think I'm full of shit. And I've got every single document, article to prove it. Like, it actually is real. It exists. It's been changed and moved throughout centuries, all the way back to the Library of Alexandria. No one fucking cares. No one's like, whatever, the grail isn't real. I'm like, I'm not talking about the holy fucking grail. I'm talking about the symbolic representation of knowledge, and how there is a school that exists of knowledge that is used for politics and and shaping history. And it's the good versus the bad every single time. And every time there's a war or there is some fucking crazy ass event that happens, it's because of that shit going on.
Well, I'm on the good side because I fought for that shit.
Well, I'm just saying, I sound crazy, but I found shit, and I think Forrest was definitely a part of it. And he was leaving breadcrumbs because the way I found everything that I found, go ask George Washington. When he said, go touch George Washington, that's how you do it.
Yeah. Well, it's the only portrait of him where he's facing to the right. And that's, did you see that? The ones I posted?
Yep. You know the name of that portrait, right?
No. Enlighten
The
me.
name of that portrait is the key to figuring out what they're trying to show you. And trust me, I've been following.
I know. Like all my granddad, my dad, my granddad, everyone else were Masons.
My dad's a Freemason.
Yeah, they were all Freemasons. And I went when I was 14 to go see the homestead at Davenport Mountain. The that reminds me, I got who did I say I was gonna send that to?
Tyler, maybe?
I think so, yeah. Okay. But
did you know I had a Freemason on my channel last year? He's in the community. He's a 33rd degree Freemason. He's up there, right? And he was on there hanging out with me in street. And I started talking to him about King Solomon and his blue stones. And you should have seen his face. He went ghost white and he's like, how do you know about that? And I'm like, I research, I know my shit. Well, and he was just like absolutely stone cold, like, how the fuck do you know this?
You should go full Freemason and Native American. So you see these fucking cheekbones?
Yeah.
Yeah, my whole family, I'm like 1/2 Cherokee Indian, right? So you add that to the Freemasons and then you're scratching your head like, what the hell's the connection? And then you figure out, oh, okay. So, Trail of Tears, it's not a very good chapter in our history, but the men got to pick the Indian women who they wanted to spare. And that's just fucking terrible. But I know.
So the whole national treasure concept from like the first 2 movies to the series right now.
It's one of my boys and me. That's our favorites.
Yeah, mine too.
National treasure.
There is an element of truth to all of it. There really is. Like anything historical is what they use to hide information and to balance the scales. I'm not kidding.
Well, check this out. I have a ring and a watch. Masonic watch, Masonic ring.
Yeah, my dad has one.
And the history behind it is pretty fucked up. Pretty scary, but it's like in that same realm of national treasure.
Yep. So what's crazy?
That's the one thing I will not say anything else about. I
already know about it.
And a watch. No, and cufflinks. You like your generation. I'm not trying to
I know about cufflinks.
Cufflinks. I have a ring, a watch, and cufflinks that go back a long time.
Yeah, my dad does too. I know all about the stuff you're talking about, and I'm telling you, I've gone so deep down the rabbit hole and found stuff I'm not supposed to. Why do you think I get fucked with so much?
I don't go down the rabbit holes. I just let it come to me and then just either ignore it or don't ignore it. But yeah, it's some serious shit. Like a lot of people look at it and go, oh, that's just crazy people talking. But no, it's not crazy people talking, because I have proof it's not. I have records of where it came from, pictures of where it came from way back when. And
Okay, give me one little hint and I bet you I can figure it out.
of where they came from,
Yeah.
you're not gonna like this because it'll lead you on a fucking rabbit hole that you'll never recover from.
I'm pretty sure I've already found it.
No, that's right up her alley.
The Mayflower.
Oh, the Mayflower.
Yeah, remember my last name is Davenport, so check that one out.
So is that the name from your descendant on the Mayflower, Davenport?
They weren't on the Mayflower. They weren't on the They were not.
The minister?
They were not on the manifest. But
You're
they
talking
were
about the
on the
minister?
boat, but they were on the boat.
Bro, that portrait looks fucking like he's demonic.
Oh, you're
Oh,
looking
see-
shit up now?
See,
No, there's
my
no
two
bad.
ancestors,
It wasn't anything bad. So
my two
But, like-
ancestors from the Mayflower was Isaac Allerton and Richard Warren. Now, Richard Warren was the first banker. He's the one that held all the money from the Plymouth colony, and he used it to invest in order to make profit for himself, which is exactly what a bank does today. But nobody was too happy with him for doing it back then.
but
Bro, it says Davenport.
it was kind of like the Titanic. If you weren't royalty and on that boat, one of the three boats that came across here during that inaugural crossing, then nobody talked about you.
Pretty
But
much when they were trying to decide on the banking system.
no, there were people on the boat that might have been servants or whatever else that they weren't on the. It was like the Titanic. Way after that.
Different classes.
Yes. So there were people that disguised themselves on those boats as being poor, but they weren't. Does that make any sense? Because
Yeah.
That
if
fits
they knew
Richard
they were on
Warren
the
to the T.
manifest, if they knew they were on that manifest, then they could be tracked. Even way back then, believe it or not.
So I'm looking
Yeah,
at this and it's showing.
Richard Warren's history is missing. His background is missing. He was believed to have been from some kind of wealthy family, and it's really not known where he came from.
There's a lot of people that were like that because they just wanted to be able to fly under the radar, so to speak. And that's what they did.
Are you talking about John Davenport?
No, it was 2 generations before John. Are you looking at the historical marker?
No, I'm just looking at Mayflower and Davenport.
All right. Go check this out. This was on New Year's Eve. Go
Was it the Roderer?
no, go Davenport Mountain, Georgia.
Davenport Mountain, Georgia.
Historical marker. That was my great grandfather. They settled in Virginia, then went to North Carolina, then Georgia. and you'll see the historical marker up there.
I see Historical Society.
No,
John
just
B. Davenport.
Google John Davenport Mountain historical marker.
I think I found, oh, okay.
That's
Historical
like-
sign honors early settlers John Davenport, William and Hosea Thomas, George Loudermilk, and Thomas
Poteet.
Lance.
The Poteets, yes. That's my great grandfather.
Do you want to know who what blood lineage I come from?
Yeah, I would love to fucking know because I am totally into this conversation right now. And I'm just glad to have someone to talk to that's interested in it, to be honest.
I do that to a lot of people. I'm like, dude, let's talk about the weird shit. And they're like, dude, Candy, you're so weird. I'm like, it's what I love to do. So my ancestor, because I come from Clan McPhee, and Clan McPhee is one of the oldest Scottish bloodlines / clans that they know about, right? And
Fleetwood Matt McVie?
what?
No, I'm just asking the spelling of it. Like Fleetwood Mac, Christine McVie, John McVie.
No, McPhee. Phee, McPhee.
Okay.
So their motto is what people believe was Son of the Dark Fairy. But I actually found a really old book that translates, and it actually means Son of the Black Prince. And when I was researching, because my family had title and land in the Kingdom of Fife, Scotland, and one of my ancestors was written about by Shakespeare in Macbeth. My ancestor was literally what you call it, the hero of the story or whatever. And then also the three witches from Macbeth were also part of my ancestry for the ancient druids and stuff. But what's fascinating is when I found the book,
Awesome,
it showed that the clan motto for Clan McPhee actually translates to mean Son of the Black Prince. And so when I started researching in this old ass book, it showed that there was a certain bloodline for what was called Son of the Black Prince, and their mother was Scotia. And Scotia was the one who named all of Scotland and Ireland, and her mother was Queen Nefertiti.
No shit.
Yeah, seriously, like the actual Queen Nefertiti. And I have the documents that prove it and everything. Like one day I started going down this rabbit hole and I found everything. I found the documents that prove that we own land in the Kingdom of Fife, that my ancestors were written about by fucking Shakespeare himself. And it goes all the way back to Scotia and Queen Nefertiti.
I did my shit and then I found out my shit went all the way back to like the 15 or 1400s where people weren't named two names. They were just named one name. And then,
yeah.
So one of the motherfuckers in the whole thing, and I wasn't even interested in that. I was doing the Davenport Mountain research, but I kept going all the way back, and it was like Lancelot. And there was another name. I forget the name, but it was
Mount
really,
Zion?
Huh?
Mount Zion?
It might have been, I can't remember, but
It's saying that John B. and Annie Lewis Davenport, the
Yes.
Union County trace their ancestry back to
Andy
him.
Lewis. Guess what I just found out, Candy?
What?
I fucking found out. So I had 4 boys myself, and I had my 2 older boys each have 2 boys, right? So, holy shit. Brad, my 2 older sons just texted me yesterday that they're having twins.
Oh, so there's twins in your family through
Sure.
like bloodlines.
There's fucking twins in my family. If you go into the Union County census in Georgia, 1850, that census, there's the ones you're saying right now.
Yeah.
There was another set after them. It was either David, John, I can't remember. Like it's too much. It's like too much shit.
So it's like every generation has a set of twins.
No, every other. It's either every other or every other. But we haven't had a girl in our family for my 4 boys or their 4 boys. They've each had 2 boys. So yeah, it's really cool.
It's kind of like the seventh son of the seventh son. Have you seen that movie?
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
It's like one of my favorites. I love like fantasy and
You
stuff
gotta
because
introduce me to some good movies because I missed out on a lot of it when I was deployed, like either to Iraq, Afghanistan.
I mean,
Not-
I think it's kind of old, but the main reason why I like fantasy so much is that the only way you find truth in what's being hidden from us is through fantasy, through mythology, through lore, through fairy tales. They take it and they manipulate it to make it seem so out of bounds, so obnoxious, so crazy that no one's ever going to believe it. And that is how you actually find the truth.
Well, I shared that a tiny bit with Ashley. I shared with her that I was an Aries. So, and that made total sense to me.
I'm trying to find, let me see. Hold on, Georgia historical marker map.
You haven't found it yet?
No, I'm still looking, but I'm also getting distracted at the same time. Oh, here it is. The historical marker database. Davenport Mountain. In view to the east was named for John Davenport, who came to this section in 1838. He built his 40-foot long log house, half-mile to the east over the peak of the mountain. It survived until removed in 1942 to make way for Notley Lake. William Poteet.
Notley Lake.
Oh, Notley Lake?
Notley, yes. And that was in my poem. That was in my poem, Not Lay Down.
Wait, you did a treasure hunt based on your lineage too?
Yes!
Dude, I did that on mine.
Oh my God. It was in New Year's Eve. All right, I'm going to send it to you. It was the coolest treasure fucking hunt ever. I wish I would have put $1 million on it. If I wouldn't have given hints, it would have probably gone a year or two. Vertigo fucking solved it. I'm telling you right now.
Vertigo solved mine too. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
So, are you shitting
mine.
me? All right, so it was the coolest fucking treasure hunt ever. Jeremy kind of facilitated it, and then he told Vertigo, and everyone on New Year's Eve was losing their mind. And I was like, this is what I needed. I needed this. You know, this is really cool. I kind of brought, like, even though they knew there wasn't a prize, I brought hope and, like, you know, closure to someone on a treasure hunt. It wasn't.
Dude, do you want to do a treasure hunt collaboration? Because I used to do treasure hunts all the time, but I have $1,000 pendant that someone gave to me to help do a treasure hunt. And so I'm like in the middle of working on it, but I haven't finished it yet. And I have that. Yeah. And if you want to add, like, you know, one of the arrowheads, we could launch that into, you know, the community for free and just have people work on it.
I'd love it. For once in my life, I get to say, yeah, you come up with it, and then because I'm always kind of like the logistics, write everything and all that. That would be cool as shit to me. Like I'm all about giving, and I just want my biggest hope is that our community can kind of get some closure and just move on and go to something else. So
I've tried that. I've launched a few hunts.
Huh?
I've tried that. Like, I've launched a few treasure hunts over the past couple of years. Some that I purchased all the stuff and it was for free. Other ones where people did pay to play. But the most recent one I did with Mindy, we did it based on our Scottish lineage. And that's actually why we went to Scotland in September. And it lasted for 6 months. And Vertigo won it. And one of the main grand prizes was an Eric Sloan painting.
Yeah, and then everyone when Vertigo solved mine, there was tons of memes on there like, oh my god, I can't believe he solved this again, or she.
Yeah, he always solves it.
I don't know. Is it a guy or a girl, or like
It's a guy.
Okay, I think he's a dad.
I actually had him on my channel for an hour. He was explaining how he solved mine. So we heard his voice and we thought he sounded like MEH from the Chase community from before.
Right.
I still think it could be MEH. I'm not kidding.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, he's just a smart guy, and that's cool.
Well, I mean, not only did he, crack 9 Mile Hole, he cracked My House is Asunder. He cracked Your Hunt. He cracked my mini Easter hunt I did just for fun.
That's what Jeremy was saying. Jeremy was posting a meme like a guy kind of like walking down a field with his head down and then just like, fuck it, It's like, yeah, no competition. But yeah, I mean, that's the kind of shit that I like. I mean, people need hope. And
yeah. It gets hard though, because like no matter what you do, people still get really pissy and they're like, you didn't do this right, you didn't do that right.
But you've got the thick skin and I have the thick skin to be able to fucking tolerate that shit.
Are you sure? I deleted my entire channel. It took me like fucking years to build off because I didn't have enough chocolate to calm my ass down when I was having a bad day. So
well, I'll calm you down.
I deleted 500 videos
when and shitty. I'll just be like, Candy, check it out.
Go eat some chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate, coffee. It's about
chocolate covered espresso beans.
Don't forget what we're doing. We're doing this for everybody else.
Oh no, that's the thing. When Mindy and I launched Houses Asunder, I literally wrote my verse in 10 minutes. And our hunt lasted for 6 months.
See, I will, if the ones that I want to do, if they go beyond 6 months, I'm throwing large, huge clues out there. I want it solved. I'm kind of the opposite of Forrest Light. I don't
see. We put out one hint, even though we said we weren't going to do it because it was taking so long. We put out one hint, and it pissed so many people off. So many people off.
Should not piss anyone off. They should be happy they got a hint, But
dude, I still have screenshots of how many people participated in that hunt. There was over like 300. I'm not even kidding. There was like such a long ass list of people who were participating, and they were sending in all their guesses of like the tutors, all this, and the solution was actually my lineage and Mindy's lineage, and taking both our mottos to create the password. So my motto is Pro Rege, and hers was Garde Bien, and together it means guard well for the king.
Did you see the historical marker?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was it. So all I said was, take a picture of yourself next to the historical marker. Vertigo figured it out, but he declined to take a picture.
Yeah, of course he did.
No, I offered up that my little nugget that I got on the auction from Heritage.
Wait, that's what you had up?
Huh?
You had a nugget from the auction as the prize?
I got 3. I got a nugget, flakes, and a coin.
Dude, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, but I gave one to my son who searched for it. I gave the flakes to my other son who searched with me for it. And then I kept the nugget. But yeah, that to me was just a matter. It was an academic kind of thing.
Well, so that's the cool thing. Like you and I, we both take the elements of teaching people history in order to solve what we create. And so in order to solve what we're doing, they actually have to go online and they have to learn and they have to research and they have to like immerse themselves in all of this mystery.
But it's doable. Like
Mhm.
me and you have in common, it's doable. It's all open source, and you can find it. You just have to go out there and look for it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think House of the Sunder is probably my most favorite hunt I've ever done. And I was like so sad when Vertigo came in and solved it. I was like, what the hell? But then when he went live a couple of days later on my channel and like explained how he did it, I was like, yeah, he earned this. Like he did exactly what he was supposed to do to solve this thing. And I built an entire website, created little extra bonus rounds to get hints. It was so freaking cool.
It's a learning process, and if you allow yourself to be open to that, that's one thing. And I think one of the reasons that, I'm not saying this in a mean way, but force treasure hunt didn't get solved very fast. People weren't allowing themselves to indulge in a very simplistic approach to what the hell was going on. It's like, hey man, I used to just go fishing with my dad in this fishing hole, and then that's it. So fuck all y'all.
All you need is etymology. Oh, so do you want to know what I've been slowly working on? This is like what I have so far.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think I'm going to tell you? No? Yeah, fuck yeah, I want to know, man.
You're like, so this is what I've been working on. So as above, so below, a knowledge once lost will begin to grow. Revealed in part through the elements guard, within the circle you will find the shard. In water, air, earth, and fire, seek what mankind will always desire. In realm of gallantry and chivalrous knight, encoded words to unveil true sight.
Yes, I want to do a collaboration of a little hunt for one of the arrowheads. You write like I fucking do. All right, so that's cool.
All poetic and stuff.
Yeah, you're a writer. You're definitely a writer.
I think I actually have like a bloodline of the troubadours and the mindsingers because they're the ones that protected the secret knowledge of the school and stuff. And the way they did that is through poetry and like song and art and everything like that. And the whole concept of how I even came across all this is through Fenn's chess motif. And what's so cool is that so many on this planet do not know that there is an actual real treasure hunt / mystery that goes all the way back to the 8th century.
That's right.
And they've just been hiding it right in front of our faces forever. And it's the coolest thing to me.
I'm the type of person, I just do my own thing. And I don't really, not only do I not listen to what the fuck other people say, I don't allow people to impose what they think on me.
Yeah.
And that's just how I do my thing.
I'm just like a fantasy / history nerd. So I get super excited and totally blown away over the fact that something like this exists in the world and only a very small amount of people know that it exists.
Well, I never knew it, but I was a treasure hunting nerd from the beginning. And well, I take that back. You know why? Here's. Do you want to hear the craziest story in the world? My black cat's up here right now. He's awesome.
We're trusted.
What you doing, buddy?
He's just blending back into the background again.
This is gonna.
I'm starting to get tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
No, that's all right. No, go ahead. I'll listen.
All right, look. My dad searched for the lost Dutchman's mine.
Dude, that's dope.
I mean, I got pictures. I got black and white pictures. I got fucking crazy ass stories from my mom who saved my dad's life through, like, whatever you want to call it, telekinetic, weird shit going on. Like, so
Telekinesis?
not telekinesis, but just, oh man, what do you call it?
Intuition?
Intuition.
Oh, telepathy?
Still not
That's
the
what
word.
Trusted said.
It's not the word I'm looking for.
Instinct?
That we're getting close.
I don't know.
Oh, no. Clairvoyance.
Oh, okay. Like
Got it.
someone that solves murders and stuff.
Not like that, but you know, a husband and wife, and then the wife thinks their husband's gonna die.
Yeah.
All right. Holy shit, man.
That's
All right,
happened with my
so-
mom's.
And this is gonna sound like a story that was on TV. All right. I gotta take a whiz. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. And this is a good fucking story. This is a lost Dutchman's mine, and my dad got money from Sammy Davis Jr. to go hunt for it. So that there's a fucking.
That's a good start.
I'm not bullshit.
I love the chase. It brings so many cool characters together. Trusted, you're translating the Hebrew Bible. Matt knows the secrets of the universe and the Lost Dutchman. I'm hunting down an 8th century treasure hunt that leads you to the Grail School of Knowledge. I mean, we're all here just having fun.
I like it when everything comes together like that. It's like, oh shit, that's connected with that, and you're doing that, and you're doing that, and all this stuff comes together in one spot.
Yep. 100%. And I think eventually I'll figure out that more of what I'm unlocking goes back to unlocking and translating the Hebrew Bible. So I'll definitely have to come back to you and be like, hey, help me with this. But right now, I'm still down this really weird rabbit hole that I keep finding stuff.
Well, that's why I had sent you the email about Vera, because of her knowledge base and what it is that she thinks is important, about getting humanity on the right track, getting our country on the right track, and kind of falls in line with all of us, our thoughts about these things. But her knowledge base on astrology and the connections of the astrology with the Bible, and she has heard Hebrew translations for me for a decade now, and they were always well received with her, and yeah, that's why I can hardly wait to hear you talking about the stars. And I was like, yeah, I think Vera would have a lot of good input on the different meanings that might be associated to what you're thinking.
So I'm not gonna lie, my head still doesn't feel right. Like, I know people could say, oh, you're just being paranoid and shit like that. but my head hasn't felt right since I let that random person on my stream. Like, I feel really fucking weird.
Well, I'll tell you what, happens also. You kind of get a bit of a foggy brain after being away from somebody, from being in a high stress narcissistic relationship. That's part of not feeling normal. You know, it's kind of
Yeah,
like,
but it's not like that. I know what you're talking about. It's not like that. Like, I'm not kidding. The moment I let that random person on my stream, I started to feel really offset. And that's why I just kicked him off, because I could feel something wasn't right.
well, hey, if it was a deviant person, and I'm not saying that it was because don't really know, yeah, it is possible to put frequencies out that you can't hear at the conscious level.
I know.
Yeah, kind of like a dog whistle kind of thing, where you can't hear the
Yeah.
dog whistle, but the dog can hear it. Yeah, it's. I mean, yeah, that is definitely possible.
Matt wants to tell a story.
What's up?
I said Matt wants to tell a story.
The story? The total story?
Yeah, you're all
What
excited
saying?
about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm back.
You left off with a little short Jewish guy funding the operation.
What?
Sammy Davis Jr.
Yeah,
He
Sammy.
was a
Davis.
Oh.
short Jewish guy.
All right. So, I was a little kid, and my dad met up with a bunch of guys who decided to go hunt for the lost Dutchman's mine. Shouldn't put a D on the end of it. So I have pictures upstairs in my closet of them hunting for the lost Dutchman's mine. Apparently they got their funding. My dad was, oh man, it's a long story, but my only pledge in life was to not be like my dad. So my dad was kind of a hustler. So, and you know, he left our family when I was 7, right? So we didn't even have a car till I was 15. Literally, we did not have a vehicle in my family till I was 15. So he was kind of like a drifter, hippie, whatever you want to call him. But he searched. I mean, I got pictures to prove it, for the lost Dutchman's mine. So he convinced Sammy Davis Jr. and some other movie stars at that time for the funding to go. This is when the lost Dutchman's mine was like kicking off, like getting really big. So he convinced a bunch of people, hey, yeah, we'll fund you. We'll give you money for your pack mules. And that's what you had to do. You're not going to get in there or out without a pack mule. So are you guys still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What state?
So,
What state are we in anyhow? Nevada?
is it
Probably.
Lost Dutchman's mine? Is it Arizona?
I
Yeah.
don't remember.
It's
I think-
Arizona.
I think it's Arizona, from my memory. But like,
Either New Mexico or Arizona.
I never paid any credence to it really at all. But I think it's Arizona, and you know, I got the pics and everything and all that stuff. But so now there was a movie made about this, and I don't know if the similarities are going to be the same, but this is what happened. My dad went treasure hunting in Arizona with a guy named Joe Spector. And this guy, all right, so when you're hunting in the mountains in that region for a treasure, it's kind of like taking bear spray with you in Montana or Wyoming, but you carried a pistol with you that had rat shot in it, which means it's kind of like rock salt or tiny pellets that will kill a snake, because that was your threat, right? So Joe Spector and my dad, not the movie, not the sound engineer that got convicted of killing his wife or whatever, but fucking yeah, this takes a minute to collect my thoughts. So he fucking goes out, hunts for the treasure. All right. So him and Joe Spector go park their truck and hike into where they're going to go. And then after that, they thought that night they got really, really close to the treasure. Really close. And Joe Spector was cleaning his pistol with the rat shot, which would kill a snake, rattlesnake, whatever, and decided to clean his pistol while it was loaded. Joe Spector shot the rat shot in his hand. He accidentally discharged, negligent discharge, whatever you want to call it, on the pistol. So my dad had to carry him out of the Superstition Mountains all the way down to an evacuation site, which was their truck. And he threw him in the truck. And that's just me being in the military. I call it an evacuation site. But they went down to their truck. He bandaged Joe Spector's hand up. Otherwise, he would have bled to death. Took him to a hospital. All right, so he takes Joe Spector down the mountain in the Superstition Mountains, searching for the treasure, kind of like I searched for this treasure. And he gets down there and takes him to the hospital. They admit him to the hospital. They treat him for the pellets in his hand. So my dad goes up there the next day, and their whole camp is burnt down. They had a tent that they were staying in, and it was some bad shit. Somebody, rumor has it, there were Indians in that area. Burnt their camp to the ground. Okay, so
Well, if it was up in northern Arizona, there's all kinds of reservations around there.
Yeah. So somebody had put some type of fuel, gasoline, whatever it was, doused their tent with it. They doused their tent with the gasoline or whatever it was, lighter fluid, charcoal starter, whatever it was, and ultimately tried to kill them. But they weren't in the tent because Joe Spector had shot himself in the hand, and my dad had carried him down. They weren't there. They weren't in the tent that was targeted, you know, by whoever did it. So, I mean, Superstition Mountains, the legend is, you know, the Indians knew where it was. They were going to keep anyone from getting to it. All right. So he takes Joe Spector to the fucking hospital, and they save his life, you know, because he hadn't lost a lot of, you know, so much blood that he was going to die. So my dad goes up there the next day, and the watch, the only thing that was left was anything that was metal. So there was a few things that were left that were metal: spoons, forks, knives, camping kit to cook food in. And one of the few things that was left was the watch. So here's where it gets crazy. The time on the watch was 2:30 when my dad went back up the mountain to recover whatever was recoverable from their camp. And my mom was washing dishes at, for whatever weird reason, 2:30 in the morning. I've done that. I mean, I think right now it's 3:55. She was washing dishes at 2:30 in the morning, and she had this image that came in her mind, and she didn't know what it meant. Right at the time my dad was carrying Joe Spector down the mountain. So at 2:30, that's when everything went down, and my mom didn't know what it meant, but she drew a picture of what she felt it was so important for her to capture that moment. She drew a picture of what she saw, and she didn't know what she was drawing, but it was a picture of a watch that said 2:30, and she didn't know what it meant. So long story short, when Joe Spector shot himself was probably about 1:30. When their camp got burnt down, it was roughly around 2:30 and got doused with gasoline or whatever it was. If they would have still been there, they would have both died, because they would have died in the tent. But none of that happened. So the whole thing was, my dad carried him out of that mountain, and at the instant the watch stopped at 2:30 was when the camp got burnt down. And she drew a picture of it. So then my dad got home from the whole trip he explained to my mom everything that happened, and my mom pulled out a piece of paper. She said, I didn't know what this meant at the time, but this is what I came up with. So she pulls out the piece of paper of a watch that stopped at 2:30 due to the high intense flames. And he pulls out the watch that he recovered from the camp after he went up there to recover what he could recover at the camp. He didn't know it had burned down yet, but he sifted through, the dirt and everything else. And it was the same exact time that the camp had got burnt down. 2:30. So
That's crazy.
yeah, that's my dad's Superstition Mountains treasure hunt that he did. And to this day, like my mom and my dad didn't get along too well, but she tells the same story and he tells the same exact story. Yeah, I brought this watch home that stopped at 2:30, and you drew this drawing on a piece of paper, which you didn't even know what it was, which is a watch or a clock at 2:30. And that was it. Now,
Yeah.
y'all are gonna think I'm fucking crazy, but
No, I think you're
I got
crazy.
the goddamn actually, Candy, both of you guys, I'm gonna post the pictures tomorrow on Discord of when my dad was searching for the lost Dutchman's mine. There's one fucking picture where there's this guy pointing. It's almost like the Fenn rock or something, right? So it's really weird. He's pointing to where he thought the fucking treasure was, off in the distance. So I don't know. You guys cannot believe that story or believe it, but
I believe it.
my dad split when I was 7, and that's the only 2 things that my mom and dad ever agreed upon. That he brought that watch home, it said 2:30 on it, and she drew a picture that said 2:30 on it, and they were exactly the fucking same.
That's intense.
I will never search for that treasure because I don't want to fucking die. I've been in
Yeah, it sounds like
combat.
it's cursed.
Yeah, I've been in combat. I jumped out of fucking airplanes. I will never search for the lost Dutchman's mine. Forrest mentioned the lost Dutchman's mine.
When?
Well, Google it. Forrest Fenn, lost Dutchman's mine.
Damn it. Hold on.
Yeah, he fucking searched for it. I mean, he mentioned it. Tell me.
I'm not even sure where the Superstition Mountains are.
Oh, they're cursed as fuck.
Yeah, the Indians there, and I'm 1/2 Indian.
Oh shit, we're getting in Josh Jordan territory.
Oh Jesus Christ.
It talks about the Peralta stones, the Lost Dutchman, and Forrest Fenn.
No,
That's all
not
Josh
it.
Jordan talks about is the Peralta stones.
Ignore Josh Jordan. This is my dad, and they were probably about less than a half a mile from it, in my opinion, from the pictures and everything else. But they were in a pass. I'm gonna post the pictures tomorrow on Discord.
Now,
Yeah.
isn't the story of the lost Dutchman mine that it was purposely dynamited closed? And that's why people
Yes.
can't find it?
Yes. And then that's why I always joke with Pickle on Discord, you know, blasting caps, detonation cord, TNT, C4. We were joking about taking the Fenn rock, but
Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that.
that's where it came from. Yeah. So he had an NFL quarterback, Sonny Jurgens, and freaking Sammy Davis Jr. And you know, the rumor has it that Sammy Davis Jr. was in with the mob at that period of time. So I don't know what to think of it. He was a shitty dad, so maybe the whole thing is a fucking lie. But at the same time, how the fuck did my mom draw a picture of a watch and she didn't know what she was drawing at the time? And my dad, who had his camp burnt down at the exact same time. It was some weird shit. It was really, really weird.
I mean, don't they say that the Lost Dutchman ship is cursed?
The whole thing was cursed. I mean,
Well, no, I'm saying like the story about the Lost Dutchman as in a ship, not like the mine. Just like the ship itself, they say that's cursed. So I would assume the Lost Dutchman mine would also be cursed just because it's called the Lost Dutchman.
well, the whole thing was cursed, from the ship to the burial to who buried it to where it was.
Wait,
There's still people out there searching for the Lost Dutchman's mine.
so the Lost Dutchman mine is associated with the ship?
Are you asking, is it not associated with Forrest Fenn's stress?
No, I'm saying the story of the Lost Dutchman mine, is it associated with the rumor of the Lost Dutchman ship?
That I don't know. I'm not gonna lie.
Isn't that a story of a ghost ship?
Yeah,
It was
pirate ghost ship.
it's the Lost Dutchman's mine in Arizona. It might be associated with the ship. I don't know. I avoided it. I thought it was cursed. That's what I emailed Forrest myself. I said, I don't want anything to have to do with this because it's probably cursed, you know, and my soul probably was not it. Definitely not it. But maybe I got some of that from my dad. I don't know. But the weirdest part of it was my mom didn't like my dad. So, but they both told, for one time in their whole lives, they both told the same story.
That's intense.
Yeah. Yeah. And there were a couple other things that happened as far as like predicting the future or clairvoyance or whatever that happened that really freaked me out later on in life. Because I was laying in my bed with my girlfriend in college, and I had a dream that my dad had called me and told me that his grandfather was my grandfather was dead. And I woke up the next morning and I asked my girlfriend, I said, my grandfather's dead. Do you remember me waking you up and telling you that my grandfather died? She's like, no. Well, my dad calls me at about whatever in the afternoon of that day and said, yeah, my dad died, your grandfather's dead. But I had already dreamt it. I had already woke my girlfriend up and told her my grandfather's dead. And that shit was weird. And I know it's getting weird at this point, but this shit
No,
happened.
I still believe it.
The shit fucking happened. I'm telling you right now. Her name was Nicole Jesser. Her dad was a professor at the University of Virginia.
Do you know what happened to me and why I believe what you're saying? One day I was stuck in traffic and I was listening to the radio and they were talking about Route 91. And I was so excited because I actually got tickets with my coworker that I was working with at the time. And while I'm just waiting in traffic, all of a sudden a voice in my head says, don't go. There's going to be something terrible happening. Don't go. And it was almost like an out of body experience of like my past or my future self talking to my past self. And I couldn't explain it. And for a second I was like, dude, I'm fucking crazy. But then I got to work and I told her, I'm not going to go. And she's like, what? You bought the tickets? I'm like, I'm not going to go. And because I wasn't going, she decided not to go. And then you know what fucking happened?
Mass casualties bullshit probably or something.
Yeah, like I had so many friends that were there. One of my friends actually watched her best friend get killed right in front of her.
See? I mean, your mind and your senses and your fucking intuition will always tell you what the fuck is up.
Seriously.
And I can't tell you how many times it happened to me in Iraq. And I explained that earlier, so I'm not going to go into it again. But driving down the road, hey man, take a right. Okay, take a left, take a right, skirt around it. I didn't even know what the hell I was skirting around, but I got back to our FOB, Forward Operating Base. Yeah, there was an IED at this grid. Really? Well, I didn't go by it because we went around it. I don't know why I went around it, but we went the fuck around it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's crazy, but not like crazy as in it's just intense.
Someone's gonna find that shit though. The lost Dutchman's mind, but I won't. It's fucking cursed. Like I'm not gonna go searching for it. It is out there though. Like every single person that ever searched for Fort Fenn's treasure had to come to that epiphany moment where they wondered, is this real or not? So I'm not gonna waste my time if it's not real.
Yeah.
Shit was real.
Yeah. There's shit that you can't ever explain.
You sound like you're getting tired, Candy.
Yeah, no, I took a NyQuil a little bit ago, like an hour or so ago, I think. I wonder if Trusted's still hanging on.
I am. I didn't fall asleep.
So what do you think? Is that a crazy story?
I think there's lots of things that happen that can't really be explained through normal avenues. I mean, I've had some really wild shit happen in my life too. I was in a financial difficulty that I was working 2 jobs. I'd work a full-time job all day long. I drive 25 minutes home, have a nap for a couple hours, turn back around, go back to the city, work another full shift, turn around, go back home. And I was doing that for about 2 weeks straight, getting pretty tired.
It's brutal, man.
So I finished the night job that I had to do, and it was like 2:30 in the morning when I got up near where I lived, and I had a Dodge D100 pickup truck with standard steering, a 1977 government type truck. So as I was going around this long sweeping bend, the centrifugal force, my body was going sideways and I was exhausted. And I just gave up. I literally said, fuck this, I don't care. I let go of the steering wheel. I hit the bench seat, and I no sooner hit the bench seat, and I felt like somebody grabbed me by the sweater and sat me back up, and I grabbed a hold of the steering wheel. I was like, what the hell was that? And the truck didn't go off the road. That standard steering should have straightened out, and the truck should have went off the road, but it didn't. All within that time frame. And I got back to the house. I'm like, that was the weirdest friggin' thing. Because I had just given up. I was like, I don't give a fuck if I die, if this thing crashes, when this thing crashes. Not if, but when. I didn't give a shit. And I knew my life was going to change. And that was the feeling that I had. And it did. But I went fucking broke. I went bankrupt, which actually was the best thing that could have happened in that situation instead of trying to do what I was doing. But I can't explain. The best I could explain, well, because you ever play that game where you hold your hand back like this and you're pushing on it, and then you let go, you put your hand down, and it just floats up in the air like that? You can make your muscles do that if you hold it for long enough and you put it down. It was like that, but it was so bizarre.
Your gut will always tell you what the hell's going on.
Well, there's a lot of logic there. My youngest son, when he was born, he got sick. He had like a cold. He had been brought to the doctor that we had for him. At 2 weeks old, now my ex-wife had been staying up with him, and she was getting pretty tired. She says, "You know, can you watch Matthew?" That's my youngest son, Matthew. And I said, yeah. And there was an ice storm going on. It was in winter time, and so I was staying up with him. And the furnace stopped working. I had bought a secondhand furnace. I built my house from the ground up, but I did it on the cheap, and I had bought a secondhand furnace. Anyhow, I had to go down and clean the that little sensor that's on the oil burner, because it gets soot on it, and it wouldn't light the ignition. So I had to go down there. I cleaned that up. I no sooner cleaned it up, and I thought this in my mind: I could take him now. I didn't hear a voice. I didn't see a vision. I just thought to myself, I can take him now. I went upstairs and my son was blue. I woke my ex-wife up. I says, he's not breathing. I had to go downstairs. She had taken CPR course. I had never taken CPR course back then. So I was like, you should do this. And so I handed Matthew to her, and she, first she's looking in his mouth to see if there's an obstruction or anything on that. So anyhow, she had, I don't know if she moved him or she flipped him over, and she flipped him back, and he started breathing. And so I had to make a decision. What the hell do we do now? There's an ice storm going on. Do I try driving? It's a 20-minute drive in good weather. But if I slide off the road, we're screwed. So I decided to call 911 and get an ambulance there. Because if an ambulance got there, at least they could take care of him no matter how long it took to get to the hospital.
Man.
So that was the route that I went. But it was so weird. And because you're right, because, you know, that really was just myself, and just the language that I used wasn't really proper, you know, by saying I could take him now.
Right.
But I was conveying to myself, get your fucking ass in gear or your son could die because you're not there making sure there's nothing wrong.
So, Candy, have you ever had any life and death experiences?
Oh yeah, all the time. All the time. Too many to count, to be honest.
You're sleepy.
I mean, I took NyQuil pills, but I'm just saying, I've had experiences like that a lot. I mean, one of them was literally almost dying because of COVID. So there you go. Oh, I'll give you a good one. So back when I went to Hawaii with my ex and his family, because again, I've been with them forever. I remember before we even went to Hawaii, I was watching this one movie with Mila Jovovich. She's like one of my favorites. And my old best friend, she used to say I look just like her, the one from Resident Evil. Anyways, fast forward, we're in Hawaii. We're at Honeymoon Falls, or like, I think it's called like Honeymoon Falls or Bride Falls or something like that, right? And I was engaged at the time to my ex. We got engaged like really young and everything.
Right.
And we were in Hawaii. We're checking out the honeymoon spots and stuff. And all of a sudden, this couple came up to us and started talking. And I remember looking around and seeing a red car. And I was like, where have I seen this red car before? And I'm looking at these people talking to us. I'm like, I swear I've seen these people before. I don't know where I've seen these people.
So you were
Anyways,
in
they're
Hawaii
trying to,
before you got married? That's pretty
huh?
cool. You were
Oh
in
no,
Hawaii?
it's a long story. So we're talking to these people and they're trying to convince us to allow them to take us out because we got engaged and all this other stuff. And something told me like this is not fucking good. And I eventually ended up getting my ex's dad over to just like get them to stop talking to us and stuff. And so we finally just bailed, right?
Yeah.
Well, right before we bailed, it showed that they were talking to this other couple, and that couple was actually on their honeymoon. They got married and they were on their honeymoon stuff, right? So all of a sudden, the next day, it dawns on me where I've seen these people before. Right before I went to Hawaii, like I said, I like watching Mila Jovovich movies. I was watching a movie filmed in Hawaii based on the honeymoon killers. And after I watched it, I researched it and I saw the mugshots, like the sketches of the honeymoon killers and their vehicle and everything. And it was an exact match. And what's really fucking crazy is a couple of days later, that couple that they went up to, they were found dead in Hawaii.
And that could have been you.
Yeah, even though we weren't married, we were engaged, and that was their MO. Their MO was talking to couples on their honeymoons. That's why they were called the honeymoon killers, and convincing them to take celebrate, take them out, say that they have money and stuff, and then drug them, and they end up killing them and taking over their identities, like taking their money and shit like that. Like, it was, when I watched the movie, I was like, holy shit, this is insane. And that actually fucking happened to us when we were in Hawaii.
That's fucking crazy. If that would have happened to me, I don't even know what I would have done. But
Yeah. I feel like the only reason I didn't freak out is because I didn't realize who they were and what I was associating myself with until after we already left. And then the next day I was like, wait, what? Because my brain is so weird. I'll be in the middle of a dead sleep and then 4 a.m. I'll wake up and be like, that's where I remember that from.
yeah,
And
I do that all the fucking time.
yeah, but it's like so creepy.
It's like, why is this shit happening while I'm sleeping? it gets me sometimes to the point where I don't want to go to fucking sleep.
Yeah, that's me right now. I'm like, I'm so exhausted, but I'm afraid if I go to sleep, I'm like, I don't know. I just got so creeped out by whoever joined my stream earlier. Like, that was so fucking creepy.
Well, you ever need someone to talk to, you know, I'm probably awake. 4 or 5 in the morning, I'm probably awake.
I know I always hang out with Street and Trusted and Troy. Like, we go on streams for like ever. It's usually I leave them, I abandon them on my channel, and then I let them take over, and I end up going to sleep first. They're always like the troopers. It's pretty funny. Where did I put my cough
And
drops?
she never rewatches, so she has no idea what we said.
I kind of don't. I really kind of don't.
I don't
just
think we
abandoned
do.
ship.
I don't think we get very bad.
I mean, you guys had, or not you, but Street and Fendi had Barbara on, so.
I still haven't watched that. I don't know if I want to.
You'll never be able to because I deleted my original channel.
But you can find it on hers, right?
No, it was on my channel that it happened.
Oh man, you got to learn how to control shift 5 and just record it, and then you can replay it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like to think about how I deleted my entire channel when I really should not have, but that's okay.
No, it's all good. Man.
I started over from scratch.
Well, we got to start a treasure hunt for these arrowheads because I think it's important. I want to give people hope, you know.
Hey, we need to make this hunt vertigo proof.
I know, right?
Don't allow them to do it.
No, I can't do that. That's messed up.
Well,
but I could try
I
and
can
figure
do
out
it.
how to
I can do it. I can make it vertigo proof.
vertigo proof.
I know what makes vertigo tick. So from
Oh, I do too.
Oh yeah, from my last one.
He's the same as us. He understands the power of etymology, which I've been trying to teach people in the community the power of etymology forever. And that's part of the reason why he solves everything. He uses etymology.
Well, if you create a hunt where there are no hints, but there are, yeah, that's kind of weird, but yeah, then we can vertigo proof it.
I think.
And I hope Vertigo's watching right now.
Oh, Trust is just laughing his ass off.
Are you Vertigo?
No. Oh,
No, but you were catching yourself. You're like, I better not spill the beans.
I can make one that's vertigo proof because I know what makes him tick.
What makes him tick?
Certain things in a poem or a solve.
Well, he says that the reason why it took him 6 months to solve Houses Asunder is because he was looking for my Irvine lineage and not my Hershey lineage.
None of that's important. I mean, I know to you it's important, but I'm saying like it can be made foolproof, but only to the average ordinary solver.
But just
I can guarantee I can do that.
no ciphers or anagrams or anything. I hate those.
Nope.
Maybe
some homonyms. I hope this isn't being recorded, but yeah.
It's being recorded. We're live.
All right. Well, no homonyms then.
I think we all need to go to sleep.
I watched the video the other day that a guy did on the identity of the man who had the oh damn it, what are them stones that were in Georgia that got blew up recently?
The Georgia Stones, the Georgia Guidestones.
Yes, the Georgia Guidestones. The guy identified who it was that had those built, and it explained how he found out.
I think I've read them.
Basically, the banker that was keeping the secret, when he was really old, these people had come to him to look at some of the letters that had been sent to him over the years, and he made the mistake of having some letters sitting out there. But anyhow, they videotaped, and one of the letters had the return address on it, and they caught it on videotape. They were able to find the person with the last name of Kirstel. And Kirstel in German means Christian. And the guy used the name R.C. Christian. Anyhow, it was a doctor from Iowa that was a Nazi, either a Nazi or Nazi supporter. I think they said Nazi, though.
That's crazy.
That is weird, man.
I think it's weird that the Georgia Guidestones got blown up. Like, who blew up the Georgia Guidestones? That's the question.
I don't know.
Funny with Rudy.
I don't know who did it, but I seen a searcher that has the same car. I'm just saying.
Wait, what? I swear, if a searcher blew up the Georgia Guidestones, I quit.
If I told you the name, you'd say could be.
Josh Jordan, maybe?
No, I don't dare say the person's name because no. It wouldn't be right because it's just having a similar car.
Yeah,
Hey,
true.
Candy.
Huh?
That picture, it's got Rudy. Well, Dan's right there and Rudy. I think he won the mimosa contest. I'm just gonna say, because like if you go face down, he won.
I mean, depending on what you think you won. I mean, saving money on his wallet, he sure won.
Okay. I'm
You
reading.
get drunk faster.
I'm fucking reading you.
Me? I'm a tank when it comes to bottomless mimosas. I'm a tank.
The
Did you say you were reading her?
Yeah, he said he's
Yeah.
reading me.
Don't read me. It's a scary story. It's a horror story.
My story's a horror story?
No, mine. I said, don't read me. You don't want to get into this mind.
I'm gonna nickname you, Candy, the bottomless tank.
Bottomless mimosas.
You know, she's a giant.
How am I a giant?
You're tall.
Oh. Yes, this is true.
So when you and Rudy are standing next to each other, what's the differential?
I think Rudy's taller than me, maybe? I can't remember.
He looks happy in that picture, though. That must have been the beginning of the contest.
No, that was after.
Really?
Oh, wait. The one that I have on my thing right now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was before.
He looks pretty fucking happy.
Yeah, he was excited to get food. We all were excited to get food. We were waiting a very long time.
Well, hey, y'all. I'm going to hit the sack.
I know we all are. We're all gonna go
All right.
sleep. It's 1:32 over here.
Well, you know what it is here? 4:32
Jeez, go to sleep.
in the morning. Yeah.
Is that the same for you, Trusted?
No. I'm 3:32.
Oh, okay. We're all gonna knock out now because we're super tired.
Well, it was a pleasure chatting with you, Matthew, and listening to the stories. Thank you for all you shared tonight.
Yes, sir.
I
You too.
enjoyed it.
Yes, sir. Candy, DM me on your concept.
I will tomorrow morning
Okay.
or tomorrow
And-
midday.
And good night, Matthew, and good night, young lady.
Night, Trusted. Night, Matt. Night, chat.
Y'all have a good night.